Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. 17 PIW. Chapter 401. Ant and Kaido form an alliance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After hiding from Kaido's pirate ship, the Ant contacted Kaido. That night, Kaido learned of Whitebeard's arrival through his staff. He was worried and nervous about this, because Whitebeard's speed was too fast, much faster than Kaido expected. However, Kaido's deployment has not been completed yet, and Doflamingo's support has not yet come. When Kaido was worried, he suddenly received a call. Boss Kaido, there is a call you need to answer. Jack brought a phone bug to Kaido, which made Kaido a little irritable. If it's not something important, don't bother me, Kaido said impatiently, and he felt that there would be no important calls on this matter. Boss Kaido, the caller is Ant 4 Emperors, Jack said with a serious face. He also received a call from his subordinates, and he was also very surprised at first. What? Kaido was surprised when he heard this message. He couldn't believe his ears, thinking he had heard it wrong. Who do you mean? Charlotte Linlin. Kaido frowned and asked. Yes, that's her, Jack affirmed. Isn't she dead? Kaido asked puzzledly, and at the same time took the call. Hello, Kaido said. Kaido, I'm Linlin. A familiar voice from the Ant came across, and Kaido immediately confirmed that the other party was indeed Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement. It's you. Why didn't you die? Kaido was surprised. HMPH, although Whitebeard is powerful, it's not that easy to kill me. The Ant's tone was full of revenge. It's really surprising, so why did you disappear for 2 years and only now suddenly appear? Kaido asked. It's not important. I heard that Whitebeard is going to attack you now, right? I rushed to Wano-kuni as soon as I received the news. I'm on the way now. I think we can form an alliance to deal with Whitebeard together. Said. Affiliation. Okay. No problem. Kaido agreed. He is now in danger and lack of manpower. Kaido was overjoyed by the sudden appearance of the Ant, and he even offered to form an alliance. How could Kaido not agree? After that, Kaido asked casually, how many people do you have? After all, the more people there are to deal with Whitebeard, the greater the hope, and with the strength of the Ant, it is not a problem to regroup his pirate group, so Kaido subconsciously feels that the Ant has his own power. However, what Kaido didn't know was that the Ant had been recovering from her injuries during the past 2 years, instead of hiding her powers in the dark. In fact, the Ant didn't dare to appear in Whitebeard's field of vision, or even dare to attract her attention. Therefore, the Ant does not have any influence. She is alone now. The Ant told Kaido straightforwardly. I am the only one. Only you. Kaido's tone was a little disappointing, but it is always good to add another top combat power. Kaido has no reason to refuse. After all, he is on the cusp of the storm now. Well, you come to Wano-kuni as soon as possible. I plan to concentrate all my power on the Island of Ghosts and fight to the death with Whitebeard. In addition, Whitebeard has now reached Wano-kuni, and it is estimated that I will act tomorrow. Kaido said to the Ant. Don't worry, I must have time, but now it is impossible for you and Whitebeard to avoid the war. Whitebeard publicly announced the crusade against you, should you also fight back? The Ant began to encourage Kaido. Advertisement. What do you mean? Now the world's eyes are probably focused on Wano-kuni, you might as well send a message to Whitebeard to declare war, so that everyone can see your aura and courage. The Ant suggested. After ending the call, Kaido thought about this issue seriously. He felt that he had an extra Ant as a helper, and the help of Doflamingo and others. He also had a better chance of winning against Whitebeard, so he is indeed confident right now. Whitebeard declared war. Declaring war on Whitebeard is definitely good. For Kaido, declaring war not only improves his own momentum, but also fights back against Whitebeard, which is equivalent to telling the world that he is not afraid of Whitebeard. Unexpectedly, Linlin is still alive. With her joining, Whitebeard will definitely not be pleased. Tomorrow morning, he will announce the declaration of war against Whitebeard. Kaido said with full authority. Zero look for flowers. Soon, on the second day, with the announcement of the Kaido pirates' declaration of war, the news was first learned by Whitebeard. Good guy, Kaido actually declared war on us. Marco said with some surprise. Wow, is Kaido so neat? It seems we will have to teach him severely by then, said brother Yaluo. Kaido should feel unavoidable to fight against his father, so he declares war now to get some face back. Wentai analyzed. Advertisement. I think Kaido may have some plans. He thinks he can deal with his father, he thinks he has some hope, so he dared to declare war. Tesla also said. In short, we can do our own thing, let us look forward to what kind of surprise Kaido can bring us. Whitebeard said indifferently, no matter how Kaido is struggling at the moment, he is determined to lose. NS 0. After that, under Ayu's lead, the Whitebeard pirate group set off from the inner coast. The main island of Wano-Kuni is divided into 6 main areas, namely Guri, Zaime, Rabbit Bowl, Bell Queen, White Dance, Flower City. There are some differences in the area. Location. Whitebeard is not in a hurry to deal with Whitebeard at this time, but intends to liberate Wano-Kuni first. His first goal is to destroy the factories in Kaido. This is to take care of the people here. After all, the factories are destroying the environment. It's too serious, and Kaido doesn't care about the life and death of the people. Under Ayu's guidance, Whitebeard and his party traveled through a lot of mountains and sands and came to a factory. It is worth mentioning that Whitebeard and others were on the mobile during the whole journey. Whitebeard used the power of the earthquake, as if powerful thruster 1. Pushing the Moby Dick forward like this. And even traveling on the mountain is as stable as sailing on a calm sea. This unique mountain boat makes Ayu's eyes shine, because she has never seen such a novel way. Along the way, Whitebeard and others also witnessed the decay of the surrounding environment with their own eyes. There was not much food that I could find here. Because of the pollution of the factory, the water flow could not be drunk, and the animals were full of toxins and could not be eaten. Chapter 402. Whitebeard's Wrath. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing the desolate scene here, Whitebeard and others also felt distressed and sad for the people here. Their hometown was ruined like this, and Kaido's subordinates were still bullying and weak, which was irritating. That's there, isn't it? Whitebeard looked ahead and asked. A huge factory could be seen in the distance, and various facilities covered a large area. Well, it's there, but there seems to be no one. Ayu was a little strange. In the normal factory, there are many people working, and there will be Kaido's subordinates patrolling around the factory, etc., but no one is seen today. Gum ha ha ha, Kaido is quite witty. Whitebeard suddenly understood that Kaido had evacuated the personnel in time. His purpose was self-evident, that is, he wanted to concentrate all his power to 023. He didn't want these scattered forces to be broken by Whitebeard. Whitebeard controlled the Moby Dick and continued to move forward, and soon came to the front of the factory, which was full of the smell of steel. Daddy Whitebeard, let's destroy this place. Ayu said angrily. The environment here is polluted by factories. At this time, she came here with only anger in her heart. Whitebeard is about to start, but then I think about it, if such a huge factory is destroyed in this way, it would be a pity, although the factory pollution is very serious, but if you pay attention to sewage discharge, etc., it may be a good existence. And it brings income to Wano-Kuni. Father, do you have any considerations? Wentai asked keenly when Whitebeard didn't do anything. Advertisement. Ayu, how about we leave these factories, let the people of Wano-Kuni be the masters themselves. Whitebeard suddenly said to Ayu. Let us be the masters ourselves. But, these factories will destroy the environment, and everything here is formed because of this. Ayu said with some doubts, and she was a little resistant to it. That's what I think. Wano-Kuni was affected too badly by Kaido and the Kurozumi family. After this war, although everything started again, Wano-Kuni was a waste of life. The factory here can be used to restore Wano-Kuni's economy. At the same time, I also want to take this opportunity to open up Wano-Kuni's trade with the outside world. Whitebeard said. Wano-Kuni is a very blocked country. It has not joined the world government, does not have any diplomacy, and almost does not receive foreign population. It can be said that it is a completely closed country, let alone any trade routes. The situation needs to be changed. A normal country needs diplomacy and trade with other countries, which is definitely good for its own development. And listening to what Whitebeard said, Marco, Wentai and others were suddenly enlightened, and Wentai said repeatedly, yes, that's right, these factories can bring the power of recovery to Wano-Kuni. It turns out that the old man has considered so much, it is really too much. Foresight. Although Ayu thinks it makes sense, she is still very attached to pollution. However, Wano-Kuni's environment will be destroyed more and more seriously. How should everyone live here? Whitebeard smiled slightly, looked around the factory, and soon he found the area where the factory discharges sewage. Come with me. Whitebeard took Ayu's little hand, took her to fly, flew quickly through the air, and came to the place where the sewage was discharged. The reason why the factory pollutes the environment is mainly because the wastewater generated during production is discharged into the water source. I will destroy this now. Whitebeard explained to Ayu. Advertisement. After speaking, Whitebeard raised his hand, and a powerful shock force shot out, instantly smashing the discharge equipment, and the destruction was completely clean. Ayu opened her mouth wide, and the look on her face showed her thoughtful look. Whitebeard continued. At that time, we will rebuild the discharge outlet and treat the wastewater that is generated to prevent it from polluting the environment. Ayu didn't know much about these things, but when she saw Whitebeard's assurance, she also nodded. Whitebeard took Ayu back to the ship. He said to Marco, mark the location of the factories on the map, and then send some crew members to take over these factories first. Okay, I see. Marco agreed. After that, under Ayu's lead, Whitebeard and others destroyed all the factory outlets. Some factories have become empty shells, and there is almost nothing in them except for the buildings, and all the equipment has been emptied. But all the factory equipment is still there. It can be seen that Kaido's subordinates are also very rushed when they retreat. They don't have time to completely evacuate everything, and Whitebeard did not encounter any Kaido forces along the way. In addition to the factory, Whitebeard went to several piers and ports. There are still no Kaido people here, but there are still a lot of goods stuck here. This is what Kaido left behind. This is one of the few benefits he brought to Wano Kuni. Marco laughed. These goods are basically made-up weapons. Whitebeard intends to distribute these weapons to the people here. As a country of warriors, the people of Wano Kuni should also love katana. However, these projects were too big, and Whitebeard let the pirates who arrived later execute them. Advertisement. By the way, Daddy Whitebeard, there is another place we need to go to. Ayu suddenly remembered and said. Where? Whitebeard asked as he continued. Prisoner quarry. Ayu said. It turned out that there was a quarry in Rabbit Bowl, and the collectors were all captured prisoners, but many of these prisoners were wronged by the ruler. In such a disorderly country, Whitebeard does not expect any sound and fair regulations 5.1. When Whitebeard's mobile drove to the quarry, the prisoners and the staff all looked over in surprise. Whitebeard is here. The staff recognized it first, then yelled exaggeratedly, and then fled in disregard. These people who looked at the prisoners were all under the Kurozumi family. They thought that Whitebeard would not interfere with things here, but they didn't expect that Whitebeard would suddenly appear here. So these people ran away immediately in fear, and these prisoners were also a little scared after seeing Whitebeard. After all, they didn't know Whitebeard, and they had already suffered in the hands of the Kurozumi family. Now everyone is full of fear. Fear. Chapter 403. Flower City. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Don't be afraid. I know that some of you have been wronged and tortured, so I am here to rescue you. Whitebeard said to them. These people looked evasive. Whitebeard could see that they were all suffering. Arrive. A lot of suffering. Really? Are you really here to release us? Someone asked boldly. Of course, I am Whitebeard, and the reason why I attacked Kaido is to help you Wano Kuni, the young master of the Kazuki family. Momosuke is the son of my former friend. Whitebeard said. Hearing this name, everyone believed in Whitebeard a lot. They knelt down in the direction of Whitebeard, and said one by one, thank you, Lord Whitebeard, please be sure to defeat Kaido and overthrow Kurozumi Orochi. Governance, otherwise this country will be over. Well, I will. Whitebeard immediately agreed to them. After that, Whitebeard asked Marco and the others to open all the chains on the prisoners, release everyone, and provided them with food and water. These people were very moved, and they all expressed that they would follow Whitebeard to fight Kaido from now on, but these people are ordinary people, how can Whitebeard let them participate in the war? After some persuasion, let them each. He went home and said that he would liberate the entire Wano Kuni as soon as possible. Advertisement. After that, Whitebeard continued to push forward, but since Kaido's people were evacuated, there was actually no need for Whitebeard to do anything to regain the lost ground. However, in the process, Whitebeard also connected with the local people. Hope is getting higher and higher. Soon, the Moby Dick of Whitebeard was advanced to the capital of flowers. This is the most prosperous place in Wano Kuni. It is the capital of Wano Kuni. However, after coming here, Whitebeard unexpectedly discovered that the attitudes of the residents here are obviously different from those of other areas. Here, people are very supportive of the Kaido and Kurozumi families, but have some resistance to Whitebeard. Whitebeard of damn it, why did you want to attack Kaido-sama? He has been protecting Wano Kuni and making the country more prosperous. Yes, this Whitebeard wants to start a war and wants Wano Kuni to become his territory. Whitebeard, get out of Wano Kuni. These people have been completely controlled by the Kurozumi family. They don't know how many people are suffering from the prosperity of the capital. The flowers are not built with any factories, so people don't realize that the environment is destroyed. Do not. The pain of being full and not warm. In addition, this is the area of the Kurozumi family, so it is the first to get the moon near the water. Due to the good publicity of the Kurozumi family and the construction of the factory after the combination of Kaido, it has maintained the dark prosperity of the flower capital, and it has also made the people here intoxicated. I also forgot what happened when the Kurozumi family rebelled against the Kazuki family. Therefore, when Whitebeard stepped in here, many people were swearing Whitebeard. Of course, they did not dare to swear Whitebeard in front of their faces, but they would curse behind their backs. NS. Advertisement. And these words seemed to be in the ears for Whitebeard, who had acquired the sonic ability of the master. Therefore, when he heard these words, Whitebeard was also a little angry. And not only Whitebeard can hear it, but even Marco and others can feel the resistance of people here. After all, many attitudes can be seen from their faces. The more prosperous the place, the less people will experience the pain. Wentai said. I hope these people can wake up soon. Marco shook his head and said. These people may not be sober, but they have enjoyed the benefits. They are not exactly the injured party. Therefore, if you want to change them, you must break their current lives, and it is best to use the most violent one. Way. This will also allow them to close their mouths first. Jinbei also said angrily. Since Whitebeard no longer wants to see the faces of these ignorant people, the speech work after entering the flower capital is given to Li Wentai. Although these people are ignorant and annoying, is Whitebeard still willing to give him a chance? First salute and then pawn. Whitebeard asked Wentai to advertise to the people that their goal of crusade against Kaido was to liberate Wano Kuni, redefine the ruler, and explain the destruction of Wano Kuni's environment by the factory built by Kaido, as well as the darkness of the Kurozumi family's abuse of criminal law. However, Whitebeard still overestimated them. Whitebeard thought that some of them would be able to sober, but they would never be able to experience things that did not happen to them. These people were simply stubborn. In the end, even Wentai gave up. He reluctantly said to Whitebeard, Father, it seems that it is useless to talk more. Let's just ignore them. It is also the residence of the ruler Kurozumi Orochi. Advertisement. It doesn't work if you don't care, at least you need to give them some punishment. Whitebeard said. What do you mean? Wentai didn't know what punishment Whitebeard would impose on these people. He was worried that Whitebeard's punishment was too serious, but was taken advantage of by those who wanted to, and then counter-propagated Whitebeard's tyranny against Huji 023. Pick some people with louder voices and take them to the damaged places to see what they are like, and let them understand. Whitebeard said. Okay, I'll do it. Marco immediately took over the task because he could fly. I'm coming too, we must let them get to know it. Brother Yaluo also stood up, his speed is also very fast. Next, Marco and Alorge left the Moby Dick. They each captured two arrogant-looking family owners, and then quickly took them away. HMPH, these people are really annoying, they are black and white. Ayu said with some irritation. The support of Kurozumi Orochi made her angry, and these people are so easy to slander Whitebeard, which makes her unable to calm down. Come. Don't worry, Ayu, things will change soon. Whitebeard said with a smile. In the following driving, Whitebeard lifted the mobile into the air and sailed floating in the air, because the mobile was too large to accommodate the streets here, and it would definitely destroy the buildings if it passed normally. After all, this is the capital city of Wano Kuni, and Whitebeard didn't want to destroy it, so he has maintained air navigation since then. Chapter 404. The Horror of Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. And the reason why he insisted on sailing on the mobile was also because Whitebeard wanted to create a huge momentum. If only a few people such as Whitebeard and the captain walked forward, it would be too ordinary, without a sense of oppression. The Moby Dick was very stable along the way and did not damage any houses. After Ayu's guidance, the Moby Dick finally came to the sky above the general's mansion. The following is where the Kurozumi Orochi is. Whitebeard Dad, shall we go down to deal with him now? Ayu said happily. Are you going down too? Whitebeard asked. Of course, I want to see how you taught Kurozumi Orochi. Ayu said immediately, but she was very much looking forward to this matter. How could she not be there in such an occasion? Whitebeard took Ayu and leapt down from the ship, and Jose and the others immediately followed, and they all landed right in front of the general's mansion. The guard in front of the general's mansion just made a surprised sound, and without any response, Whitebeard raised his hand and pushed it away with a shocking force. Whitebeard is here. The other guards shouted in surprise after hearing the movement. Whitebeard's iconic crescent beard couldn't be recognized without being recognized. After that, these guards immediately ran away to inform their leader, Kurozumi Orochi. Advertisement. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi was waiting for Whitebeard in the mansion. When Whitebeard first came to the Flower City, he already knew the news, but he originally wanted to take refuge in Whitebeard. Master General, Whitebeard is here. The guard rushed to report nervously. I see. What's going on? In a panic, Kurozumi scolded. General, it seems that Whitebeard is not good. Do we still have a chance to take refuge? At this time, Kurozumi Orochi's guard Kushiro said. Kushiro is the close guard of Kurozumi Orochi, but what Kurozumi doesn't know is, Kushiro Shiro's. The real identity is the retainer of the Kazuki family. After Kazuki Oden's death, he went undercover with Kurozumi Orochi. As one of Kazuki Oden's most loyal retainers, Kushiro has never forgotten his revenge on Kurozumi Orochi, but he clearly remembers that the prophecy of the Kazuki family made them revenge in 20 years, and this prophecy is combined with the present. Kushiro was almost certain that Whitebeard's crusade would solve everything. However, Kushiro didn't understand Whitebeard after all. He worried that Whitebeard would really agree to Kurozumi's refuge, so if Whitebeard sheltered Kurozumi, his revenge would be tortuous. Do you have any ideas? Now whether Whitebeard accepts our refuge or not, we have no other way out. The foundation that I have accumulated for so many years can't fight Whitebeard's W. Kurozumi said discouragedly, no. It is not because he is not self-confident, but because he is self-aware. Kushiro continued, but I heard some comments that are not good for you. Advertisement. What's the comment? Kurozumi Orochi asked immediately. It is said that after Whitebeard came to the Flower City, he began to let his subordinates publicize their goals. They claimed to have come to rescue Wanokuni and had contact with Momonosuke. Kushiro said emotionally. When the name Momonosuke appeared, Kurozumi Orochi's expression changed obviously, and he began to look a little weird. He said gloomily, Momonosuke is the Kazuki kid who ran away 20 years ago. He has already been missing for so long. How could it happen? He must have died long ago. But Kurozumi Orochi himself didn't believe this. He said it to comfort himself. At the beginning, he finally used a trick to kill Kazuki Oden's father. Kazuki Oden also failed to defeat Kaido and was killed. Kurozumi Orochi has always wanted to completely exterminate the Kazuki family. At the beginning, he had been chasing and killing Kazuki Oden's son, which is Momosuke, but he escaped accidentally, and the same missing were Kinemon, Raizo, Kanjuro, etc. people. However, it is worth mentioning that Kanjuro was an undercover agent planted by Kurozumi Orochi. In fact, his real name is Kurozumi Kanjuro. However, as Kurozumi Kanjuro disappeared, Kurozumi did not receive any news, and Wanokuni was tightly blocked. In this case, Kurozumi believed that Momonosuke and others were dead. However, now Whitebeard actually mentioned Momonosuke again. Doesn't this mean that Momonosuke is not dead? Although Kurozumi Orochi is calm on the surface, his heart is already surging. Seeing that Kurozumi's mouth was still stiff, Kushiro continued. Moreover, Whitebeard also told the people more clearly that he wants to change this place and let people support Momosuke as king. What? Hearing this, Kurozumi Orochi can no longer calm down, because he seized power by rebellion, so he always has some shadows on this matter. Advertisement. In any case, I can't lose my power. Kurozumi Orochi's expression changed rapidly, and he made a new decision. He would never surrender to Whitebeard. Momonosuke is a dreamlike existence for Kurozumi Orochi, because he and the Kazuki family are already dead enemies that can't be solved. How to solve them? Both sides are no longer you dead or I live, and and now Whitebeard is standing in Momonosuke. If one party, he will go to buy. The beard doesn't make any sense. Not only is it meaningless, it's even no different from looking for death. My lord, we might as well gather the Imperial Court members and fight Whitebeard. Seeing Kurozumi Orochi has changed his mind, Kushiro continues to encourage him to fight Whitebeard. Although the path of taking refuge in Whitebeard has been completely cut off, Kurozumi still didn't think about going to a decisive battle with Whitebeard, because this good is hitting a rock with a pebble, which he understands very well. Run away now. Get out of here first. Kurozumi Orochi said quickly. Right now Whitebeard had arrived at the general's mansion, and there was no time to discuss it with him. Only by saving his life could he have something to say. Kurozumi Orochi wearing Kushiro and a few other entourages prepared to leave from the back door of the general's mansion, and in the front yard, the guards in the mansion could not stop Whitebeard and others, and even Kurozumi Orochi had escaped by himself, so this matter was also fleeing in all directions. Whitebeard didn't kill the quartet, but he didn't make it lightly, because these people are equivalent to helping the appointment and abuse. Where Whitebeard went, the attackers and those who tried to escape were all shocked by him. He was seriously injured. I won't kill you, but you all need to pay some price to make up for your past. Whitebeard's heavy voice spread around. Again. Chapter 405. Whitebeard's Terror and Awe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kurozumi Orochi, who was escaping, also heard Whitebeard's voice. He suddenly felt his body tremble. Just by listening to the sound, he could feel the pressure of Whitebeard. No, this Whitebeard is too terrible. Even if it is combined with Kaido, there is no chance of winning, but to avoid him. Kurozumi Orochi said as he ran. Damn it! Kurozumi Orochi chose to escape directly. Damn it, you can't just let him escape like this. Right now is a perfect opportunity. There are not many people around him. Let me kill him. Kushiro has been following behind Kurozumi Orochi. He didn't expect Kurozumi Orochi to escape so decisively. Now he is a little worried that Kurozumi Orochi will really get out, then he lost an excellent opportunity. Kushiro held his hand on the handle of his knife, and his gaze fixed on the Kurozumi Orochi. At this moment, his heart was about to move. As long as he launches a perfect attack, he can kill the Kurozumi Orochi with a certain degree of certainty, or severely injured, complete. Koi Kurozumi did not have any defense at this time, just trying to escape, and also showed him his back perfectly. But, what if this is not the case? The prediction given by Kazuki-sama is not what should be done today. 023 Kushiro has been hesitating, and he believes Kazuki Oden's prediction about 20 years later. Therefore, Kushiro has been lurking with Kurozumi Oro for these years, and it is not that there is no chance to kill him, but Kushiro does not want to change Kazuki Oden's prediction. Kushiro weighed it in his mind. Although Whitebeard explained his intentions, it is not clear whether it is true or false. Moreover, Momonosuke has never appeared. In addition, Kushiro doesn't understand Whitebeard at all, so he thinks twice and decides. He will give up the assassination of Kurozumi Orochi at this time, and will see the situation later. Advertisement. But at this moment, Whitebeard's voice suddenly came from behind them. Kurozumi Patriarch, what are you doing in such a hurry? I finally came to Wano-kuni. Can't you make the best of the landlord friendship? Whitebeard asked. Hearing this voice, Kushiro immediately turned around and saw a tall and mighty figure full of pressure standing in front of him, holding a big knife. As this Whitebeard? Kushiro said in surprise. It was the first time he saw Whitebeard. He only felt that this man seemed very old from the face, but at the same time he showed good spirits, with a pair of black pupils. There is God. Kurozumi Orochi also stopped and turned around. When he saw Whitebeard, he felt a strong sense of oppression and made him breathless. Lord Whitebeard, it's you, I'm about to take refuge in you. Kurozumi Orochi immediately showed a smile. It's important to save his life right now. He doesn't want to offend Whitebeard. HMPH, I'm still pretending to be a ghost in front of me, I don't eat this one. Whitebeard said coldly, his eyes seemed to shoot golden light. After speaking, Whitebeard's whole person also broke out a strong breath, and the powerful Emperor Haki spread out in an instant, oppressing their spirits like a huge whirlwind. Under Whitebeard's deliberate adjustments, the imperial Haki he uttered did not materially destroy, but attacked their spirit. Under this mental storm, Kurozumi Orochi's other guards were instantly mentally broken and fell one after another, and Kurozumi Orochi and Kushiro were also severely impacted. Advertisement. The two of them covered their heads with their hands, and their footsteps were constantly shaking, as if they could not stand still. Whitebeard looked at them faintly. HMPH, you damn big snake. It was you who colluded with Kaido, built so many factories, and you gained profits, but what kind of destruction our residential areas look like? You still control the thinking of the younger generation. But I don't. It will be yours. Ayu immediately stood ABFB behind Whitebeard and came to Kurozumi Orochi and accused him. Due to Whitebeard's intentional control, the Emperor Haki did not cause an impact on Ayu, and under Whitebeard's mental suppression, Kurozumi was unable to make any resistance, and it was even more impossible to attack Ayu. After suppressing them for a while, Whitebeard withdrew his power, and saw Kurozumi Orochi and Kushiro squatting on the ground like collapse. What a powerful force. This is Whitebeard, the one piece of this era. Kurozumi Orochi now looked at Whitebeard in his eyes full of fear. Although I knew that Whitebeard was very powerful before, but now that real face-to-face contact is more able to feel this real gap. This gap is enough to make anyone feel desperate. Similarly, Kushiro was shocked. His impression of Whitebeard suddenly became extremely deep. The rumored king of the world now has a clear understanding in his mind. Just relying on the breath cast on their body can suppress them to this point, and the true strength of Whitebeard is no longer what they can imagine. I didn't expect Whitebeard to be so tough. It seems that Kaido is destined to be destroyed. Oden-sama, is your prediction really kicked off by Whitebeard? Kushiro said in his heart. Advertisement. You two are not bad. I can barely support it under my pressure. It seems that I have some ability. Whitebeard said lazily. Kurozumi Orochi is indeed not an unknown person. In addition to being the head of the Kurozumi Patriarch and the ruler of Wano-kuni, he is also a demon fruit power. And his fruit is the same type as Marco, both of which are the fruits of Zone Eudemons. Marco is in the form of a phoenix, and Kurozumi Orochi is the Yachi Orochi. Zone itself is not common, and the Eudemons in it is even more rare, so Kurozumi will have some strength after getting this fruit, otherwise it will not always be able to shock the samurai who follow Kazuki's family, although there is Guy among them. Much help. And Kushiro was equally strong. Among the 9 chivalrous knights, his strength was also one of the best, but at this moment in front of Whitebeard, he felt that he was insignificant like an ant. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi was panting violently and thinking quickly about the countermeasures in his head. The current situation is very critical for him. It seems that Whitebeard does not intend to accept his surrender, so he is the only one. Only escape. Ran. You can only use Kushiro. Kurozumi Oro put his gaze on Kushiro. Chapter 406. Kurozumi Orochi. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although Kushiro is a person that Kurozumi has always trusted, otherwise Kushiro would not have been his personal guard, but right now, it is a life and death crisis. For Kurozumi, as long as he can save his life, sacrifice anyone. Do not hesitate. Kushiro, let's fight Whitebeard. Later, I will transform into a Yaki Orochi, and then launch an attack on Whitebeard. Let's try to kill him. Kurozumi Orochi whispered to Kushiro. Kurozumi Orochi thought in his heart that when Kushiro attacked Whitebeard, he incarnated as Yaki Orochi and fled quickly. You know, the snake's ability to escape is first-rate, and he has a hint of vitality. Kushiro was surprised in his heart, wondering if this person was crazy. After seeing Whitebeard's power, he even dared to fight with him, but Kushiro was obviously not stupid enough to do so. Because now he doesn't need Kurozumi's trust anymore. Kurozumi's once loyal subordinates all fled after hearing of Whitebeard's attack. Tenten, and went their separate ways. Kurozumi's big snake is gone even if it is not killed by Whitebeard. Okay. No problem. Kushiro still pretended to agree, which made Kurozumi very satisfied. He felt that Kushiro was his most trustworthy person. HMPH, it's interesting. Whitebeard smiled slightly. He heard the conversation between Kushiro and Kurozumi Orochi clearly, and they thought that Whitebeard hadn't expected the counterattack. Let me see what you can play. Not only was Whitebeard not angry, but he was looking forward to it. And Ayu, who had been accusing Kurozumi Orochi, saw that he had been unresponsive, and became annoyed, and immediately cursed. You mean villain. Although I don't know what the truth was back then, Lord Kazuki was killed by you. Yeah, you sees. With the power of the Kazuki family, let the school promote your positive image, but do you think that what you do will never be known? Advertisement. You, how did you know? Kurozumi's heart jumped when he heard this. He was afraid that it would be known to the world. HMPH, are you afraid of being known about what you did? As long as you do bad things, someone will know it. Ayu said loudly. Kurozumi Orochi's face suddenly became gloomy. At this time, Whitebeard said again. Forget it, take you home first, and deal with it later. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi's face changed, and he whispered, do it. At the same time, Kurozumi Orochi uses Devil Fruit's ability to transform into a Yaki Orochi with 8 heads. The body is very huge, but these heads are not so much snakes, but rather like dragons. The snake in the middle. There is a Kurozumi mark on the head, which is also somewhat different from the other 7. The heads of these snakes stood tall, spitting out the long letters from time to time, and accompanied by a chill, it made people feel shuddering. Ayu was immediately frightened by the sight in front of him and backed away, and immediately ran to the back and hugged Whitebeard's leg. Whitebeard touched her with his hand to comfort him and said, don't be afraid, I will protect you. As Whitebeard spoke, a cold light flashed. It turned out that Kushiro also drew his sword. Not only was he drew the sword, but it was also the profound meaning of the samurai sword art. In the case of the sheath, the slash was activated. Hit. You, all the snake heads of Kurozumi Orochi looked at Kushiro's body, his eyes filled with incredible, but now there are only 7 snake heads in total. Advertisement. It turned out that Kushiro didn't act on Whitebeard, but turned and slashed directly at Kurozumi Orochi. This made Kurozumi Orochi completely unexpected and even more defenseless. One of the heads of the Kurozumi snake was completely cut off, and the huge snake head crashed to the ground. In surprise, the Kurozumi snake had forgotten the pain. Kushiro, why are you doing this? I trust you so much. Kurozumi Osamu looked at Kushiro with questioning eyes. HMPH, trust. I probably guessed it too, you want to use me too. Kushiro said coldly. After being seen through the thoughts, Kurozumi Orochi became irritated immediately, and the anger broke out uncontrollably. Kurozumi Orochi screamed, do you think that if you turn around and deal with me, Whitebeard will let you go? Up to now, Kurozumi Orochi thought that Kushiro betrayed him in order to save his life in front of Whitebeard, but the words and deeds of Kushiro then made him never think that he would also end up in a cycle of heaven. Zero look for flowers. Kushiro drew his samurai sword and swears by the sword. He said heavily to Kurozumi Orochi, I will pass on Jiro. I will always be Kazuki Oden's retainer. What? You are, Kurozumi Orochi's pupils suddenly dilated, and he was speechless due to excessive surprise. Kazuki Oden-sama said that I will realize this wish for Wano-kuni to start a country. Denjiro said solemnly. It is only now that Kurozumi Osaki understands that the so-called Kushiro is only Denjiro's undercover name. After Kazuki Oden's death, Denjiro has been in a state of grief for a long time, and his appearance has also changed. Advertisement. 0. At this moment, Kurozumi Orochi is very regretful, because he actually left such an invisible bomb beside him, and he still has a lot of power. After passing the pseudonym Kushiro, he became the gang boss of the Flower City with his own force, and his followers are countless. The Kushiro family's name is all over the capital. Moreover, Kurozumi Orochi was fancying Kushiro's talent at the time and recruited him as his own guard. Now that he thinks about it, he regrets it very much. It's really a good show. Was it one of the 9 red swords? Now Momosuke is coming here with the other 9 red squirrels. You can turn around as soon as possible. Whitebeard said as if watching a play, though. He can solve all the enemies, but sometimes, it may be best for them to solve other people's own affairs. So you are Kazuki Oden's retainer. Ayu looked surprised. Well, that's right. After the death of Kazuki Oden, it was a pity that he could not do anything great. Denjiro said helplessly, although he has been pretending to be a righteous thief to steal the gold and silver treasures from the treasury to help the civilians for many years, but he feels his own contribution is still meager. After speaking, Denjiro walked up to Whitebeard again, squatted down and saluted Whitebeard, Master Whitebeard. You. Chapter 407. Sweep Wano-kuni. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kazuki Oden used to be Whitebeard's subordinate, and Denjiro was Kazuki Oden's retainer, and now Whitebeard is equivalent to helping Momonosuke complete the founding of Wano-kuni, which is enough to make Denjiro respect him. Ha ha ha, you are welcome. When Oden came to my ship, he also brought a retainer and became the captain of my 16th division. Now he is also coming with Momonosuke. Reunited. Whitebeard laughed. Said, well, I have to thank you for all this, Lord Whitebeard. After the crusade against Kaido, we will also participate in the action. Denjiro said. This person has a lot of grievances with you, so let me take him down and leave it to you to deal with. Whitebeard glanced at Kurozumi Orochi and said. Master Whitebeard, if you can. 023, I hope I can deal with this villain myself. Denjiro asked Whitebeard. Well, that's fine, then I'll leave it to you. Whitebeard agreed. Schwanjiro, come on. Ayu cheered him up. Denjiro looked at Kurozumi Orochi indifferently, and all the things that happened 20 years ago were just like what happened yesterday, constantly flashing in his mind, and his grievances when he was undercover by Kurozumi Orochi in the past 20 years. Also broke out. Advertisement. Denjiro's resentment was not because of himself, but because of becoming a close friend of Kurozumi Orochi. He was able to access a lot of information and learned about the despicable things of Kurozumi Orochi. Denjiro slowly drew the sword out of his hand, and he indifferently said to Kurozumi Orochi, this sword has carried my strength for many years. Kurozumi Orochi, let your body comfort my sword's sorrow. At this moment, Kurozumi Orochi also gradually calmed down. He looked at Whitebeard on the side and saw that Whitebeard did not intend to take action. He was temporarily relieved and decided to fight seriously with Denjiro. Even if the final fate is still death, Kurozumi Orochi will retaliate against Chuanjiro for being undercover by his side for so many years and betraying his trust. HMPH, Denjiro, I know your swordsmanship is superb, but I am not a vegetarian. Kurozumi Orochi attacked like crazy after talking. There were a total of 6 snake heads constantly attacking Chuanjiro, but although the action was very fast, the Kurozumi Orochi attack method was very simple, which was to use the snake head to bite and smash. And many more. This kind of attack is naturally not a threat to Denjiro. As a good swordsman, he flexibly avoided all attacks of Kurozumi Orochi and launched a counterattack against Kurozumi Orochi. Several sword lights flickered, and another head of Kurozumi Orochi was cut off. At this moment, Denjiro's sword had not only his own power, but also seemed to carry the will of many people. This allowed Schwanjiru's strength to be superbly displayed. Each of his swords penetrated time and space, and contained endless courage and decisiveness. Damn it, how did he become so powerful? Kurozumi Orochi is a little unbelievable. Denjiro has been his guard for many years, and Kurozumi Orochi also believes that he knows Denjiro's strength very well. But now, Denjiro's strength is too terrifying, so terrible that he can't believe that this is Denjiro, which seems to be superimposed on countless samurai swordsmanship. As the battle continued, Denjiro would cut off a head of Kurozumi Orochi every moment, and Yachi Orochi soon became a double-headed snake. Advertisement. Denjiro's sword is already full of bloodline, but it still looks shining under the light, and the Kurozumi snake on the opposite side is still standing, but the 2 huge snake heads are no longer as high as before. And other. The place where the head was originally growing is already bald. Okay, if you continue to fight, he is going to die. Whitebeard said. After speaking, Kurozumi's huge body fell down and immediately returned to his human form. After returning the sword to the scabbard, Denjiro sat on the ground tired, and Ayu immediately came to support him. At this time, Whitebeard's captains also ended the battle with the subordinates of Kurozumi Orochi's general mansion. They completely controlled the general mansion. Tesla rushed over and reported to Whitebeard. Daddy, all those who resist are under control. After waiting. Straight. Well, take this guy back to the boat. Whitebeard said. Tesla walked up to the Kurozumi Orochi and smiled at him when passing by Denjiro. Then, Tesla emitted a bubble from the palm of his hand, and the bubble gradually expanded, completely filling the Kurozumi Orochi completely. Inside, and floating in midair 0. Then the bubble moved with Tesla's movement. At the same time, Tesla replaced Ayu and helped Denjiro up and said to him, "Let's go, I will take you to rest." "Thank you. Master Whitebeard's subordinates are really strong." Denjiro said. "Ha ha ha, I'm sorry." Advertisement. After that, Whitebeard and others returned to the general's mansion. All of Kurozumi's cronies were controlled by Joes and others. Whitebeard came to the hall and found that the layout here was quite gorgeous. But Whitebeard doesn't like this gorgeousness at all. It may be that he is not very comfortable with Wanokuni's aesthetics. He feels a bit awkward, just thinks it is fancy. Whitebeard sits on the throne in the hall. Aokiji, Enel, Wentai, Joes, etc. are sitting on both sides of the hall, and the dozens of people kneeling in the middle are all the cronies of Kurozumi Orochi. Father, these are people who swear to follow Kurozumi Orochi. They are really loyal to Kurozumi Orochi. Joe said. Oh, there are so many people. Whitebeard was a little surprised. He rubbed his chin and looked at these people slightly. Feeling the pressure of Whitebeard, these people didn't even dare to raise their heads to face Whitebeard in 5.1. Basically, these dozens of people are Kurozumi's direct troops, that is, the Orochi Royal Court Fanjong, plus some other escort. These people also have some strength, but in front of Whitebeard's captain, coupled with Aokiji and Enel, these people have no power at all. Hey, Kurozumi Orochi will be executed later, do you want to die with him? Whitebeard asked lazily. These dozen people looked at each other immediately, and soon the first changer appeared. I withdrew from the royal court fans, I am willing to be loyal to Lord Whitebeard. With the first one, there will be a second and third. Then all these people expressed their intention to join the Whitebeard pirates. In the face of death, they could not continue to be loyal to Kurozumi Orochi. Chapter 408. Kaido Alliance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But Whitebeard thought for a while. He didn't like these inferior Madara personnel. These people should have also done a lot of bad things for Kurozumi Orochi. Although they acted according to orders, Whitebeard could not tolerate them. And Whitebeard thinks that they are not elite talents. Utate Banjong is basically a ninja army. The members inside are very good at ninjutsu, sneaking and assassinating silently, but Whitebeard doesn't need these things. But it's not appropriate to kill them right now, and always give them a chance to reform. Well, you will continue to stay in the general mansion in the future and be responsible for the security of the general mansion. Whitebeard said. Although Kurozumi Orochi has been taken down, it is still unknown how many old parts of him are hidden in the capital of Hana. If there is an attack on Momonosuke in the future, some guards will be needed to defend it. However, after Whitebeard and others took control of the general's mansion, there were many people outside to denounce Whitebeard. These people surrounded the general's mansion and they were all condemning Whitebeard. Damn, these people are really ignorant, I really want to go out and beat them up. Joe said impatiently. Of course I want to teach them a lesson, but Enel needs to do this. Whitebeard said lightly. I understand, you will lower the thunder to make them feel in awe. Wentai said after thinking. Advertisement. That's it, Enel, it's handed over to you. Whitebeard said to him. Okay, I will get it done. Enel immediately used his own power to provoke the thunderclouds in the sky. Soon, the sky around the flower city was gray, and the thunder was rolling in the dark clouds. Enel controlled the thunder to fall, but did not completely fall to the ground, but it also made these people feel the power of the thunder at close range. These people began to run around and left the area immediately. Enel continued to emit thunder again, until he dispelled all these people and quieted the surrounding area, he didn't stop his hands. Father, it's all done. Enel said when he came back. Hey, I'm not used to this general mansion at all, I'd better go back to my boat. Whitebeard said. For this general mansion, Whitebeard really didn't want to live here, so he went back to his boat to rest. However, today, Whitebeard's follow-up pirate regiments have also arrived in many. They accepted Whitebeard's instructions and began to spread out in different areas, clearing the remaining forces of Kurozumi Orochi, and at the same time rescued refugees everywhere and controlled factories. However, in addition to the arrival of the Whitebeard pirate group, many other forces have come here, such as Doflamingo and Ant. They quickly contacted Kaido after they came to Wano-kuni, and then immediately concentrated on the island of ghosts. Ant and Doflamingo came to the ghost island almost at the same time. When Doflamingo saw the ant, he was very surprised. It turns out that you are not dead yet. Seeing that we have one more powerful helper. Doflamingo said very happily. He thought this was a very good thing. Advertisement. I won't die so easily, but this time, I hope Whitebeard can pay a heavy price. The ant said bitterly. Linlin, don't get excited, save your strength against Whitebeard. Kaido said immediately. Huh, of course I know this, but what's the matter with you Kaido? I heard that Whitebeard controlled Wano-kuni on the way I came. The ant complained immediately. Wano-kuni was Kaido's territory, but before Whitebeard officially attacked him, that's it. After occupying here, this makes the ant a little dissatisfied. Well, I have no choice. If I can defeat Whitebeard, then this failure is nothing. What I didn't expect is that the big snake is so greedy and afraid of death, he refused to join me and wanted to take refuge in Whitebeard. Kaido talked about. Kurozumi Orochi was a little angry, because Kurozumi Orochi has ruled Wano Kuni for many years. If he decides to fight against Whitebeard, he will be able to concentrate a lot of power. But unfortunately, Kurozumi still fell to Whitebeard's side, which made Kaido lose some strength in vain and made him very angry. Kurozumi Orochi, I heard that he was caught by Whitebeard, and he paraded the streets, and he ended up very embarrassed. Doflamingo said. Hey, what an idiot, how could Whitebeard's crusade against Wano Kuni let him go, so self-righteous? Kaido said with a bit of hatred for iron and steel. Don't talk about what happened, let's discuss how to deal with Whitebeard, this is the most important thing. The ant said seriously. Yes, we must have a strategy. Kaido also nodded. After that, Kaido, Anti, Doflamingo, and their respective cadres, Kaido's main cadres have 3 plagues, that is, the 3 highest cadres of Beast's pirates, namely Jin, Quinn and Jack, and under the 3 plagues, they are flying 6 cells. Advertisement. They are Foz, Sasaki, Runti, Black Maria, Peggy Wan, and Drake. It is worth mentioning that Drake is one of the 11 supernovas. He is also the former captain of the Drake Pirates and a member of the Marine Secret Force. He introduced the secret mission of the Marine government and joined Beast's pirates for undercover. Doflamingo also brought his main cadres here, mainly Torre Boar, Pika, Diamante, Virgo, Senor, GU023 Radius, Buffalo, Dagellan, Old Man Rao, Bellamy, it can be said that except for less. Counting a few people, Doflamingo brought all the cadres and members of his Don Quixote family. However, what he didn't know was that after he left, Luo immediately launched an action to rescue King Liku, then defeated Sugar, liberated those who were turned into toys, and then destroyed the factory together. Whitebeard is very strong, how should we deal with him? Doflamingo asked first. Kaido immediately looked at the ant and asked, Linlin, you and Whitebeard have fought, do you think we can deal with him if we join forces? The ant fell silent immediately. To be honest, she really didn't have this certainty, because Whitebeard's strength was like a bottomless pit. Even if she played against each other, she didn't see all of Whitebeard's strength, only felt that the strength was unfathomable. It's best to add your 3 plagues and Xiaoming, we will deal with Whitebeard together. The ant thought for a while and said. Is it so difficult to deal with, but in this way, the manpower to deal with the Whitebeard members will be reduced. Kaido said. Now the list of the main members on the Whitebeard ship is transparent. Big. Will there be an unknown Enel, Marco and others? Chapter 409. Kill to the Ghost Island. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Believe me, it's mainly against Whitebeard. As long as Whitebeard can be resolved, the situation can be stabilized. If the 2 of us free up, we can quickly change the situation. The ant said confidently. Well, in this case, I can only rely on my Fei Liubao and Xiaoming cadres, I hope they can block the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido said. I am afraid I can't deal with Whitebeard. Let me deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Doflamingo said at this time. He didn't want to fight Whitebeard directly. Doflamingo thinks that he is only a Shichibukai level, even if it is a support, it is likely to be directly obliterated by Whitebeard, and the risk factor is too high. If you can block an Aokiji, then you will make a big contribution, Kaido said. Aokiji. Doflamingo hesitated for a while and chose this. After all, Aokiji and Whitebeard are easier to survive in front of Aokiji. At that time, I will use Birdcage to trap the Whitebeard pirates. You'd better solve Whitebeard as soon as possible. Doflamingo said. After discussing for a long time, they also settled on a big layout. On the other side, Whitebeard's side seemed very comfortable. They were all resting on the boat, which was in sharp contrast with Kaido's side. The next day, Momonosuke and others finally arrived at Wano Kuni, and quickly merged with Whitebeard. Grandpa Whitebeard, have you cleaned up the Kurozumi family? Momonosuke asked in surprise after seeing Whitebeard, because not only did Whitebeard occupy the general's mansion, Momonosuke also heard a lot of comments about supporting Whitebeard along the way. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, it's not completely cleaned up, it's just that the Kurozumi snake has been caught. Leave these things to you. Whitebeard said with a smile. After Whitebeard asked Tesla to release the Kurozumi snake, Momonosuke was furious when he saw the Kurozumi snake, and kicked him a few times when he went up. At the same time, the retainers of Momonosuke were also very angry, Jinwaiman, Reizu, Anuarashi, Cat Viper, etc., but one of these people was full of surprise. Sure enough, it is you. Denjiro suddenly shouted, stepped out, and pointed in Kanjuro's direction. Everyone has some questions, some are unclear, so Whitebeard said at this time, that guy is a rape sent by Kurozumi Orochi. As soon as these words came out, Momonosuke and others were shocked instantly, because Kanjuro had also traveled with them from 20 years ago. If he was an undercover agent, that station would be surprising. Master Whitebeard is right. I have been undercover with Kurozumi Orochi for these years and learned a lot of his secrets. He once sent a rape. I was not sure who it was. But just now, Kanjuro saw it. After arriving at Kurozumi Orochi, his expression is different from the others, full of surprise and fear. Denjiro said to everyone. Kanjuro, are you really sent by Orochi? Kinemon asked in disbelief. Of course not. I am the retainer of the Kazuki family, how can I betray him? Kanjuro immediately retorted, but there was already some sweat on his forehead. Huh, are you still denying? Your real identity is actually Kurozumi Kanjuro. Denjiro shouted sharply. Advertisement. Kanjuro was shocked back and forth again and again, and at this time, everyone was almost sure that Kanjuro was a traitor, and they immediately arrested Kanjuro. Unexpectedly, you followed me for so long, and you turned out to be the undercover agent of Orochi. I can't believe it, Momonosuke said. Since I was discovered by you, I don't have to continue to pretend it. That's right, I am Kurozumi Kanjuro. You can kill me. Kanjuro gritted his teeth. Kill you? It's not the time yet, take it down first. Momonosuke said. Both Kurozumi Orochi and Kanjuro were taken down, and Momonosuke planned to execute them publicly in front of the world and reveal the truth about Wano-kuni back then. After that, Momonosuke intends to gather the real Chisao 9 Knights first, so that they can follow Whitebeard to defeat Kaido, and among the Chisao 9 Knights are Denjiro, Kinemon, Raizo, Izo, Kikunojo, Anuarashi, Cat Viper, still lacking River Song and Ju Tien Wan. Grandpa Whitebeard, after I find all the Chisao 9 heroes, let's fight Kaido together. Momonosuke said to Whitebeard. Alright, let Kaido fear for a while. Whitebeard agreed with a smile. After that, Momonosuke began to issue a national announcement to announce the various crimes of Kurozumi Orochi, execute him and Kanjuro together, and announce that he will take over Wano-kuni again. In addition, Momonosuke also sent a message to summon the 9 heroines, hoping that they can take the initiative to vote after seeing it. Advertisement. However, a few days passed, and there was no news from the remaining 2 of the Chisao 9 Knights, which made Momonosuke a little anxious, thinking that they would not be dead already. Later, Whitebeard opened the Ruksha prison to find the imprisoned Kasong. At the same time, he released thousands of samurai. These samurai were designed and detained by Kurozumi Orochi. After they were released, thanks to Whitebeard's kindness, and admiring Whitebeard, joined the team against Kaido. In addition, Shutien Maru was also quickly found that he became the leader of thieves in Julie, but to everyone's surprise, he refused to rejoin the Chisao 9 Knights and also refused to attack Kaido. Denjiro was very angry and started with him on the spot, but Shutenmaru's strength was slightly stronger, and Denjiro had nothing to do with him. In the end, it was Whitebeard who made the move to tie the Judianwan uniforms. At this point, the 9 chivalrous heroes have also gathered. Whitebeard's crusade against Kaido has officially kicked off. Almost all of Wano-kuni has been mastered by Whitebeard's pirates, and at this time the team led by Katakuri also landed in Wano-kuni, but they were not in a hurry. The beards converged, but accepted Whitebeard's order and settled down at the place closest to the Ghost Island. After stabilizing the situation in the Flower City, Whitebeard began his crusade. The team he led mainly included the top combat power of the Whitebeard pirate group, including Aokiji, Enel, Marco, Wentai, Jose, and Vista, Arogo, Tesla, Jinbei, Whitebeard 2, San Juan, etc., plus the 9 knights who belong to the Red Sheath, and thousands of warriors. These people are all marching toward the Ghost Island in a mighty manner, and Kaido and the Ant are already fully prepared, and a battle is about to begin. Chapter 410. 4 Emperors Battle. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard and his team set off in a mighty manner. On the way to the Ghost Island, Kaido ambushed many traps on their way forward. These traps are all regional, and it can be said that the scope is very wide. However, it was Whitebeard who hesitated to lead the team, and the force of the personnel led by them was not low, so although they wasted some time, they did not pay any price. Master Kaido, Whitebeard, they are already here. In the center of the Ghost Island, here, all the power of Kaido has been assembled, and a subordinate reported. How many are they here? How did the trap play? Kaido asked. They are just 1,000 people, but Whitebeard protected everyone with his shock fruit. Our traps didn't play a role. The subordinate replied somewhat frustrated. Well, it seems that if you want to consume some of Whitebeard's power, you can't do it. Go down, and then wait for the arrival of Whitebeard. Kaido said helplessly. But it doesn't matter if it can't be consumed. Whitebeard only brings 1,000 people. All our strengths here are thousands of people alone, plus the remaining tens of thousands. The ant said calmly. You're not in a hurry. Whitebeard 023 is so confident and only brought so few people. It seems to be menacing. Don't you know what he is prepared for? Kaido has some questions. Don't worry, as far as I know about Whitebeard, he may just have great confidence in himself, so he didn't bring all the people here, but this is a good thing for us, isn't it? Said the ant. It's too early to say that it's a good thing. Those miscellaneous soldiers can't decide the direction of the war. The most important thing is Whitebeard. If you don't solve him, everything else is useless. Kaido said. Advertisement. With so many of us, we will definitely be able to defeat Whitebeard. Promise me that after defeating Whitebeard, he will be handed over to me. The ant gritted her teeth. Kaido couldn't help but glanced at the ant, thinking that now that the war has just begun, the ant is thinking about how to deal with Whitebeard. That's a good idea, right? If it can be done, I will be very happy to leave it to you. Kaido still agreed to her, because if Whitebeard is really defeated, his subordinates still retain most of their power, and the number of people assembled is also very large, considerable. And ABFB, if the ant is to deal with Whitebeard, it can also attract most of the firepower and draw all the revenge power to the ant, which is very desirable for Kaido. Whitebeard and others soon came to the edge of the Ghost Island, and could already correspond to the Kaido group. Both of them could see each other. When he saw Kaido for the first time, Whitebeard saw that there was also a very large force around Kaido. The gathering of those people was very spectacular, which gave Whitebeard some desire to fight. Don't shame me later, Whitebeard said to Marco and them. Don't worry, father, we have been waiting for this day. We have been diligent and training for 2 years. We will never let you down. Marco immediately assured him with confidence, and everyone else also showed firm eyes. Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction. Father, look at it. Wentai suddenly found a warm figure among the Kaido crowd. Advertisement. Whitebeard looked in the direction Wentai pointed out. It was the ant's angry eyes. The ant is not dead. Wentai said in surprise, and the others also appeared shocked, because they all knew that the ant was sunk into the bottom of the sea by Whitebeard, which made it hard to believe that the ant could escape from the dead. It's really fateful. I have lived for 2 more years, but I think it's time to end here. Whitebeard said lightly. Auntie actually came to help Kaido. Is it possible that she has been here at Kaido for the past 2 years? Marco guessed in surprise. Father, the ant is still alive, then Katakuri and the others, if they knew it, Wentai immediately said to Whitebeard. Change. Whitebeard didn't care much, he just said, just do what you should do. Katakuri still continues their mission. We don't need to worry about what will happen to them. I believe Katakuri will give it to me. A satisfactory behavior. Replied. Seeing that Whitebeard believed in Katakuri and them so much, Wentai didn't say anything. He felt that after he became a staff officer, he seemed to have mistrusted many people. Whitebeard. I didn't expect it. I'm still alive. The ant's voice filled with conqueror's haki spread like a rock. The pressure of the 4 emperors still gave many people behind Whitebeard a sense of oppression, especially the samurai. Even Red Sheath. Ju Sha also felt the pressure. Advertisement. Linlin, Kaido, it's okay for the 2 of you to unite. This also makes our battle less boring, but don't be happy too early, everything will end here today. Whitebeard also responded to them with a voice full of emperor haki. Whitebeard's haki has now surpassed 2 levels of aunts. Therefore, let alone ordinary subordinates or elite cadres, even aunts and Kaido or both. I felt the pressure in Whitebeard's voice. And under the penetration of Whitebeard Hockey's voice, many people even fainted because they couldn't bear the pressure. If it weren't for the distance between them, many people would be seriously injured or killed. In addition, among the forces gathered on the scene of Kaido, there are many beast groups. Kaido is known as the governor of beasts pirates. The fruits of the main cadres in his pirate group are basically the ancient species of Zone. In addition, the artificial devil fruit made by Kaido. The legions are also Zone, although there are not many people yet. In addition to the feature of Zone, devil fruit, Kaido also has many real beasts, and they are all large beasts, such as lions, tigers, elephants, etc., which is also Kaido's plan to use the beasts to attack Whitebeard. Ocean. Thieves. However, under the deterrence of Whitebeard's voice, these animals suddenly panicked one by one, and fled around uncontrollably. Many people were trampled on the spot by the sudden outburst of wild animals. Damn it, these animals can't resist Whitebeard's hockey, they are all insane. Kaido said solemnly. Chapter 411. Challenge Kaido Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Look, Kaido's people are being attacked by their beasts. Yeah, this is really spectacular. They can't deal with us, but I tasted it first. Could it be that they would defeat themselves without having to do it with us? When the people on Whitebeard saw the chaotic scene of Kaido group, they all laughed unabashedly. All players attack. Whitebeard launched the horn of battle. He flew out first, and came directly to the center of the Kaido group. He said to Kaido with contemptuous eyes and voice, "How many people do you plan to deal with? I rush. Choose a place tightly. Whitebeard, don't be proud, I'm not the same now, I can deal with you by myself." Seeing that Whitebeard was talking to Kaido, and ignoring herself, the ant was so angry that she stepped on herself on the spot. Homit's dialogue. The beard made a shock. The ant gave a heavy punch, and Whitebeard simply used a layer of shock to isolate it, but he did feel that the ant's strength had improved compared to before. Don't be too impulsive, Linlin, wait for us. Kaido said immediately, and he also attacked. Advertisement. Ant and Kaido joined forces, and their battle area quickly moved to an empty place, far away from the scope of the war. Papa Whitebeard has already gone to deal with Anti and Kaido, we can't be stunned anymore, let's all go. Marco led everyone directly into the Kaido chaotic group, and began to fight unruly. Thousands of samurai in the Whitebeard team fought with the ordinary pirates of the Kaido group, while the 6 captains including Marco fought against Kaido's flying hexapods. Marco and Foz fought together, Jose and Sasaki fought together, Arogo fought together with Rundi, Tesla fought together with Black Maria, Beasta fought together with Peggy Wan, Jinbei fought together with Drake fought together, The battle capital of our 6 people formed a unique small circle, because the power fluctuations were relatively large, no pirates dared to approach rashly. On the other hand, Aokiji and Enel are the 3 plagues that have been staring at each other, namely Jack, Jin, and Quinn. The power of these 3 is relatively strong, and Aokiji and Enel are needed to deal with them together. However, these 3 plagues also know that Aokiji and Enel is accept. Outside of Whitebeard, he has the strongest combat power here. And they all knew that Aokiji and Enel would definitely deal with them, so they didn't rush to take a shot. They both maintained a delicate balance of the battlefield. As for the Red Sheath 9 heroes, they were directly attacked by Doflamingo's subordinates. As a result, the Chisao 9 knights fought with Doflamingo's cadres, and Doflamingo was still watching. The 2 power players on Whitebeard's side, Whitebeard 2 and Shenghu Security, joined the battlefield, relying on their own powerful. The power of the people, they are attacking wantonly in the crowd like a wushwang, just like mowing the grass. However, Kaido has always been at a disadvantage in terms of lower level strength, because they have too many people. There are only about 1,000 warriors on Whitebeard, and Sanwan and Wable are dealing with other elites. The cadre was restrained. Advertisement. At the beginning of the war, many forces successively logged on to Wano-kuni during this period. The first was Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency. The first time he logged on to Wano-kuni, he began to take pictures continuously. Next, Morgans learned that Kaido and Whitebeard were fighting on the Ghost Island, and he rushed over. As a result, he saw an unprecedented chaos, but to Morgans's surprise, Whitebeard's side. Significantly fewer people. A lot of. What's the matter? Do they have another battlefield? Why are there so few people on Whitebeard's side? Morgans had a question. He was taking pictures of the battlefield while thinking about this issue, because there really shouldn't be only one on the battlefield. After all, he hasn't seen Whitebeard and Kaido himself. After filming the battle scenes of some key personnel, Morgans immediately began to look for the battlegrounds of Whitebeard and Kaido. After all, they were engaged in news. Morgans had an excellent sense of smell. Where mom fights. Zero look for flowers. Morgans couldn't describe his feelings. The 3-4 Emperor's level battles caused him to feel insecure after a few miles. Every time they attacked and collided with the ground vibrations and violent wind storms, they all make Morgans feel. There was a terrible breath. However, what made Morgans feel that his trip was not in vain was that he knew the information that the ant was not dead. Advertisement. Morgans held the camera and pressed the shutter madly towards the distance, because he could no longer take pictures smoothly. The speed of Whitebeard and others fighting was extremely fast, and Morgans could only take some blurry pictures, but this was for him. That's enough. Morgans took a look at the negative that he had taken, and it was vaguely visible that Whitebeard, Kaido, and the ant were fighting fiercely. Although it was a bit vague, it also proved the authenticity of the photo. 0. Unexpectedly, the ant is still alive, and also teamed up with Kaido to deal with Whitebeard. This must be news that shakes the world. I don't know if the outside world will change the direction of the wind. Morgans said to himself. Because after Whitebeard announced Kaido, most people at first occasionally read that Kaido is not Whitebeard's opponent, but now that Morgans has photographed too many aunts, the situation may be different. It seems that I have to leave this place, otherwise it will be too dangerous. Morgans was hit by a hot air stream again when they were talking, and the flames in the area where they were fighting had already been fierce, and it seemed that the ant had just released it. Own flame. Skill. But this also made Morgans feel that he was too dangerous. He had already taken the photos he should have, and it was not worth continuing to take risks. Therefore, Morgans immediately returned to the previous combat area and continued to shoot the war in person. At this time, Katakuri and others also log in from the other side of Wano-kuni in accordance with their mission. They are also very close to the Ghost Island, and under Whitebeard's order, they also brought very lots of gunpowder. Whitebeard is unwilling to let his pirates fight at the bottom, but the disadvantage of the number is indeed a considerable reason, so in order to make up for this disadvantage, Whitebeard decided to use mass destruction gunpowder. Chapter 412. 3 Plagues Admiral. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hurry up. The battle has already begun. Transport all these gunpowder right away. After Katakuri came to the Island of Ghosts, he quickly confirmed the battlefield information. He found that the battle had already begun, and the Island of Ghosts was already covered with a piece of it. It's a melee. So Katakuri immediately ordered his crew to start transporting gunpowder kegs full of gunpowder from the ship, and other cadres were also conducting command work. A large number of gunpowder barrels were transported from the ship and piled up like a hill. At this time, Smokey asked Katakuri, what should we do now? According to their original plan, these gunpowder should have been used to blow up Kaido's troops from the other side, but now it seems that they can't move from here to the other side. Because Katakuri and others saw countless 023 beasts on the battlefield, and there were also a large number of pirate ships around, they couldn't quietly arrange gunpowder, and they couldn't arrange it near the battlefield. No. Then he exploded himself directly. Katakuri pondered for a while, and he immediately said decisively, just set it up near the battlefield. But there are many Kaido troops around, we can't proceed quietly. Smokey asked immediately. Divided into 2 teams, I led Smokey Cracker and others to attract the attention of the pirates and fight them. The other pair was led by Puro Sparrow to arrange the gunpowder. We were divided into 2 groups. Katakuri said. Advertisement. After the plan was determined, everyone began to implement it. Katakuri led most of the elites suddenly broke into the battlefield. Although it was only on the periphery of the battlefield, it suddenly attracted the attention of Kaido's personnel. Peripheral also. There were some pirate groups stationed here, and they immediately launched an attack on Katakuri and others. Everyone is careful not to be greedy, just need to protect yourself immediately. Katakuri said to everyone, their task is to contain each other. After all, there are too many people on Kaido, and it feels endless at first glance. If you fight, it will inevitably get stuck in it. Smokey agreed with Cracker and other cadres, and then quickly plunged into the battle, fighting with the surrounding pirate groups. These pirate groups are not strong, but they are equivalent to fighting an entire pirate group by one person. It's this time, everyone proceed in secret. Sparrow said to his opponents, and they gradually began to arrange gunpowder. The arrangement of these gunpowder is also very simple. They don't need to arrange the gunpowder barrels neatly, and it may be more eye-catching. They only need to break the gunpowder barrels and mess up the gunpowder inside. Scattered too. It's fine on the ground. Not only that, they also spilled some kerosene along the way, but only in certain areas. Kata Curry and the others have come. It seems that the mission is going well, but we still have to cover them. Wentai in the middle of the battlefield has been by Aokiji and Enel's side, so there is no battle for the time being, nor there will be someone. Attack them rashly, and even if they attack, they will be easily repelled by Aokiji and others. Therefore, Wentai had enough time to observe the battlefield. He saw the arrival of Kata Curry and others, and was already arranging gunpowder. He felt that it was necessary to create some movement on the battlefield in order to attract Kaido group. Attention, avoid. Advertisement. The actions of Kata Curry and others were discovered. Enel, it's time to cover them. Wentai said to Enel. I saw Enel swayed his shoulders from side to side, and then turned his head. He rubbed his fists in anticipation, and smiled in his mouth. Really, it seems that he can finally move his muscles and bones. I saw Enel suddenly rise into the sky, his figure floating above the battlefield, and around him, there are constantly tiny electric currents being cast out, very dense, like a spider web, and when gathered, it also emits faint blue ray. That guy, is he going to make a move? Everyone is ready to fight. Quinn stared at Enel solemnly. On the Whitebeard ship, we only don't have relevant information about this guy. I really don't know what fruit power he is. Jack said a little uneasy. He felt that this unknown enemy was terrifying. The cadres of the original ant pirate group are also here. If they know that the ant is still alive, will they turn right away immediately? Jin also noticed that Kata Curry and others were fighting on the periphery. HMPH, they took refuge in Whitebeard directly after the war. I don't think they would care about Auntie. Jack said, despising them. In short, let's negotiate. If you can get them, you can expand some combat power and weaken Whitebeard's power. Quinn said. In the end, the task was handed over to Jack, and the remaining two were left to deal with Aokiji and Enel. I saw Enel shining a strong blue current in the sky. This is Enel deliberately charging. Can rely on this. Quote. Advertisement. A strong light to attract everyone. Let's let you watch a good show next. Enel laughed, and then he continued to hit the thunder from the bright light, all of which landed in the rear area of the Kaido group, and the battle between the Kaido group and the Whitebeard group was mainly concentrated in the front zone area. When Enel's lightning falls, it will blast the ground into a small pit and injure the surrounding people. Enel's lightning range is very large. He can control the area where the lightning falls at will, but those people can't activate Enel. Fight back. First of all, Enel is in the sky, and there is a certain distance. Therefore, many people know that Enel attacked them on the sky 5.1, but there is no way. The guy from Damn It, the master is the power of thunder and lightning. Quinn secretly cried out, because this ability is very tricky. Thunder and lightning are no better than other abilities. The range of lightning strikes is wide, the speed is fast, and the ability to break defenses is also very good. Strong. This pair of Quinn and others come. Saying that is definitely not good news. Maybe his masters is not proficient. I will meet him. Jin said immediately. He couldn't help but watch him keep getting hurt. Although Jin is not the oldest of the three plagues, his strength is undoubtedly the most powerful of the three plagues. He wears black clothes and wears goggles, and looks very stylish. As this the ancient species of zone, toothless pterosaur. Chapter 413. The strength of the three plagues. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Aokiji looked a little surprised at the ember transformed into a toothless pterosaur. Zone fruit was originally not common, and the ancient species was relatively rare, not to mention this ancient species that could fly. Even Aokiji was surprised. After being turned into a toothless pterosaur, he quickly rushed towards Enel in the sky, causing a turbulence in the air, and aware of the attack on himself, Enel also dodged flexibly under the blessing of the heart net. The speed is so fast, the sight must be very powerful. After a shot was defeated, Jin also had to be serious about the opponent in front of him. Next, A wider range of flames were released around Jin's body, the surrounding air also became hot, and he continued to pursue Enel. When Enel dodged, suddenly a bottle full of gas flew quickly from below, which was full of dangerous gas. Enel took a look and found that Quinn below was smiling at him. Plague Quinn produces these poisonous gases very much, but these things cannot be easily used on the battlefield, because poisonous gases attack indiscriminately, killing their own people while killing the enemy. However, at this time, Enel was several hundred meters in the air. At this altitude, a bottle of poison gas could not affect the battlefield below. Therefore, Quinn saw the right time to launch an attack on Enel. Enel subconsciously made a defense. He used lightning to smash the poison gas cylinder that came from the impact, but the poison gas inside was just released, and the green smoke immediately spread to the surroundings. Since it was known in advance that Quinn would do this, so Ember. Advertisement. Retreat completely at the first time. On the other hand, Enel was completely covered by the green poisonous gas. Although he immediately held his breath, the poisonous gas was still corrosive and immediately attached to Enel's body, which made him a little flustered. Damn it, what is this? Enel wanted to use lightning to clear these things, but it had no effect at all. Don't move. Aokiji's faint voice came, and Enel calmed down immediately. I saw that Aokiji released the power of freezing from a place not far from Enel, directly turning Enel into an ice sculpture, and together with the frozen, and the area around Enel, which made the poisonous gas unable to continue to spread, and also entered into the Enel respiratory tract. Damn Aokiji. It looks like this guy is getting stronger and stronger. Jin said regretfully. He already saw that Aokiji was not easy to deal with, but he didn't plan to use his strength at this time. But Doflamingo is needed. Brother dealt with Aokiji together. At this time, Doflamingo was making some observations, because he noticed certain actions by Katakuri and others in arranging gunpowder, but he did not reveal this information. It seems that Katakuri is going to blow up this place. Launching a gunpowder attack can indeed cause death and injury, but if it can be used. Doflamingo thought in his heart, although he hoped that Kaido could beat Whitebeard, but the best result is that Kaido also paid some price in this war. Advertisement. For example, in the subsequent gunpowder attack, Doflamingo hoped that both Whitebeard and Kaido's personnel would be injured, which is not necessarily a bad thing for him. Katakuri, you have to pay for it. Doflamingo secretly created a line puppet of his own, exactly the same as his own appearance. Doflamingo intends to control the puppet to fight, and then wait for the opportunity in secret. As a result, the Doflamingo puppet was born immediately, and at the same time, Quinn continued to launch a gas attack on Aokiji, wanting to destroy Aokiji and Enel together, but before the gas bottle exploded, Aokiji directly frozen it. However, this is already in Quinn's calculations, and Aokiji's exposure to Enel is planned. Enel, which has become an ice sculpture, fell directly from the air 100 meters. If it becomes an ice sculpture and is broken, then it will immediately die. Quinn and Jin both stared at the falling ice sculpture, waiting for him to be broken to pieces, but Wentai suddenly appeared and caught Enel. Wentai stretched out his palm and released a black aura. The power of the dark can absorb the power of other fruits. Under the power of the dark, the ice on Enel's body was slowly unraveled. Damn it, I was careless just now. Enel said with some dissatisfaction, letting Aokiji save himself at the beginning, which is really a shame. They are not weak. Be cautious. Wentai reminded. Don't worry, I will make them pay the price next. Enel said loudly. He flew into the sky again, and at the same time banged the drum behind him. A thunder dragon power quickly appeared in the sky, and a thunderous dragon roar sounded. LL. What a powerful force, it's tricky now. Quinn said solemnly. It's not that they can't cope with this kind of attack, but if Enel attacks the battlefield, it will definitely cause a large amount of casualties, and they have not been able to stop it. Advertisement. Bar. Their 3 plagues are all zone. Although their own defensive power is strong, they can't use their ability to create defense like Paramesh or Logia. Therefore, they can't block this kind of attack for others. I can only find a way to interrupt him. Jin's gaze has been staring at Enel. It is the best way for him to deal with these words in the air. Queen, Aokiji is handed over to you to contain it. Jin said to Quinn, and then he rushed up with a violent air current. Understood. Don't worry, leave it to me. Quinn immediately launched an attack on Aokiji after agreeing. A large number of bombs were thrown out, occupying all the space routes around Aokiji. In desperation, Aokiji froze a thick layer of ice on the surface of his body to protect himself, and a lot of bursting noises were quickly produced in the air. After the bomb ended, the ice layer on Aokiji's body was also blown up. Fell off. At this time, Wentai was worried about Enel, who was about to be attacked. Suddenly, a figure rushed over from a short distance. Wentai immediately pushed back a bit, just to hide behind the foot of the Doflamingo puppet. Although it was just a kick, it was full of hockey. If it was kicked, with Wentai's physical fitness, the battle was basically over. Moreover, dark fruit has its own shortcomings, and the injuries will be twice that of ordinary people, which makes Wentai even more unlikely to suffer much damage. Wow, so risky, you are, Doflamingo. Chapter 414. Admiral's Three Plagues. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After seeing the person who attacked him, Wentai suddenly showed a look of surprise. It was Doflamingo standing in front of him. Wentai was not surprised that Doflamingo would appear here. Because Whitebeard had anticipated this in advance, although Wentai didn't know what Whitebeard had anticipated, he believed in Whitebeard. Doflamingo and Kaido formed an alliance, and now Whitebeard came to defeat Kaido, then Doflamingo would naturally come to help, but Wentai was surprised that this Doflamingo actually attacked himself. You know, the most difficult thing to deal with on their side on the battlefield now is Aokiji and Enel. Doflamingo did not deal with those two people, but aimed at himself. This surprised Wentai, and he was almost succeeded. Doflamingo was standing in front of Wentai wearing sunglasses. He smiled with regret and said, "It's a pity, I almost wiped you out." Hearing this, Wentai immediately became serious, and he understood that this Doflamingo was really holding the heart to kill him, and it was definitely not a temptation. Doflamingo, it is not a wise choice to fight Whitebeard. I have also heard of some of your things. I hope you don't want to kill yourself. Wentai so as not to mock Doflamingo, while secretly thinking about countermeasures. Although his dark fruit is very powerful, its shortcomings are also obvious, and the opponent is Shichibukai. It can be said that he is a veteran of the pirates. He must have a lot of combat experience, which is very detrimental to him. HMPH, defeating you is my best choice, I have no retreat. Do you know what kind of power a person who has no retreat will burst out? Doflamingo still smiled and said, but his tone was full of sorrow breath. Of course I know, because I also have no retreat now. I want to defeat me. It is not so easy. Anyway, I am also a staff officer of the Whitebeard pirate group. Is myself. Advertisement. To deal with Doflamingo, he couldn't count on others to help him, otherwise he would drag others down on this battlefield. Once a little marine soldier, even if you are now the staff of the Whitebeard pirates, that can't change your humbleness and lowliness. A person's identity is determined from birth. Doflamingo said excitedly. And, after speaking, he shot immediately and directly attacked Wentai. Wentai did not use Dark Fruit's ability, because the opponent also did not use the fruit ability, and if he used it rashly, it would be easy to be caught at such a short distance, because Doflamingo's movements are too flexible. If you are attacked, you will be easily defeated. At any rate, Wentai has also gone through these 2 years of experience, so his physical skills have also improved a bit. In addition, he has never given up on Marine 6 styles, so he is basically a master now, but there are still some unskilled. HMPH, the little guy has some abilities. It's not an embroidered pillow. Doflamingo exclaimed as he attacked, but the attack became more severe as he spoke. Wentai did not answer, because he took the Doflamingo's attack and it was already a bit difficult. In fact, he didn't have many advantages, it was just the result of his cultivation and awakening fruit. Therefore, although it seems to be on the same level, Wentai is actually more strenuous and consumes more, so he has no time to answer Doflamingo's questions. Advertisement. On the other side, Aokiji was held back by Quinn for a short time, while Jin quickly attacked Enel. Enel also immediately noticed Jin's attack. He coldly said, "Want to attack me? Then let you see my power." I saw Enel instantly directing the direction of lightning strikes towards Jin, and Jin was suddenly struck by a large amount of lightning from above, and there was a rumbling sound in the sky. Damn it, the power of thunder and lightning is so strong, and the body is a bit paralyzed. Jin quickly flew out of the range of thunder and lightning, but his body was still struck by lightning, and the place struck by lightning was a little paralyzed. However, This pair of Jin did not cause any substantial damage. He still did not change his course and continued to attack Enel, and this time Enel did not have time to attack. Jin hit the air. What? Is this guy so fast? It seems that his lightning is not only used to attack, but can also have lightning speed. It is really a good fruit. Jin said with some admiration. However, although Enel is fast, physical skills are not his specialty. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated by Luffy. He could only keep a distance from Jin and then use the power of lightning to deal with him. And Jin has been chasing Enel in the sky, and flying does not consume much energy for him, so the two sides are entangled in this way. Enel can only occasionally launch some thunder and lightning, but they are all trivial attacks for Jin. Aokiji here is very easy to deal with Quinn. Quinn can't completely use the poisonous gas attack, so some of them are tied, and they are soon forced to reveal their true body by the powerful Aokiji. Quinn's fruit is the ancient Brachiosaurus fruit. Its power. It is also very powerful. Advertisement. Brachiosaurus bomb. I saw Quinn head down and impacted from above Aokiji, and a strong breath struck Aokiji, making Aokiji feel a powerful impact. If he was hit directly like this, I am afraid it would not be disabled. Huh. Shenglong Thorn. Aokiji didn't get out of the way for the first time. Instead, he summoned many ice blades on the ground instantly, and they stretched out from the ground like flowers and plants, and then Aokiji flashed to the side. In an instant, Quinn shocked. Come, just hit the area of the ice blade. With a loud bang, the ground was shaken violently. This huge movement also shocked the people on the battlefield. They thought that something crisis was about to happen, and they continued to fight after waiting and watching. Quinn's body shape after transformation was very huge, and the impact force of the Brachiosaurus bomb was really not small, destroying all the ice blades made by Aokiji, and Quinn himself was not harmed. Is this the strength of the ancient species of Zone? The body is really hard. Aokiji exclaimed slightly. Although he was easy to deal with these four Emperor's subordinates, it was not easy to solve them in a short while. After all, these three disasters are all rough skins. Thick. Chapter 415. The Land of Ice. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Thank you. It's far worse than our big brother. Quinn replied triumphantly. Sure enough, it is Beast's pirates, but you only have this advantage. Aokiji said lightly. After Quinn got bigger, it was easier to attack Aokiji, and it was also very easy for him to be attacked by Aokiji. After all, such a big body was like a living target. At this time, the beasts of the Kaido group were finally reintegrated, and Kaido's subordinates relaunched the Beast Impact. Groups of wild beasts were gathered and were released directly from the rear. They attacked the outside like a wave of beasts, and made waves of wild beasts. No, it's the herd. Aokiji frowned slightly. He thought that Kaido would still care about his own people, but the herd was released like this, and even their own crew were trampled a lot. Many Kaido crew members were trampled to pieces in the group of wild animals, and even before they died, they had no time to scream. The battles on the periphery also stopped quickly after hearing the screams of wild animals, and then fled outside. Damn it, are they a pirate group? Why don't you care about your own people? Katakuri, who was fighting, looked at the situation in the distance and said solemnly, and the 023 pirates that had blocked him had just stopped, and they fled outside. The impact of the beasts is no joke. Although Kotaku, Lee and the others are in the outermost part of the war zone, but the impact speed of these beasts is very fast, and it will not take much to attack. Advertisement. Marco and others who fought with the Flying Six Powers were also affected, but they each had a way to avoid it, especially Marco. He was able to fly in the air, so there was no problem, but unfortunately, those samurai and some Akasaku 9. Shaw has received a serious crisis. Help, help. Thousands of samurai are constantly calling for help. Some of them have been trampled by beasts, while others are running desperately. In this group, Kaido's men also escaped with them. Both sides are here. Sometimes it seems very harmonious. When a samurai was about to be trampled by a beast, suddenly a sword light flashed. This huge elephant was beheaded by Denjiro, who heard the sound. He has saved many samurai, but his power still can't stop the beast in front of me. Shock. And those samurai will be overtaken by the beast sooner or later. Damn it, it's no way to go on like this. Kawatsu, Shutenmaru, the three of us stay and block, and buy them time. Schwanjiro said to Shutenmaru and Kawatsu. The three of them are basically Akazumaru. The existence of the top 3 in strength among the knights. Don't be kidding, how could we stop so many beasts? He-song said in surprise. Moreover, even if we can buy time, we are afraid that we will not be able to save them if we sacrifice. Jutianwan said calmly. At this moment, Aokiji's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and saw his hands on the ground, slowly spit out a few words. The land of ice. The huge freezing force extended from the ground to the front, and expanded infinitely. Almost instantly, the earth turned into a piece of white snow, the freezing force continued to extend, and the large amount of cold air also gave the beasts to the ice. Sealed off. Advertisement. Above the ice layer, they are like ice sculptures, which are crystal clear. Okay. So strong. Denjiro and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes, the strength of a single person could do this. Don't be stunned, the battle will continue. Aokiji said back to them. At this time, Denjiro also noticed that those Doflamingo cadres were also escaping with them, and they were now not far from them. HMPH, brothers, the crisis is over, show your anger and kill them. Schwanjiro shouted angrily, and their morale doubled for a while, and the cadres of Brother Defran ABFB, Ming also welcomed them. Go up, the two sides continue to fight. Come, it's now. Quinn's voice suddenly appeared behind Aokiji. Aokiji was bound to be a little weak after releasing such a large power. Quinn also saw the timing. The heavy impact hit. Aokiji did not dodge, the whole person was impacted a long distance. Quinn was very happy with a hit. This hand is really amazing, but you are not omniscient and omnipotent, right? Aokiji suffered some injuries. He wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, do you think it's over now? It's just beginning now. After Aokiji adjusted his condition, he immediately launched a counterattack against Quinn, and this time his attack was exceptionally swift, probably because he was sneak attacked just now, which made Aokiji a little angry. He even gave up the defense he should have, and attacked with full force. NS. Quinn. Advertisement. Aokiji turned his fist into an ice fist and covered it with armament hockey, attacking Quinn frantically. With Quinn's physical strength, Rao felt pain. He was completely suppressed by Aokiji and couldn't make it any valid counterattack until he was kicked out by Aokiji for the last time. Aokiji looked at the front indifferently. Quinn stood up immediately after flying out and hitting the ground. This surprised Aokiji. His attack did not have much effect. Quinn's body was firmer than he expected, and Lien Quinn. With this intensity, Kaido is probably more perverted, and Aokiji is a little bit eager to see how the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido is. Damn it, just used so much power. There is such a big explosive power. The former Marine Admiral really cannot be underestimated. So many years, except for the big brother, you are the first to leave a scar on me. However, it can be with Marine. It was an honor for Admiral to fight against each other. Quinn stood up and continued walking. I am not a Marine Admiral right now, I am the Whitebeard Pirate General. Aokiji said lightly. I don't know why you want to join the Whitebeard Pirates. If you are willing to come to us, I believe everyone will welcome you. Quinn tried to persuade Aokiji to change his position, but this was obviously naive. Interestingly, why do you think I will join you? Besides, your defeat is set, I am afraid it is unnecessary. Aokiji said. What, do you say that our defeat is settled? I'm afraid that may not be true. Are you so confident? Quinn questioned angrily. Because I believe in our captain. Aokiji said lightly. Chapter 416. Whitebeard and Kaido. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, the battlefield of Ghost Island is already in chaos and chaos. There are battles and blood everywhere, and even more striking is that there is a snow-white land of ice in the middle area, which is full of all kinds of things. Ice sculptures of beasts. The battles on the battlefield are everywhere. The Chisao 9 heroes fought fiercely with Doflamingo's cadres. Although Doflamingo's cadres are very strong, Schwanjiro, Shutenmaru, and Kawatsu are not vegetarians. Both you come. I think it will be difficult to solve the battle in a short time. The fight between Marco and the others with the flying six powers was slightly easier. Marco's current strength can defeat the three plagues, not to mention the flying six powers. It didn't take much time, and Marco quickly defeated him. Foz, and began to wait and see. Battlefield. As the samurai faced too much pressure from the huge Kaido pirates, Marco did not hesitate to assist them, and the remaining captains continued to fight the flying six powers. However, When Jinbei was fighting Drake, he was definitely a little curious. Drake, why don't you use your full strength? Jinbei has some doubts. From just now, Drake seems to be just dealing with him. There is no sign of desperate attacks, and he only seeks to protect himself during the battle, which makes Jinbei feel very strange. Jinbei, I know I am not your opponent, but you also didn't use your full strength either. Drake said. Drake, I know something about you. Anyway, I have also been Shichibukai. I know, you were Marine Rear Admiral before, right? Jinbei said suddenly. That's right, Drake is indeed a Marine Rear Admiral. He was rescued by Marine when he was a child, and his father was also a Marine, but later became a pirate. Advertisement. And now, Drake has also embarked on the same path as his father. To become a Rear Admiral, it should not be easy to surrender to the enemy because of this level. Generally speaking, his beliefs have been finalized. NS. Of course, Aokiji is a special exception, because he failed to compete with Akainu for Martial Marine, and joined the Whitebeard pirates with his own ideas. And now, Drake joins the Kaido group, which makes Jinbei unable to see his way of doing things, and living in Wano-kuni, he doesn't know what Kaido does. You have already quit Shichibukai, and this information is irrelevant to you. Drake replied. Really, this is not necessarily true. I think you should be Marine's undercover agent. Jinbei said very positively. What? You? Drake suddenly showed a look of surprise and nervousness. Although he quickly controlled himself, he still convinced Jinbei of his guess. It seems that I was right. You really are Marine's undercover agent. I said, how could a Marine Rear Admiral be willing to be Kaido's running dog so easily? Jinbei continued. These are all your guesses. My current captain is Kaido-sama, and I am no longer loyal to Marine. Drake calmed down and said to Jinbei. HMPH, it's useless for you to keep your mouth hard now. Marine will send some undercover agents to the Four Emperors pirates. It's no surprise, but I didn't expect that you, undercover, have been lurking for so long before the Sabayati incident. You were deploying. Got it, Jinbei said after thinking about the past. Damn, he saw it. Jinbei, who deserves to be a Shichibukai, knows more about the Marine government than the average person, and his vision is quite sophisticated and vicious, so he shouldn't be chosen as his opponent in the first place. Drake. He said in his heart that he regrets a bit now, regretting that he shouldn't fight Jinbei. Advertisement. The exposure of the undercover identity is absolutely very dangerous for Drake. If his identity is disclosed, then the Kaido pirates will definitely not tolerate him, and now the Whitebeard pirates will not necessarily let him go, because Marine bedroom. The bottom has always been hated by pirates. Therefore, no matter what Jinbei said, Drake refused to admit it, but Jinbei himself had determined that Drake was the master, and Jinbei did not intend to fight Drake anymore. Drake, now give you a chance, you can leave here right away, otherwise you are really helping Kaido, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Jinbei issued a warning. Drake hesitated, he still followed Jinbei said. The two of them gave up, just pretending to knock down the cliff. Zero asked for flowers. Drake fell along the way down the mountain. After he transformed into an ancient species, he resisted some damage, but in the end Drake was still seriously injured. He immediately contacted the members of Marine's secret force. Kirby. Drake is the captain of the secret special unit, Sword, of Marine headquarters, and Kirby is his subordinate. Captain, do you have any instructions? Kirby asked immediately. Now the island has started war, but the Whitebeard pirates didn't have many people. They were all captains, so Marine can't launch an attack on Whitebeard yet. Drake said. I see. Zero. Advertisement. Also, this time may be a good opportunity to deal with Whitebeard, because the ant is not dead, and Kaido has joined forces to deal with Whitebeard. If Marine finds the right opportunity to deal with Whitebeard, then there is a great chance of winning the elimination of Whitebeard. Understood. I will report the news to the government immediately. Is there anything else I need to explain, Captain? In addition, my identity was exposed. During the battle, Jinbei guessed that I was Marine's undercover agent. I am afraid I can't stay here anymore. Captain, hide yourself first. I'll report to you right away, and try to send a fleet to pick you up as soon as possible. Well, that's it. Hanging up the phone, Drake let out a long sigh of relief, and suddenly a familiar voice appeared in his ear. Isn't this Drake? How come he appeared outside the battlefield? Could it be that he was defeated by Whitebeard's men? There was a bit of joking and ridicule in this tone, which made Drake a little dissatisfied. He turned his head and saw Arp, Hawkins, Rouge, Bonnie and others standing not far from him. It's you. Drake was relieved. It's really surprising that you guys came here so soon. Are you going to see the excitement or join the war? Drake asked again. Ha ha ha. Even if we are a small character in the war, just come to see the excitement, Kaido and Whitebeard, no matter which side is too far away for us. Rouge said. Chapter 417. Birdcage. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. These 4 supernovas all came to Wano-Kuni from different places, and they also met one after another. In addition, in the original book, both Arp and Hawkins took refuge in Kaido, but since Whitebeard was reborn, the world line has been completely changed. Kaido Pirates. However, although Apple admires Whitebeard, he did not choose to join the Whitebeard Pirates, because he heard about Kid and others. There are too many strong sub-pirate groups. But when I came here this time, Apu wanted to see the power of Whitebeard with his own eyes, and at the same time to see if there was a chance to join the Whitebeard Pirates in a decent way. Let's go. Let's not waste time here. The above is the battlefield. I really hope to see the fighting of the 2 4 emperors, Whitebeard and Kaido. Bonnie said impatiently. I advise you not to go anymore, it's dangerous. Drake said to them. Ha ha ha. Drake, don't look down on people, even on the battlefield we are not so easy to get into trouble. Rouge said confidently. Then it's up to you. Drake didn't care about them anymore, but chose to leave here immediately and find a safe place to hide, waiting for follow-up news from the Marine government. So, Apu and these people went up the mountain afterwards. When he landed on the island of ghosts, he found that the fighting here was very fierce, and there were strong people everywhere, not just ordinary people fighting. Advertisement. Any one of these powerhouses, I am afraid they can easily defeat them, which makes Apu and others a little lamented. Sure enough, it is the battle of the 4 emperors. The Kaido pirate group is really powerful. How many years will it take to develop on such a scale to form? Rouge exclaimed. I was even more surprised that there were not many people in the Whitebeard pirates. Compared with the Kaido pirates, they were very few. And they even blocked the Kaido pirates. It's incredible. Apu exclaimed. Yes, there is Aokiji in the Whitebeard pirates. He can reach half of the Kaido pirates alone. There is also the guy who thunders in the sky. The power is really terrifying. No wonder Whitebeard only takes so many people to challenge Kaido. Bo. Ni also analyzed. Speaking of speaking, I don't know where Whitebeard and Kaido are. They should be deeper in the island of ghosts. Apu looked around and did not see Whitebeard and Kaido and others. He was very looking forward to seeing Whitebeard and Kaido fighting. I think that might have to go through this area to see in the Ghost Island. Bonnie said. Although I also want to see the battle of the 4 emperors, if I really did this, wouldn't it be crazy? Rouge immediately objected, because he felt that going through this war zone would definitely suffer a lot. Attack. In the chaos of Beijing, no one can tell if it is an enemy. As long as they find that they are not their own, they must be attacked. In the worst case, they will be attacked by the Whitebeard and Kaido pirates at the same time. If we pass through like this, I am afraid it is not so easy, and we will suffer unexpected attacks. Apu also said, passing through the battlefield of the 2 Imperial-level pirate groups, which sounds a bit crazy, so Apu is naturally cannot accept. Advertisement. I also think that this is completely cannon fodder behavior. Hawkins also said. What, are you all so timid? Bonnie couldn't help letting out a voice of contempt when everyone was opposed. It's not a timid question, okay, unless there is any way, it would be a death-seeking behavior to go straight through. It is a battlefield with characters like Aokiji, just the aftermath can kill us. Rouge said. It would be great if the Straw Hat Boy was here. Apu said suddenly. Are you talking about that guy Luffy? What's the use of him? Bonnie asked curiously. The fruit of the Straw Hat Boy is rubber, which can be stretched and stretched at will, and there is no pain. As long as it is not hit by hockey, it is basically fine. Apu explained. But that guy is not here, and I don't think he will help us. Rouge said. Suddenly, a group of people stagnated at the edge of the battlefield. Seeing the terrible degree and huge scale of the battlefield ahead, they did not dare to risk zero. Unless those strong men attack, and the poison gas released by Quinn, although it is not released on a large scale, it is also spread over many areas. The naked eye looks like a piece of green smoke, and the entire battlefield looks very dangerous. At this time, there were some changes in the battlefield. First, Doflamingo, who was fighting Wentai, suddenly changed his actions, but in fact this was not the real Doflamingo. The real Doflamingo had been watching in secret. Quote. Advertisement. Doflamingo, who has been fighting Wentai, is just a line puppet. Doflamingo has observed that Aokiji, Marco and others are more and more inclined to the area where Katakuri and others are in the battle. This is really a good opportunity. Doflamingo made a decisive move. He immediately recovered his line puppet, and then quickly jumped into the air, releasing his greatest awakening skill, Birdcage. Numerous small and hard lines radiated from the middle point towards the surroundings, and then gradually fell down, forming a huge birdcage, which sealed all the people inside. Doflamingo has been looking for this opportunity. After a wave of beasts just now, the space on the Whitebeard pirate group has been compressed a lot. Now basically all Baihu 5.1 pirate group personnel including the outer Katakuri have been stuck in the cage. However, at the same time, many of the Kaido group's strong players were trapped inside, including the Three Plagues and the Flying Six Powers, as well as many Kaido's pirate groups. Is it Doflamingo? There is such a method. Aokiji glanced at the composition of Birdcage. He used his ice blade to try to cut it, but it didn't produce any effect. The appearance of Birdcage not only attracted the attention of the Whitebeard pirates, but also caused uneasiness in the Kaido pirates, because Doflamingo's Birdcage was not in the pre-plan, and the cadres such as the Three Plagues were all embarrassed. Force him. We don't even know that Doflamingo has this ability. And Doflamingo did it suddenly, not informing them at all, which made them a little surprised. Chapter 418. Three Emperors Melee. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Doflamingo, what are you doing? Jin asked Doflamingo immediately. Since Doflamingo release Birdcage must be within the range of Birdcage to maximize the firmness, so Doflamingo is also in Birdcage at this time. Faced with Jin's question, Doflamingo immediately replied with a smile. Jin, I am here to trap them, so that you can deal with them together and prevent them from escaping. Damn fool, so our people can't come in, and their people are all gathered together. Jin immediately scolded. Doflamingo's hand seemed to trap the Whitebeard pirates and wanted to kill it, but it was actually right. Kaido pirates. The weakening. Because a large number of Kaido forces outside cannot enter this birdcage is not only sharp and extremely strong, even if a shell hits it, it cannot shake the birdcage, and the shell will be cut into two pieces by the line. Therefore, Jin was very angry. At this time, Doflamingo said again, Jin, this is also to protect the people outside, so that Quinn can use poison gas unscrupulously. Faced with Doflamingo's reasons, Jin always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell, but this was not a solution. Jin didn't have to continue arguing with Doflamingo, and he immediately contacted Quinn. Quinn, let's use your biochemical weapons to deal with them. Jin said to Quinn. It turns out that this is the case, let them all separate first, and it's up to me later. Quinn immediately became excited, and he had already begun to prepare his various weapons. Advertisement. Under Jin's operation, the Kaido pirates in Birdcage all stopped, and they all gathered to one side, while the Whitebeard pirates gathered on the other side, and the two sides confronted each other. Aokiji and others stared at each other closely. Some people tried to break through Birdcage, but they were unable to do so. It seems that they are trying to narrow the scope to deal with us. Then you all will be more careful. Aokiji said to everyone. It's a pity that they trapped Katakuri in two, so it's hard to say that they have already observed Katakuri and the others. Wentai said with some anxiety. Now here is full of gunpowder, and there is some kerosene. If there is a fire here, the consequences will be very unfavorable. Katakuri said solemnly. Due to the fact that they were very concealed beforehand, even they themselves cannot accurately determine the specific location of the gunpowder. And even if they know it now, it is impossible to prevent the other party from not using the flame. Once these strong gunpowder burns, it will cause serious consequences. Even if they can protect themselves, they cannot protect these thousands of warriors, and even if they are the captains, they dare not say that they will be safe and safe. Fortunately, we didn't use flames here, but the other side, Wentai said slightly. Everyone's eyes were watching at this time. The directions of their gazes were surprisingly consistent, because they all knew that in the Kaido camp, that a blaze ember uses flames. Jin is not only using the flame ability, even in normal times, there will be flames burning on his body, and his skills can easily ignite here. Jin, leave it to me to deal with, you deal with other people. Aokiji said first. His freezing power can restrain the opponent, and when he gets serious, Jin can't use flames to attack the ground. After speaking, Aokiji rushed directly, and a tyrannical freezing force instantly unfolded, and a large amount of cold air was transmitted to the surroundings at once, and began to spread wildly. This freezing force formed an icicle in front of it. Kaido. Advertisement. The camp separated all at once. Then, Aokiji hit Jin's body with a frozen fist, and directly flew it out. Aokiji's strength has been fully expanded. This terrible speed and power shocked everyone on Kaido's side. However, Aokiji didn't say anything. Then there was another burst of absolute cold air released, and he was very close to the Kaido camp. These air conditioning froze several of Doflamingo's cadres in an instant, and the others woke up. Disperse and retreat a lot at the same time. Brothers, go. At this time, Marco gave an order, and several captains rushed up with him. Due to the influence of Aokiji, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates increased greatly, and the fighting spirits were very high, and they broke out. Strong combat power. Whitebeard. The Kaido group in the cage was suppressed. When Quinn saw that Jin was beaten into the air, he quickly shot. He quickly threw many bombs and gas bombs to the Whitebeard pirate group. It's now. Wentai has been chatting with Quinn, and his dark power is at this time. At this time, a huge dark vortex formed in the air, and bursts of attraction erupted. Those bombs and gas bombs had not spread before they spread. Are sucked into it together. No power is produced. How is it possible, this? Seeing that his attack was completely cracked, Quinn was also a little annoyed. He immediately attacked Quinn. At this time, Katakuri quickly rushed over, his armed body blocking Wentai's front. Advertisement. Damn, you guys, didn't Jack tell you just now, your aunt is still alive? Not only that, she is also united with more than Guy 023, don't you follow the aunt, and continue to follow Whitebeard to deal with your mom. Mom. Quinn roared at Katakuri. Jack. That guy doesn't have any abilities at all, but the skin is thicker. Katakuri said lightly. It turned out that when Jack came to Katakuri to persuade him, Katakuri led his brothers and sisters to defeat him, but now, Jack does not know where he is lying. This idiot, he failed so quickly. Quinn suddenly scolded. Don't worry, it will be with you soon. At this time, Wen Taideng shot his hand, aiming at Quinn as a secret force. Danger. Quinn was keenly aware of the danger of the dark power. He immediately pushed Katakuri away with all his strength, and immediately backed away to evade. After Bing was beaten by Aokiji, he realized that there was a big gap between him and Aokiji. He also became cautious. This Doflamingo asked him to use the power of fire. After being informed, Jin noticed the gunpowder on the ground immediately, and Jin yelled, Jack, Jack. Jack, who was lying on the ground covered by a large patch of glutinous rice and candy, also yelled immediately after hearing the sound, but his voice was not noticed because of the noisy battlefield. Chapter 419. Luffy appears. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I don't want to be defeated just like that. An angry Jack thought that he was defeated by Katakuri and others. He was still trapped here, unable to participate in the battle at all. His heart was also full of anger, and he began to struggle fiercely. However, due to the stickiness of these candies and glutinous rice, Jack was unable to use his strength at all, and when he was defeated by Katakuri and others, he had not used his full strength at all, that is, he had not yet transformed. At this moment, Jack struggled for a long time and couldn't get out. He immediately transformed into a mammoth colossus in a hurry, and his huge body broke all the restraints on his body at once. At the same time, when Jack transformed himself, he also uttered his majestic roar as the Elephant Master, and Jack rushed to the location of Jin after he got out. When Jack was running, the ground was shaking again and again, letting everyone know that he had noticed the huge body. Smoke, I'm here, Jack said to Jin after running over. There will be an explosion here later, use your huge body to protect our people. Yan said to Jack. Okay, no problem. After Jack agreed, Jin also smiled at Aokiji, and the flames all over his body burned violently, and Jin started to throw the flames on his body frantically. Advertisement. These groups of small flames are constantly being swept out from Jin's body. As long as a group of flames falls around the kerosene or gunpowder, then a chain of explosions and combustion will occur. However, Aokiji was originally to guard against Jin to do this, so his freezing power is also full, and the space area around Aokiji is full of cold breath, and it continues to extend to the surroundings. This is an extremely consuming technique, but in order to protect the samurai from harm, Aokiji can only do so. Under his cold air, the flames quickly extinguished after they radiated. Damn it! Jin cursed secretly, then secretly faster, and at the same time began to shift his position, but during this period Aokiji had been guarding strictly, extinguishing all the flames he emitted. I'll help you, Jack roared, then rushed to Aokiji violently, and raised the long trunk to Aokiji. At this moment, the muscle-filled trunk is matched with armament hockey, like a hard steel whip, bringing a while. The wind howled. With a swish, the steel whip came in front of Aokiji. Aokiji didn't want to fight against these zone's fruit abilities. It's shot again. Aokiji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he subconsciously wanted to stop it, but a small air current came from behind. Aokiji quickly reached out to his back, and he caught a thin thread that wanted to attack him in time. I was caught, but it's okay, it's already time. Doflamingo laughed triumphantly. This is his puppet trick. It was Doflamingo that used this thin thread to penetrate the human body to manipulate people. The goal of. Oops. Aokiji screamed that it was bad. Because of his own response to the attack, he didn't have time to stop Jin. The flames from Jin had already hit the ground, and that area was the area of kerosene. Advertisement. The earth burned in an instant, and some of the surrounding samurai were quickly spread by the flames, and many people began to scream. Tesla immediately created many water-filled bubbles and extinguished the flames on the warriors, while Katakuri shouted, "It's going to explode, everyone, be careful." As soon as the voice fell, a strong explosion occurred, and then there were continuous explosions. The rumbling noises produced by the explosions were continuous, and the smoke produced covered all the vision within Birdcage. I can't see anything. This battlefield is really too dangerous. Arouge said in a frightened voice. Even here is so dangerous. It can be seen that the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido is even more terrifying. Do you all want to see it? Arouge asked. Go. Of course I'm going. What's to be afraid of? You all have become less courageous after entering the new world one by one. Bonnie looked at them with great momentum. HMPH, what do you know? We were too ignorant before, thinking that becoming a dazzling supernova is the beginning of the dazzling. In fact, there is nothing in New World, just a four emperors general star is so terrible, we are still too far small. Arouge said. In the past, he didn't know that the sky was high and the earth was thick, and he had the courage to challenge a general star under his ant. At that time, it took a lot of effort to defeat him, but he was quickly cleaned up by another general star. Me. Okay. Everyone knows that you have challenged your ant, but the person you are fighting against is no longer a general star, and has long been expelled by the ant. Apu corrected. That was also removed after I was defeated. Arouge insisted. At this time, in Wanokuni, another group of pirates came here, that is, the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy and others successfully entered Wanokuni by the waterfall. Advertisement. Later, Luffy and others rushed to the Ghost Island immediately after they heard that Whitebeard and Kaido were fighting on the Ghost Island. However, on the way, Straw Hat crew ran into Crocodile. Straw Hat boy, long time no see. Crocodile said first. It's you, why are you here? Luffy asked with a look of surprise, and at the same time made a fight. HMPH, I will wash away the shame of being defeated by you sooner or later, but I don't intend to fight you now. Crocodile snorted. Oh, are you also watching the show? Luffy asked curiously. Yes. At this time, everyone was more concerned about the war between Whitebeard and Kaido, so there was not much communication. They soon went on the road together. After boarding the Ghost Island, they also met Apu and others. Luffy, the Straw Hat boy, I didn't expect you to come. We are waiting for you. Apu said happily after seeing Luffy. Luffy boy, quickly transform into big balloons and take us over. Bonnie ordered directly. Ah, what are you talking about? I came to Whitebeard, why didn't I see him? Luffy looked at the battlefield and asked again. Hey, isn't this the original Shichibukai crocodile? Why are you so interested? Rouge joked. Everyone is each other. I didn't expect Whitebeard to bring so few people. Crocodile responded with a roar and immediately began to observe the situation on the battlefield. Chapter 420. Whitebeard's Toughness. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's really lively. At that time, the supernova that Sabayati had gathered was half coming. Zoro said with a smile. This sister is really beautiful. Is it convenient for me to hold it? Sanji leaned in front of Bonnie. Although Bonnie behaved wildly, he looked very beautiful. If you can you show me the panties by the way? Brooke also said. You guys, don't shame me. Nami immediately punched them both. In the ensuing time, these supernovae discussed and finally decided to see the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido at once, and Luffy also agreed to take them across the battlefield. Rubber balloon. Luffy took a big breath in an instant, and suddenly inflated his body into a huge balloon, and then everyone rode on Luffy's body. Everyone, hurry up and take off. Luffy said excitedly. How did we move? Float past. Arp asked. But the next moment, Luffy told him the answer by action, and saw Luffy float into the air, instantly ejecting the belly from his stomach, and using reverse thrust to push them forward in the air. Advertisement. Luffy and others passed through this huge battlefield at an unimaginable speed, until Luffy's gas leaked out, his body became smaller, and all of them fell into the O23. Oh, I fell to death. Luffy boy is really unreliable. Apu said. A safe landing. Great. Luffy cheered. He didn't feel any pain. Others all stood up one after another, and they quickly noticed the three large figures in the distance for the first time. Whitebeard, Ant, Kaido, the three are fighting fiercely. Although Whitebeard is tall, the ant is bigger, and Kaido is bigger than the ant. Therefore, Kaido and the ant joined hands to deal with Whitebeard. The height gap between them formed a strong contrast. In the vision of Apu and others, the picture displayed was that two giants were dealing with a human being. At the position where Whitebeard and others were fighting, the surroundings were already in a state of various changes, thunder and lightning, and raging flames, and this seemed to be their warm-up stage. Because they heard Whitebeard say this, Whitebeard said to Kaido and Auntie, "Goo ha ha ha, the warm-up phase is almost over, you can take it out if you have any skills." Damn it, this Whitebeard really can't ABFB, as generally able to deal with, why are those guys not coming? Kaido is already sweating in his heart, and it can be seen from Whitebeard's words that Whitebeard has not shown his strength at all, even though they did not show all the strength, but this can also explain certain problems. The guys Kaido thought in his heart were referring to Quinn and others. The plan they made was to include Quinn and the three to deal with Whitebeard, but they would first stabilize the situation on the battlefield, but now, some time has passed. NS. Jack and others still didn't come over, so Kaido couldn't help wondering if there would be any changes in the battlefield situation. HMPH, Whitebeard, I tell you, you don't want to be so arrogant, even if you are at the top now, what will happen to you? The fate of Roger will be the same in the future. The ant yelled to Whitebeard angrily. Advertisement. Auntie didn't die. Crocodile and others were suddenly surprised. Goohahaha. Linlin, I didn't think that after you escaped from the dead, nothing has changed. It's hard for people to follow you like you. Whitebeard said with a smile. Damn it. Whitebeard's words reminded the ant that her subordinates had taken refuge in Whitebeard, which made her feel angry. Heaven is on fire. The ant angrily summoned her strongest homits and emitted a powerful pillar of fire. A pillar of flame with a very wide radius directly impacted from the sky. In the field of vision of Crocodile and others, the entire area was completely covered by the flame cover. And the terrible temperature even distorted the space. At the moment when the flame beam impacted, a hot air current spread to the surroundings, making Crocodile and others feel the hot temperature for several miles away. As Whitebeard attacked, Apu asked, covering his eyes. Under the spreading heat, their eyes were also affected. It's a terrible power, but Whitebeard should be fine. If the ant can deal with Whitebeard, then she won't be defeated before. Crocodile said. Beautiful. That might be the case, isn't Kaido still added? Rouge said. Burn it, Whitebeard. In the middle of the heat, the ant felt a kind of ultimate happiness. This kind of retaliatory attack on Whitebeard made her very satisfied. Is it only this level? Whitebeard's voice came from the flame beam. Advertisement. Sure enough, it's just that I can't deal with him. Kaido got serious, and rushed in Whitebeard's direction with the huge mace in his hand. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido swung past at a very fast speed, and the iron and steel mace was still entwined with the power of thunder and lightning. With the fall of Kaido's mace, the entire ground where Whitebeard was on was attacked and collapsed, and the surrounding ground was shattered like gravel, and the whole earth was trembling. With this terrifying aura, Whitebeard is in danger. Urouge exclaimed. Is this the battle of the four emperors? This is too terrifying. Bonnie was full of shock at this time. Hawkins, use your magic to calculate. Are you injured? Arp immediately looked at Hawkins. This guy has always pretended to be a magician, but he is destined. At this time, there was still a lot of fire and smoke in front of them, so they couldn't see clearly, so Crocodile was also very interested in watching Hawkins set up his cards. The probability of Whitebeard being injured is, Hawkins drew a card from it and slowly turned it over. 0. As the card flipped, Hawkins also spit out the last word. The probability of Whitebeard being injured is also 0, that is, he does not exist under an attack of this level. This result is a bit certain in the past, which makes people unbelievable. Even Hawkins himself was a little surprised, but he believed in his cards. Impossible, and plus Kaido, such a powerful attack, Whitebeard can't do nothing at all. Urouge said with doubts, in his cognition, this kind of attack is already at the peak of the strong. Chapter 421. The Straw Hat Pirates participate in the battle. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone stared at the battlefield closely, trying to see the actual situation from the smoke. Most people thought that Whitebeard should be injured. After all, these people have also seen the situation of Whitebeard during the war at the top through projection. Although they all say that Whitebeard has changed after reappearing, these are all hearsay after all. And the information obtained through hearsay never really sees that specific and truthfulness, so they don't think that Whitebeard can be safe under the cooperation of Andy and Kaido. This fellow Whitebeard, won't he fall down so soon, although the other party is the four emperors, but you are Whitebeard. Crocodile has not seen Whitebeard's figure reappear for a long time, and he can't help but feel a little anxious. However, Whitebeard quickly dispelled their doubts. He was indeed unscathed in the attack just now, and Whitebeard blocked Kaido's attack with shock. It's just that Kaido's attack is indeed powerful, and its impact still shatters the surrounding ground. I don't know how powerful this wave is. From the point of view of strength, Wable looks like your son, Kaido. The power of the strongest creature is really powerful. Whitebeard reappeared in the vision of the two of them and said to Kaido. This sounded like an admiration of Kaido, but Kaido felt that he was sarcastic, because with such a powerful blow, Whitebeard didn't leave any traces on his body, and he looked very relaxed, which made Kaido look at him a lot dignified. Whitebeard, you really are not so easy to deal with. It seems that this battle will last a long time. Kaido said slightly. In fact, this is also beyond his expectation. It is impossible to defeat Whitebeard soon, otherwise Whitebeard can't be. The Marine government issued such a high bounty. Advertisement. That's not necessarily. Whitebeard replied faintly. The implication was that they might fail quickly. This also made Kaido a little annoyed. They were four emperors, and being so despised by Whitebeard was also unacceptable to them. Then continue fighting. Either you die or we die today. Kaido roared angrily. Well said, either you are dead or we are dead, Whitebeard, the old and new hatred will be returned to you together. The ant also roared. Then the ant and Kaido furiously attacked Whitebeard. The collision of powerful forces caused the surrounding space to be broken, and people in the distance felt a serious crisis. After a while, there may be a spreading shock wave, or a flow of heat, or the force of a shock. In short, this environment full of power and collision and cannot allow them to stay peacefully. It's too dangerous here, maybe it will be swallowed by a force, let's leave first. Urouge said to everyone. This proposal was quickly implemented, a group of people quickly fled here, and staying here will only be one step closer to death. However, after these people showed up, they were immediately surrounded by the Kaido pirates. It turned out that the movement they caused when they passed through the battlefield just now attracted the attention of the Kaido pirates. However, because those people entered the battlefield between Whitebeard and Kaido, the Kaido pirates did not dare to enter, so they had to guard a little farther away. Take them down to me immediately. Several pirate captains ordered at the same time, and groups of pirates began to attack them. Damn it, it was attacked for no reason. Bonnie scolded suddenly. There are too many people. It seems that we can't get out for a while. Apu said helplessly. This is basically the area of the Kaido pirates, and they are everywhere. An easy thing. Advertisement. And now because of Birdcage, these Kaido pirates can't attack Aokiji and Marco. They have discovered Apu, so naturally they have to exert some effort. It really wasn't a wise choice to interfere in the war between the four emperors. Urouge exclaimed. We shouldn't be interfering, we didn't do anything. Luffy said. Also say what these do, fight. Crocodile couldn't help but said. So, almost near the Kaido base camp, a group of supernovae fought fiercely with the Kaido pirates. None of these supernovae, including Crocodile, was hot, especially Luffy. Once he fought, he wouldn't care too much. Zero seeking flowers. Ha ha ha, let's see who has defeated the most. Luffy offered happily while fighting. As expected, Luffy kid, I'm not worried or afraid at all. Well, I'm afraid Urouge will play with you. Urouge responded immediately. When is this? You actually paid it back. Forget it, add me too. Bonnie said helplessly. They each played their own strengths, and after a period of fighting, they also injured many pirate groups under Kaido, and the movement here quickly attracted Doflamingo's attention. Doflamingo was a little surprised when he discovered that it was Crocodile and others. It turned out to be Crocodile, and Luffy Kid, and Supernovas, why are you here? Advertisement. 0. Doflamingo, I didn't expect you to collude with Kaido. This is really not a wise choice. Crocodile looked at Doflamingo and said lightly. Oh, why is this? I'm really interested to know. Doflamingo asked curiously. Because Kaido is not Whitebeard's opponent, Whitebeard's power is no longer what you can guess. I advise you to escape as soon as possible, otherwise there will be no chance afterwards. Crocodile said. Yeah, Whitebeard is very powerful, and he and the ant can't beat Whitebeard together. Sooner or later you will fail. Luffy said. HMPH, you don't need to worry about this anymore, you should still care about yourself, rush into this war and want to get out but it's not that easy. Doflamingo said angrily at first, and then the mark became gloomy. Come. After Doflamingo finished speaking, he attacked Luffy without warning. His speed was very fast, and he kicked the unsuspecting Luffy away. Straw Hat Boy. Apu shouted immediately. Sneak attack on me, I'm not convinced. Luffy immediately got up from the ground and quickly moved into second gear. However, Luffy in the second gear is still not Doflamingo's opponent, and has been in a suppressed state. Fortunately, with the help of Arp and others during the period, Doflamingo has no chance to attack Luffy. Chapter 422, Akainu Expedition. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, the entire battlefield was in chaos, and the supernovas who broke into the battlefield fought Kaido's pirates and Doflamingo. In Birdcage, there was a continuous gunpowder explosion. In the explosion, with the impact of the explosion, Enel used the power of thunder and lightning to directly destroy Birdcage. And Enel and Jin, who are capable of flying to the sky, were not actually affected by the explosion, but the explosion also caused some shock and damage to both sides. Damn it, this damn Doflamingo, it's no wonder that he suddenly used this ability to trap us all, but it's really mean. After the explosion, Jin also noticed Doflamingo's intentions at the time, but now he can only accuse Doflamingo in his heart, because the most important thing for him now is to pay Aokiji these people to 023. Boss Kaido, it seems that we can't leave here for the time being. Jin said helplessly. The strength of the Whitebeard pirate group is really surprising. It is difficult to deal with just the two forces of Aokiji and Enel. No more. Besides, Wentai has the ability of Master Dark Fruit. Coupled with such a powerful emperor as Marco, as well as outstanding captains such as Joes and Jinbei, as well as arrogant guys such as San Juan and Wabel, it is worth mentioning that these two have been on the battlefield since they entered the battlefield. Wushwang mode is turned on. Its power is like sweeping the whole army, and it has not been trapped in Birdcage before. Although the number of Whitebeard pirates is far less than them, they are simply strong, not to mention there are people like the Scarlet Sword 9 heroes. Advertisement. For the Whitebeard pirates, the situation is also not optimistic. Although they can fight the Kaido pirates, their number advantage is still quite a big advantage. To deal with so many, it requires a lot of physical support, not to mention Guy. The crew on the other side are all with thicker blood. Like Jack, Jin, and Quinn, these three are the pervert in zone. the explosion just now was that Jack protected most of them with a huge body, which is equivalent to resisting these explosions and burning flames. Defensive force must be thorough. Defeat at the end is not a matter of a while. When the battlefield was in full swing, Marine was also paying close attention. When the news of Drake Chu's report was communicated to Akainu via Kirby, Akainu was very happy. What? The ant is still alive, and she is still fighting Whitebeard with Kaido. Opportunity. This is a good opportunity. Akainu said to himself. He felt that using all his power to hit Whitebeard at this time, the chance of destroying him was also improved. Bai Jing has to deal with 2-4 emperors at the same time. Even Whitebeard should pay some price. However, what makes Akainu feel tricky is that Whitebeard did not take most of his power, but stayed in the base camp and stationed around Wano Kuni. This part of the original power will not be lost in the battle with Kaido. It seems that Whitebeard should have done this deliberately. He is already guarding Marine. Akainu understood the truth. In response to Drake's message, Akainu immediately held a Marine meeting to try to determine a reasonable plan and method to deal with Whitebeard. At the Marine meeting, Akainu was very strong and he delivered his speech very hard. Advertisement. This time we are attacking Whitebeard. It is a good opportunity. On the island of Ghosts, Whitebeard is fighting Kaido and the Ant, and his captains are fighting the Kaido pirates, but the main Whitebeard team and its subordinates the pirates still guarantee. Keep all the power unused. Why? Whitebeard wants to guard us. You know, before that, Whitebeard had hardly retreated or feared the Marine government. This time, Whitebeard was also afraid. But our Marine government is going to attack Whitebeard at this time, and even eliminate him directly. Roger was taken to the execution stand in the year. It was a bright day. I hope that we can now bring Whitebeard to the execution stand. This is the glory of our Marine government. Akainu clearly expressed his thoughts. He wanted to hit Whitebeard without any leeway, and use all his strength to destroy him, because this is an excellent opportunity. Kaido and the Ant will consume a lot of Whitebeard's power. Also, this time I will personally lead you to arrest Whitebeard. Marshal, I think Fujitora and I are enough, you don't have to work hard. Green Bull said immediately. Don't underestimate Whitebeard, that guy is beyond your imagination. Kizaru reminded. In addition, our pacifists have also been upgraded this time, and the laser guns of the warships have all undergone new transformations. With 10,000 Marine troops assembled, I don't believe that Whitebeard can't be eliminated. Akainu said aggressively. Well, 3 Admiral, a Marine Marshal, plus 10,000 Marines, scientific troops, warships, and the Marine government is the first time to launch such an offensive against the enemy. From this point of view, it should be inevitable. The result of retirement is very said leisurely. Advertisement. Since Zhongguo retired from the position of the Marshal, the whole person has been very relaxed, and he is in the same state as Garp, and he is not very worried about these things. In the same way, Garp felt that he was old and had no energy and motivation to worry about these things, so he basically treated himself as an observer and didn't speak much. Under the auspices of Akainu, the meeting basically determined the basic outline for dealing with Whitebeard, which troops and forces to use, and approximate time and route planning, etc. A Marine meeting lasted for a full 5 hours. As for the situation of Drake reported by Kirby, Akainu did not send Marine to pick him up, because Wano Kuni was already occupied by the Whitebeard pirates. Once Marine approaches, he will be spotted immediately. 5.1 And Akainu didn't want to make the Whitebeard pirates wary of Marine so soon, he was still waiting for Whitebeard and Kaido to fight to the death. At the end of the meeting, Kirby reported to Drake regretfully, Captain, I'm sorry, you may still stay there. Marshal Akainu has already made a plan to deal with Whitebeard, and now we can't let Marine appear in Wano Kuni's vision rashly. So as not to startle the snake. Well, I see, I will try my best to report future news. Drake said. It is always dangerous to perform missions, not to mention that Drake is still the captain of Marine's secret force. He can only continue to lurk here, but it is impossible for him to return to the battlefield. The current battlefield is too dangerous for him, and there are more Hawkins. Acquaintances, these supernovae are not as harmonious as they seem on the surface. Chapter 423. The terrible pressure from Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Wano Kuni, General Mansion. Momonosuke has completed a certain ceremony here. Kurozumi Orochi is dead, and Momonosuke has the support of Whitebeard. These people in the Flower City also quickly changed their attitudes and began to support come from Momonosuke. However, the support of these people is only for Daonosuke not to ask them to settle accounts, they also want to continue to retain their power and wealth, etc. Momonosuke also doesn't have the power to move these people for the time being. He can only stabilize his rule bit by bit, but now Momonosuke is most worried about the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido. For Momonosuke, Kaido is a dangerous person. A kid who has no force at all can't follow Whitebeard to the battlefield, otherwise everyone will protect him. Momonosuke can only stay in this spacious general mansion, imagining the situation when Whitebeard is fighting Kaido, and hopes that Whitebeard can defeat Kaido as soon as possible, and finally help Wano Kuni to found the country completely. Grandpa Whitebeard doesn't know what's going on, can he defeat Kaido? Ayu was also left in the general's house by Whitebeard, and she was also deeply worried for Whitebeard at this time. Since she has always lived in Wano Kuni and has not been in contact with the outside world, it can be said that Ayu has always heard people talking about Kaido in 01, which is a terrible monster. Therefore, Ayu doesn't know if Whitebeard can defeat Kaido, whether it will be dangerous, etc. Ayu, don't worry, we should trust him. Momonosuke comforted. Advertisement. Yes, trust him. Ayu also nodded. But at this time Whitebeard didn't know that he was being worried about. He fought Kaido and the ant fiercely. Whitebeard attacked the ant and Kaido many times during the battle, but their physical strength was very strong and did not cause the decisive harm. As for Kaido and Anti, although their offensive momentum was fierce, they did not cause any effective damage to Whitebeard. Like Kaido, relying on his body to resist their attacks. When the ant competed with Whitebeard in swordsmanship, she was suddenly knocked down by the giant sword in her hand by Whitebeard. But she felt a deep pain. It hurts me to death, damn it, I was careless. The ant shouted in pain. At this time, Kaido's heavy mace was swung over and hit Whitebeard directly. This time, Whitebeard did not use the shock power to defend. Kaido is surprised that Baihu Z didn't even get hurt, and immediately raised his mace, swinging a sharp blade with a big knife. When Kaido's huge body was attacked by the sword light, he was knocked down directly, and he immediately stood up again, with a strange look in his eyes. Impossible. You guy, are you a monster? Your fruit is obviously Paramesha, but you have such a terrifying body. Impossible. Kaido shouted in surprise. Advertisement. Guhahaha. How is it, Kaido, how does it compare to you? Whitebeard said with a smile. Kaido is known as the strongest creature. He has been executed by Marine several times, but in the end he was not killed. Even Kaido has committed suicide countless times and failed. But even if it is such a pervert, Kaido couldn't help making a surprised voice when facing Whitebeard. Apart from himself, the person who could receive his thunderous 8 trigrams with his body, Whitebeard was the first one, and this is probably the only one. Therefore, Kaido has to be surprised. Paramesha Devil Fruit Shock Fruit already possesses unimaginable power and is even called the strongest fruit, but now Whitebeard still has a physical defense that is even worse than Kaido. How can we not shock Kaido? It's terrible, how can this defeat him? Kaido looked at Whitebeard and thought to himself that he was afraid to answer Whitebeard's question. Kaido, don't be stunned, Whitebeard will always be exhausted, and then it will be his death date. The ant reminded. Kaido thought, yes, although he couldn't beat Whitebeard head-on, he would have been consumed like this. The two of them played Whitebeard, and Whitebeard must consume more than them. As long as Whitebeard is physically weak, they can use Whitebeard with Seastone. Locked up, even if he can't kill him, he can control him. Whitebeard, I don't believe that your power is always abundant. Kaido said angrily, and then immediately cheered up and continued to attack. The fighting spirit is good, but I should also use my strength, otherwise the time will be longer and longer. Whitebeard said. After that, the Emperor Haki on Whitebeard is fully revealed, and it also brings some oppression to Kaido and the ant. Advertisement. The muscles on Whitebeard's body suddenly swelled, and the veins swelled all over his body, and a powerful force was brewing in Whitebeard's body. The shocking force seemed to be tumbling in Whitebeard's body. The pulsating power made Kaido and the ant look at each other, and they felt threatened by it. Whitebeard is about to use his strength, Kaido said. 023 has to resist. The ant also said. The next moment, with Whitebeard as the center, a strong shock burst out instantly, and the target was Kaido and Ant. This powerful force directly impacted Kaido and Ant. Kaido and Anti couldn't control their body shape. They were hit by the shock of the force and flew hundreds of meters away, and finally fell to the ground. They directly shook the ground and formed a wide range of meteorites. Pit. Not only that, because the place where they were fighting was already close to the Wano-kuni inner sea, this shocking force also stirred the distant sea, and the waves were hit on the shore, forming a stormy drunk. Kaido and the ant were both traumatized by Whitebeard's attack. There were already scars on their bodies, and they looked a little embarrassed when they got up from the ground. However, this kind of scar was nothing to the ant and Kaido, and it made their anger even more elevated, and the two immediately launched a more fierce counterattack against Whitebeard. These two guys are really crazy. It seems it will take some time. Whitebeard said with a headache. These two people are indeed strong defensively. Although Whitebeard is stronger than them, even if he can deal with them himself, he can't defeat them quickly and completely. Chapter 424. Fourth Gear Luffy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard is not infinitely powerful. After using the explosive power just now, he also needs a certain amount of recovery, otherwise he can't continue to fight Kaido and Anti. After all, it takes a lot of time to completely defeat Kaido and Anti, and their defenses are not easy to defeat. Therefore, in the following time, Whitebeard just continued to deal with them, and did not use that explosive power. Although Whitebeard's skill surpassed them, Kaido and Anti joined forces at this time, and their anger was very high, so the situation was once 50-50. I don't know how long this state lasted, but the other side's battlefield has undergone earth-shaking changes, and the battle between Doflamingo and Supernova has intensified. Although Doflamingo is powerful, the combination of these supernovas also makes Doflamingo feel a headache, and Luffy among them is even more competitive with Doflamingo. I must beat you. Luffy yelled firmly. In the past 2 years, Luffy has been practicing assiduously under the guidance of Rayleigh. His strength has been greatly improved, and Doflamingo is the strongest opponent he has encountered since becoming stronger. This also completely aroused Luffy's fighting spirit. He no longer cared about other things, and didn't care if it was a battlefield. He just wanted to defeat Doflamingo. Rubber, machine gun. Advertisement. Luffy stretched his hands and quickly bounced them out, impacting Doflamingo like countless bullets, but Doflamingo blocked them very calmly. HMPH, do you only have this ability? Doflamingo smiled and mocked Luffy, but this did not affect Luffy's mentality, but Luffy's fighting spirit was even higher. Wait and see, I will knock you off. Luffy shouted suddenly. Haha, the tone is not small, but I'm afraid you don't have this ability. Doflamingo said. Straw Hat Boy, you can attack with all your strength, we will all support you. Apu shouted to Luffy. If you really can't, you can change to us. Bonnie also said. These people are all fighting against the pirate group around Kaido. At this time, only Luffy is dealing with Doflamingo. Of course, this is also Luffy's insistence. He wants to defeat Doflamingo upright. Don't worry, I will defeat him. Luffy said firmly. HMPH, I don't have time to play games with you here. Doflamingo burst out of strength, and he rushed over and kicked Luffy away. Luffy spun in the air and fell down after not knowing how many degrees. Doflamingo said lightly, I have something important. Luffy stood up again. This time, he used his whole card. Fourth Gear, Ape Demon. Advertisement. I saw Luffy blow into his muscles, let his armament haki and the fruit completely merge. Armament haki completely covered the surface of Luffy's body, and his whole person also swelled. The fourth gear Luffy is full of jumping ability, speed and power have been significantly improved, and can also fly and stay in the air. This is the result of my practice, Doflamingo, let you verify it. Be careful not to fight back without any strength. Luffy said to Doflamingo very confidently. Luffy is still very clear about the power of his own 4 gears, but what he lacks now is real combat. This is the first time he has shown the 4th gear to face a strong opponent. The body has grown larger, and the area covered by the armed color has increased. Is it just that? Doflamingo said indifferently. HMPH, let you see the power of the 4th gear. As soon as the voice fell, Luffy rushed out suddenly, his foot muscles were injected with air, and he could stretch into his thighs, and then move and fly at high speed by hitting the air with his elastic legs. Luffy's speed made Doflamingo feel a little surprised, and he did not react, and was directly knocked out by Luffy with a punch. It's a bit capable, but I'm just careless. Doflamingo cheered up and said. Luffy continued to attack. With the power of the fourth gear, Luffy was not afraid of any attacks from Doflamingo. Anyway, Luffy's routine was just finished. The repressive power of the fourth gear was still very strong. Doflamingo was unable to counterattack at all, and was firmly suppressed by Luffy, but Luffy also failed to effectively attack Doflamingo. All of Luffy's attacks were blocked by Doflamingo, which made Luffy a little unconvinced, so he immediately used his powerful moves. Advertisement. Rubber. King Ape Spear. Luffy retracted his fist, then doubled the power of his fist using elastic force, and then instantly popped out, forming a strong impact punch. This punch directly knocked Doflamingo into the sky. Luffy glanced up and immediately chased him up, trying to keep hitting Doflamingo in the air. However, Doflamingo immediately adjusted his figure and avoided Luffy. The blow just now caused some stiffness to Doflamingo, but it was not enough, and the power was not enough. The fourth gear is enough to beat Doflamingo. Luffy is still confident at this point, but he is not very proficient in using it in actual combat for the first time, and there is a time limit for the fourth gear. Once Doflamingo is not defeated in the fourth gear, he will not be able to use armament hockey for the next 10 minutes, so Luffy is already a little anxious. Doflamingo. Luffy chased Doflamingo with another punch. Doflamingo forcibly accepted Luffy's attack, but the impact was too great, causing Doflamingo to be knocked out again. Although Doflamingo has strong physical skills, the power of Luffy in the fourth gear is too strong. Doflamingo's string fruit has no advantage in this aspect. It can't dissolve Luffy's power at all. It can only be impacted abruptly in this way. However, Doflamingo is also tough. He was attacked many times by Luffy in the fourth gear, but he was never defeated. This also made Luffy feel a bit tricky, because the fourth gear was about to be lifted, and there was not much time left for him again. It seems that I can only use that one trick. Luffy thought to himself. He wanted to use the last trick to solve the battle. I saw that Luffy used the preparation action of the Ape King Spear again, and then blew his arm on the basis of the Ape King Spear, forming a powerful giant Ape King Spear. Chapter 425. The Horror of the Whitebeard Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Rubber. Great Ape King Spear. Luffy yelled, and his huge arm bounced out like a spring. The huge force pierced the ground with Doflamingo, causing a shock around him. This time, Doflamingo was completely defeated, he couldn't stand up anymore, and Luffy also returned to his original state, and the whole person looked very tired. Seeing that Doflamingo was defeated, Apu and others were very surprised, especially Crocodile, who had played against Luffy. At that time, Luffy was still very weak, and could only rely on his own strategy and fighting spirit to defeat himself in front of him, but now, the strength displayed by Luffy shocked Crocodile. He asked himself, if he was allowed to fight Luffy again, then this one. Luffy will defeat him head-on. Luffy, it's the hope of the younger generation. Crocodile sighed, but he always understood that the age of Luffy was far from coming, and this age still belongs to Whitebeard. The Straw Hat Boy is so strong, he used to be a fool. Urouge said. It's really astonishing to be Ace's younger brother. Apu also said. Huh, you gave us a long breath, not bad, not bad. Bonnie said lightly. Advertisement. These people are all complimenting Luffy, but Doflamingo is down. Kaido's pirates are still there, and they continue to fight 023. As for the Aokiji, Enel and others over there, they are also fully equipped. Jack, Jin, and Quinn, all three of them have transformed into their respective zone beasts. Jack is an ancient species of mammoth. Although his attack method is relatively simple, the mammoth has this extremely terrifying defensive ability and recovery ability, as well as huge body and brute force, and the Brachiosaurus that Quinn transforms also has terrible defense and resilience, and strong strength. The toothless pterosaur that Jin transformed into may be the weaker defense among the three of them, but it was able to fly, and was agile enough, and able to attack with fire. In this case, they became entangled with Aokiji and Enel. Enel's lightning strikes did not have any effect on them, and Aokiji couldn't completely freeze them all at once. Open. And Aokiji was also unable to completely defeat them, but the three people on the opposite side had nothing to do with Aokiji and Enel, and the battle situation seemed very stiff. After some battle, Marco and others have already defeated the Kaido group's flying 6 scorpions, but they have fallen into the siege of the Kaido pirate group. Marco led everyone to fight desperately, while Wentai was always observing the overall situation and occasionally assisting some people in danger. His current ability did not intervene in major battles, and could only be a support. The battle lasted from day to night, but the battlefield was already full of wolves and traces of flames everywhere. The dots of these flames also illuminated the battlefield very brightly. Wentai felt that they needed to summon some assistance here, otherwise it would be very disadvantageous if this continued, so he immediately contacted the other pirate groups. Bramonk and Lucio are the captains of the 7th and 8th divisions of the Whitebeard pirates, and Wentai contacted the two. Advertisement. Hey, is it Bramonk? You and Lacchio will immediately lead their respective pirate regiments to assist us, and the other teams will not move. Wentai issued an instruction and said. Before the event, Whitebeard had explained to Wentai that he could call other teams when the situation was unfavorable, but Whitebeard did not tell other people this information. Because Whitebeard wanted to give other people a feeling of being broken, and now, Wentai felt that they had reached their limit. Okay. I see, we will come right away. Bramonk and Lacchio immediately set off to march into the Ghost Island after accepting the order. Since they were also looking forward to participating in the battlefield, they soon rushed over. The two teams together had approximately 300 people. Although the number of these 300 people is not very large, ABFB are these two captains and they are also excellent captains besides Marco and other elite captains, and they also have certain strength. Moreover, this newly added force on the battlefield is like a spring water, and it quickly revitalized the battlefield. Their teams have waited for so long and are energetic, so they fought extremely fiercely. They entered all the way from the periphery of the battlefield and made peace. Faye waited for the round. With the help of Bramonk and Lacchio, Luffy and others also gradually came out of the encirclement, separated from the center of the battlefield trapped in it, and moved to the periphery. However, the movement here is more violent, because the battle between Aokiji and Enel and the Three Plagues is taking place here. It is also ice and fire, and it is also accompanied by a strong earthquake, which makes these people completely unable to calm down. They continue to break out. Straight out of the battlefield. When Luffy and others finally left the battlefield, all of them seemed to be reborn, and the battlefield was like hell to them, where even Shichibukai level might become cannon fodder. Advertisement. It's terrible. Is this the Four Emperors' War? Urouge shook his head straight. He said that it was terrible. Crossing the battlefield was like walking through a ghost gate. Moreover, this is only part of Whitebeard's power. Although they are all cutting-edge combat power, he still has more personnel on standby, which shows how powerful the Whitebeard pirate group is. Apu sighed. I think we might as well join the Whitebeard pirates. If Whitebeard defeats Kaido, then the Four Emperors will only be left with him and Hongfa. I don't think Hongfa will be able to support it for long. After that, there will be only one emperor on the sea. Urouge Whim. Road. Hey, but will Whitebeard let us join? Bonnie also had this idea, but she had some questions. It shouldn't be a problem. I heard that Kid, Hira, and Luo all joined the Whitebeard pirates. Arp said. Is that Kid going to compromise? It's really surprising, Hawkins said. Presumably he has also seen the power of the Four Emperors, and has noticed his own insignificance. Urouge said with a smile, because he himself knows this mood best. Do you want to become a pirate group under Whitebeard? Crocodile asked suddenly. They all looked at each other and thought about it, and then Urouge said. If you want to join, of course you will join the Whitebeard group, otherwise it would be meaningless. There are already many pirate groups under Whitebeard, but these are all affiliates. They usually don't need to follow Whitebeard. For them, it is not really following Whitebeard. 18 PIW. Chapter 426. Three Plagues vs. Admiral. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although becoming a pirate group under the Whitebeard group will be relatively free, but this method has lost its original meaning. They want to follow Whitebeard because they admire the power of Whitebeard. They want to follow him to sail the world and complete Roger's Grand Line. After completing the Grand Line, this must be Whitebeard's own pirate group, and it is impossible to bring all the pirate groups together. Hearing their answer, Crocodile also nodded slightly and said to himself, yes, the closer you are to Whitebeard, can you truly follow him? What? Is it possible that you also have this idea? Urouge said. You all go to Whitebeard. In short, I will use my own way to be the Shanghai Pirate King. Luffy said suddenly. Among the people here, only he was determined to continue his own route. From the day he went to sea, Luffy swore to himself that he must become the One Piece and the freest person in the sea. Although there is such a big predecessor as Whitebeard, he will still stand firm in his goal. Ha ha ha. Luffy, the tone is not small. If there is such a day, we will wait and see. Apu suddenly laughed. Don't think that defeating Doflamingo proves anything. In front of the 4 emperors, Doflamingo is nothing. You have seen the battle between Whitebeard and the others just now. In front of that kind of power, we are all small. Bonnie couldn't help it. Advertisement. Said to pour a basin of cold water. Hearing this, Luffy fell silent immediately, and his fists were rubbed tightly. Indeed, he had already witnessed the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido with his own eyes. The shock brought him by that kind of power impressed him. I am afraid that he will not be in the future. Forget. And the current self is too weak, but after a moment of silence, Luffy immediately regained his self-confidence, and his eyes gradually brightened. No matter what, I won't give up. Luffy shouted. Hey, did you notice Marine when you came separately? Crocodile asked. Everyone answered no, and in the waters around Wano Kuni, there was no Marine's shadow. This was confirmed by Crocodile when he came. This makes Crocodile a little puzzled. For such a big incident, Marine must have received the news in the first incident, and it is reasonable to say that it will definitely take action, and at least start to deploy to encircle Wano Kuni. What the hell is the Marine government thinking? Are they going to let this opportunity go? Crocodile was surprised. Seeing that Crocodile was worried about Marine, Apu and others didn't think it was weird, because if the Marine government attacked at this time, it would definitely not only target Whitebeard. They are also on the island with hundreds of millions of bounty pirates. How about Marine? May let them go. Therefore, Crocodile is worried about Marine's problem at this time, but it does not mean that he is worried about Whitebeard. Don't worry, if Marine comes, I will fly them all. Luffy said swearingly. Advertisement. You are really good, but there is no Marine shadow now. There are at least 2 possibilities. First, Marine does not intend to attack Whitebeard or Kaido at this time. Second, Marine is very likely to be making complicated preparations. That's why it didn't. There are quick actions. Hawkins analyzed. Marine will definitely not miss this opportunity. After this battle, Whitebeard's main force will be weakened a lot, and there will not necessarily be such an opportunity in the future. Bonnie said. That's not necessarily true, because no matter who will win this war in the end, both sides will pay a heavy price. This is absolutely acceptable for Marine, and there are remaining redheads and the winning side to check and balance. Hawkins said. Let me say, what are you afraid of Marine? Just kill it and it will be over. If you are afraid, you can leave this place right now. Urouge said indifferently. Yeah, I'll play as much as Marine comes. I don't care much. Luffy also said. Crocodile couldn't help but glanced at the 2 of them in vain, thinking, idiot, if Marine really does something, it will definitely not be just for fun, it must be a big battle. Anyway, let's do whatever you want, I'll go first. Crocodile did not continue to act with them, but took his own people to guard the shore. Zero seeking flowers. Others chose to stay here to witness the outcome of the war. At this time, on the battlefield, Enel kept dropping thunder and lightning in the air, arbitrarily destroying Kaido's pirate group. While Aokiji dealt with Jack, Quinn and Jin alone, these 3 cataclysms turned into ancient species, although their strength and defense were much stronger, but they were not so flexible in their attack methods. So Aokiji was able to deal with them, and in their area, there was already a land of ice, and the temperature in the air was much lowered. Advertisement. This kind of temperature makes people feel as if they are in the north-south level, and the surrounding pirate groups have not approached their area. Aokiji, damn it, this guy is so difficult to deal with, I don't know what happened to the boss Kaido. After fighting Aokiji for hundreds of rounds, Jin was also a little anxious. He thought that the 3 of them could beat Aokiji together, but Aokiji was stronger than they thought. Now Jin is very worried about the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard. Although Kaido has the cooperation of the ant, Whitebeard's strength is a big variable. Aokiji, take your fate. Quinn yelled at Aokiji, and then rushed towards Aokiji. His huge body caused a violent air current. At the same time, Jack was the closest to Aokiji, and he immediately cooperated to attack Aokiji first. Jack's speed was not fast, and Aokiji wanted to dodge easily. However, after passing Jack's attack, Aokiji had no time to escape Quinn. A fierce air current had hit Aokiji's face, and Quinn was about to hit him in the next moment. No way. In an emergency, Aokiji quickly formed an ice wall on the ground, and several consecutive ice walls were combined together. The thickness was very thick and looked very hard. Immediately after the formation of Aokiji's ice wall, he was hit by Quinn's Brachiosaurus bomb. This time Quinn didn't hit it from a high place, but came in a straight line. Boom. At the moment of Quinn's impact, a loud noise appeared on the battlefield, and Aokiji's ice wall was instantly destroyed. Ta. Chapter 427. Admiral's Fury. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This is. The moment this sound appeared, Aokiji realized that something was wrong. His ice wall was almost destroyed, but it was not just Quinn's impact that caused this result. Brachiosaurus bombs do have very strong power. Even Aokiji cannot achieve effortless defense from the front, but it is impossible for Quinn to destroy his own ice walls like bubbles. And not only was the ice wall destroyed, but even Aokiji was hit by a powerful force. At that moment, he saw the flame on Quinn's body. That is, Aokiji quickly noticed that it was the flames Jin had launched in the air. HMPH, you can't think of this trick, Aokiji. When Aokiji noticed himself, Jin also gave Aokiji a 040 smile, and a hot fire was burning on his palm. It turned out that Quinn carried a lot of explosives on his body when he impacted. As Quinn impacted on the ice wall, these explosives were scattered, and then Jin used flames to detonate them, so it was generated in an instant. Great power. This strong force instantly destroyed Aokiji's ice wall, and the explosion was continuous. The explosion continued to produce after destroying the ice gun. The strong explosive power made Aokiji a little flustered, a torrent of heat constantly hit his face, and the surrounding hot temperature also produced some burning effects on his skin. Damn it, I didn't expect that they would actually play this hand and hurt the enemy 1,800. Aokiji said in his heart. Because Quinn was carrying these powerful explosives, although he dispersed the explosives by the impact just now, he was still the closest to the explosion compared to Aokiji. In fact, the explosion exerted the greatest power on him. Advertisement. Aokiji never thought that they would do this in order to deal with him, but I have to say that they cooperated well and successfully wounded Aokiji. The power of the explosion made Aokiji embarrassed, and his body was not as strong as Quinn, so his clothes were damaged a lot, and the skin and flesh in many places were exploded and blood was flowing. Aokiji. When Tai yelled loudly. He was very far away at this time, and he couldn't do it if he wanted past assistance, but he rushed in the first time and used secret power. The explosion produced a lot of smoke, which completely enveloped this area, but even if they couldn't see the situation clearly, Quinn and others were quite convinced that Aokiji was definitely injured in this continuous explosion. Quinn, Jack, just kill him like this. Jin commanded from the air. Understand. Jack immediately launched a shock. Don't worry, we will completely solve him next. Quinn roared. He was very confident of his explosives. These explosives not only produced the power of expansion, but also emitted corrosive liquid. Although Quinn himself was attacked by these corrosive liquids, he had prepared the corresponding neutralizers long ago, and the explosion only caused him some pain, and he could not even explode a piece of his skin. Roar. Jack's body of the mammoth rushed and slammed into the smoke at one end. Zone can usually track the enemy through smell, so Jack can clearly know the location of Aokiji without passing his eyes. Advertisement. Ice Cross. With the sound of Aokiji's voice, two ice blades condensed in the air and shot out across each other, directly hitting Jack in the face. HMPH. Struggling to death, just tickling. Aokiji's attack did not cause any harm to himself. Jack thought that Aokiji was seriously injured and weak, so he immediately mocked. Who knows that as soon as the words were finished, the two intersecting ice blades stretched out from different directions, and finally plunged directly into the ground. This prevented Jack from moving forward and almost fell. Damn it, it can still change. Jack cursed immediately. Taking advantage of this time, Aokiji quickly backed away, keeping a certain distance from them, and Wentai quickly came to him. Aokiji, are you okay? Wentai asked caringly. He saw that Aokiji's injuries were serious. It's okay. This injury is nothing, but I really didn't expect that they would come up with such a way to deal with me. Aokiji said lightly, although the injury has a certain impact on him, but it is not enough. Just fall 0. Those people's defenses are too strong, I think they are also anxious, so they will do this. Wentai glanced at Jack and the others and said, HMPH, they must be worried about their Captain Kaido, so they need to defeat me eagerly, but they are too simple to think, so they want to defeat me, it is too small for me. Aokiji looked contemptuous. Said. Just now, Aokiji was completely caught off guard. He didn't expect the other party to do this, but in terms of strength, Aokiji was not afraid of the three of them at all, otherwise he would not let Enel support others, and he would deal with the three plagues alone. Advertisement. Don't worry, you don't care about me, I will get rid of them next, you leave here first. Aokiji said to Wentai. Seeing that Aokiji was still full of confidence and Wentai had nothing to worry about, he immediately left the area. Aokiji faced the Quinn three again. His face was full of indifference, those eyes looked very calm. He said to them three with contempt. Next, let's make a quick battle, you three will go together. HMPH, I've been seriously injured, and dare to speak so loudly. Then our brother will let you know what cruelty is. Jack yelled at Aokiji, showing an unbelievable appearance. On 5.1, Aokiji didn't speak anymore, and saw his eyes gradually become cold. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Gone. Jack suddenly surprised. No, Jack, get away. Jin's eager voice came from the sky, but the reminder was obviously too late for Jack, and Aokiji rushed to Jack in an instant. Jack flicked in surprise, and pulled his trunk like a steel whip, but Aokiji didn't even look at it, so he easily avoided it, and placed one hand directly on Jack's head. Breath of ice. Aokiji's indifferent voice came, and an extremely cold breath was immediately released from his palm, which almost instantly frozen the part of Jack's head, and as the cold spread, the frozen part of Jack's body was still increasing. Chapter 428. Defeated Kaido Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, Jack is indeed a huge body, and Aokiji is not impossible to completely freeze such a huge body, but for him this kind of consumption is completely unnecessary. In the end, Aokiji only frozen half of Jack's upper body, but this is enough. Under Aokiji's freezing, Jack still retains consciousness, but even his thinking will be weakened, and he can't act in a short time. Next is you. Aokiji fixed his gaze on Quinn after solving Jack. Seeing Aokiji's eyes swept over, Quinn's body trembled subconsciously, and he saw a strong killing intent in Aokiji's eyes. It seems that Aokiji's self-inflicted attack just now has angered Aokiji. His actions are now suddenly and decisively, and his temperament is somewhat different, which makes Quinn feel a little scared. Quinn, be careful, Jin reminded loudly. He took advantage of this time to break Jack's ice bondage immediately. I know, Quinn promised while dodging. Aokiji's attack seemed too swift, which already made Quinn feel unconfident in his defense, so he chose to avoid it. Moreover, Quinn immediately launched a counterattack to Aokiji after he retreated. His intention was to disrupt Aokiji's attack rhythm. However, the effect of this on Aokiji was really limited. I saw that Aokiji suddenly slid and arrived. Quinn's body. Under. Advertisement. Oops. Quinn cried out, because one of his weakest defenses was his belly. However, he had no time to react. A sharp ice blade instantly penetrated into her belly, and blood flowed all of a sudden. It's not over yet. Aokiji's indifferent voice sounded again. After he broke through the defense with the ice blade, he immediately punched again, and the huge force directly overturned Quinn. Quinn's Brachiosaurus body gradually became smaller, and then returned to its original appearance. He looked painful. Aokiji's blow caused him serious damage. Quinn. Damn it. Seeing Quinn was seriously injured, Jack was also angry. He had lost his mind and rushed towards Aokiji, and his huge body showed amazing speed, making the ground continuously vibrate. Come on. Aokiji stared at Jack coldly, without any intention to dodge. When Jack rushed closer, Aokiji quickly jumped up. This time, Aokiji frantically attacked Jack's eyes. Thorn from Aokiji. Released from the body. Damn it, I close my eyes and see how you attack. Jack also knows that his eyes are weak points, so he closed his eyes in the first place. As an ancient mammoth, his eyelids are also very strong. Hard. Jack closed both eyes, and then began to shake his nose, trying to hit Aokiji down. At this moment, a scornful smile flashed at the corner of Aokiji's mouth. Frozen into ice fist. Also cover armament hockey. No, Aokiji deliberately let Jack close his eyes. Jin looked solemn in the air. He knew Jack couldn't resist the blow too much. Aokiji's heavy punch directly knocked Jack into a concussion, and at the same time he returned to his original form, lying on the ground with a languid breath. Advertisement. After continuous high-intensity actions, Aokiji was also a little tired. He stood on the ground and stared at Jin in the sky, and did not choose to solve the last 3 plagues immediately. Not good. Lord Jack and Lord Quinn have been defeated. The development of the situation has exceeded the imagination of the Kaido pirates. They have also been watching the most powerful battles here, and this is the result. Made them happen. Seriously shaken. Damn it, how did things develop like this? Jin's face was very solemn. Although Aokiji is tired now, Jin has no intention of fighting at all, because the Whitebeard pirates has already taken advantage of the battlefield. Kill. The 2 senior cadres of the Kaido pirates were defeated by Aokiji. Everyone burst into action and continued to defeat them. Marco led the Whitebeard pirates and rushed forward, completely disrupting the formation of the Kaido pirates. The Kaido pirates were in disarray at this time, but the Whitebeard pirates were aggressive. The result of the battle between the 2 sides was self-evident. The general situation is gone. This is Jin's feelings at this time. Do you want to continue fighting? Jin hesitated. Now as the battlefield situation becomes clear, the Whitebeard pirates can free up too many cadres. If he wants to continue fighting, he needs to deal with more than Aokiji alone. Besides, he different. He must be able to compete with Aokiji, even if he is more tired now. It doesn't make sense to continue fighting here, let's run away. Jin thought again and again. He felt that there was no point in staying in this battlefield, so after determining the idea of escape, he almost didn't even think about it. Never return. Flew away. Catch them to me. Aokiji ordered after Jin flew away, and Jack and Quinn were immediately controlled by the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement. The senior cadre was captured. Basically, the overall situation was set. Marco immediately flew high and shouted. Every one of the Kaido pirates, we have taken 2 of your 3 plagues, and 1 has also escaped. Do you 040 continue to fight? Hurry up and catch it. Under Marco's persuasion and appeal, the pirates immediately changed their minds and announced their surrender. Of course, there were some who would rather die than surrender. They were soon controlled, and the battlefield gradually quieted down, lying on the ground. Quite a few corpses. However, in this battle, the Whitebeard pirates did not lose much, but the samurai who followed were killed in the battle, and most of the corpses on the ground belonged to the Kaido pirates. It's over at last. Marco sighed. Now it's the old man's side, but it shouldn't be that fast to deal with 2-4 emperors, Wentai said. Father, don't worry about us, let's clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Marco said. The Whitebeard pirates quickly began to clear the battlefield, and they also stationed here, but the Kaido pirates had many captives, and they were escorted to the general's palace by Marco. After the war ended, people like Luffy immediately appeared in front of them to congratulate the Whitebeard pirates. However, when everyone was talking, the ground shook violently, and the rocks on the mountain continued to roll down, and at the same time, there were waves of small fire falling in the sky. Chapter 429. Founding of Wano-kuni. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It must be because of the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido. The island may be unsafe. Let's retreat. While everyone was panicking, Wentai suggested, so everyone left here just to be safe. You go first, I will continue to stay here to observe the situation, rest assured, this level is not enough to threaten me. Aokiji said, he is very interested in Whitebeard and Kaido's battle, and now his own battle is over. Can watch. Whitebeard's battle. Me too, how could such a wonderful scene be without me? Enel also said. You guys, well, let us know if there is any situation. Wentai said. The brigade all went to the general's mansion in the Flower City, and it was very lively for a while. Seeing the Whitebeard pirate group returning triumphantly, the people in the Flower City cheered. Wentai looked at the expressions of those people and said helplessly, these people are really fickle. When we came, they were full of hostility towards us. The people are ignorant, but they are also very lucky, otherwise the decadent prosperity will only be the carnival of a few people after all, and most people are still in dire straits. Crocodile said. I didn't expect you to be able to say such profound words. It's really surprising. Luffy said to him. I'm not the same as before. Crocodile gave Luffy a white look. Advertisement. After they arrived at the general's house, Momonosuke was surprised when they saw so many captives of the Kaido pirates. Ah, did you end the battle so soon? You caught so many prisoners, but I can't let it go here. Momonosuke said to Marco. Let's go to jail for a while and try to deal with it later, Marco said. But later they filled the prison and couldn't deal with all the prisoners. In the end, they were guarded by Whitebeard's pirate group. Is Grandpa Whitebeard still fighting with Kaido? Then why are you all coming back? Don't you help him? I heard that the ant is still alive. In the general's palace, Momonosuke prepared a banquet for Marco and others. After all, they have all gone through a long battle and need to add something. Luffy and others also participated. At the banquet, Momonosuke asked about Whitebeard's situation. Asked later. Don't worry, we left people there, and our father doesn't need our help. It's more dangerous to stay there, so we should come back and settle everyone first. Marco said. That said, so many wounded need treatment. Momonosuke nodded. At the banquet, the 9 heroes of the Scarlet Swords were depressed, because they were full of guilt for Whitebeard. The original mission to deal with Kaido was their mission, because they were originally the retainers of the Oden family. Killing Kaido was the glory of their revenge. But now, they are enjoying the food here, and Whitebeard is still fighting, which makes them unable to feel at ease. Momonosuke-sama, I am waiting for the 9 people to sit here in no mood, and we also hope to do our part. Let us go back and conquer Kaido with Whitebeard. Denjiro led the group said. Advertisement. I can't force this matter, but since you have this heart, I will definitely support you. Momonosuke said. He also hopes that his subordinates can do more and can't leave everything to Whitebeard. Okay. Schwanjiro and the others were about to set off, but Wentai stopped him immediately. Wait, now it's the battle between Dad and Kaido. If you intervene now, it will be an insult to Dad. He has never needed any help. I understand your feelings, but you should stay. Your thoughts. Leave it to Wano-kuni. Things in China will be better, so let Kaido leave it to Dad. Wentai said to them righteously. That's right, you should calm down. There are still many factories in Wano-kuni that you need to deal with, and there are so many people who can't eat enough to eat. Don't stay entangled in the battle. Marco also said. In this case, just listen to what they said. I am going to open the granary to distribute food to everyone, but so many areas also need your help. Momonosuke immediately said to the Chisao 9 Knights. It is also said that we can do our best even if we don't have to fight, and we can also help the people. Jinwaiman felt very reasonable. At this time, the ground of the Ghost Island has already extended many cracks, which seem to be torn apart at any time. Due to the powerful power of Whitebeard and the others, even the underground volcanoes were also excited, and magma spewed out for a while. The entire Ghost Island seems to evolve into a mountain of flames. Oh my god, what a terrifying force is this, it has knocked out all the magma, this temperature is too hot. Aokiji, come and get closer to me. Even if Enel flew into the air, he felt the heat from below, and all the heat was floating upwards, as if a barbecue grill was placed below, making Enel sweat. Advertisement. If I let you go long ago, you just wouldn't listen. Aokiji said immediately, but he still waved a cold air at Enel. This cold air instantly made Enel feel extremely refreshed. Although there was still a burst of impact heat around him, Enel was not affected much anymore. Huh, what are you proud of? Isn't it just taking the advantage of the fruit? After Enel cooled off, Aokiji gave Aokiji a glance, and then continued to watch the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido. At the height of Enel, he can clearly see the battle between Whitebeard, Kaido and the ant, but every time they attack each other, they will produce a strong force impact, and then burst out a burst of air or aftermath. Open. Come. It's amazing. It's so exciting. I seem to be participating in such a battle. Seeing this fierce scene, Enel was also extremely excited at this time, and he wanted to have such a hearty battle. HMPH, don't say anything stupid, neither Kaido nor the old lady can handle it. Aokiji said seriously. So what? You can go all out for a fight. Just now, I was completely clearing the soldiers on the battlefield. You are happy, but you don't think about me at all. Enel complained suddenly. Okay. You don't want to fight those 3 people yourself, your lightning will have no effect on them. Aokiji said immediately. Enel was also a little embarrassed, he stopped talking immediately, and continued to watch the battle in the distance seriously. Chapter 430. Whitebeard vs 4 Emperors. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the battlefield of the Four Emperors, the surrounding land was already devastated, but at this time Whitebeard's body was still standing tall, and there was no half of a mess on his body. On the other hand, Kaido and Auntie, because they attacked Whitebeard fiercely, they did not care about themselves, and now their bodies are full of scars. Although these marks did not cause them any fatal injuries, they can also be seen in their embarrassment. Place. They have fought for hundreds of rounds, and both sides stopped at the same time. Kaido and the ant were panting. Even if they were to continue fighting at this intensity, they would be a little tired. Damn it, Whitebeard, he was so relaxed, is there really no way to deal with him? Kaido said in surprise. He almost exhausted his strength, so did the ant, but even so, no injury. To Whitebeard. Whitebeard, it's not over yet, I won't let you go. The ant didn't forget to speak harshly to Whitebeard even when she was resting, her eyes were staring at him firmly. Guhahaha. Linlin, your stubbornness is really distressing. Whitebeard laughed, but he also knew that it would take a lot of time for him to completely solve the 2040. Advertisement. Moreover, Kaido hasn't even transformed into a dragon form. That is Kaido's real trump card, and Kaido has not yet done so, indicating that they have not yet been driven into desperation. Do you only have this ability? It seems that you really need to be eliminated by this era. Whitebeard continued to laugh at them. Hearing Whitebeard's words, the ant became angry in an instant, a burst of power burst out of her body, and she walked towards Whitebeard step by step with anger. Whitebeard, do you really think we have done our best? Let me tell you, you are too happy. The ant said angrily, and at the same time she ran into a frantic attack on Whitebeard without her reason. The ant at this time is like a madman, but then again, the ant is actually a madman. Every time she contains her own endless anger, instead of focusing on defense, Ishin attacks Whitebeard intentionally. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth were raised slightly, the ant had already been caught by him, but the simple agitation method made the ant lose her mind, and acted unscrupulously from ABFB, and the final result was only an acceleration of their failure. It's just an agent. Linlin, you retreat quickly. Don't be impulsive. Kaido eagerly shouted to the ant. The two of them can only fight Whitebeard if they cooperate, but now, the ant is irritated and careless. However, the ant caught in anger. No matter how Kaido warned her, it was useless. Soon, she was wounded under Whitebeard's counterattack. Since only the ant was alone, she was injured a bit more seriously this time. Damn it, as my ally, you are too unreliable, can you think about me more? Kaido caught the repulsed ant and said to her. Let go of me, didn't I just create a chance for you, why didn't you come? The ant pushed Kaido away and questioned. Your method of creating opportunities is useless for Whitebeard. Instead, it will only be used by Whitebeard. If you fall, I will not be able to fight Whitebeard alone. Kaido suddenly hated iron and steel. Advertisement. At this moment, Kaido thought in his heart, it would be great if his allies weren't an ant, even if the new descendant for Emperor's Blackbeard was better than the ant. Because Kaido has been in the same boat as her ant anyway, she clearly knows her character. Although the ant is full of strength and hard power is stronger than Blackbeard, she is much worse in strategy and skills, and she has to deal with people like Whitebeard. This is exactly what is needed, and brute force alone is ineffective. Listen, if you want to defeat Kaido, then you have to listen to me. Don't act without authorization, otherwise you will both be killed by you. Kaido criticized the ant, which also calmed the ant a lot. In order to eventually defeat Whitebeard, she can tolerate Kaido's shouting to her. Okay, do you have any plans next? Should you attack or attack? The ant asked. Next, I will be the decoy. Let's attack together. If you are repelled, you will be dormant temporarily. I will fight Whitebeard. You will use this time to accumulate strength and attack together with me and Whitebeard. Kaido to Mother said, if I have to deal with Whitebeard, then I have to do my best. Can you bear it? The ant asked. Don't worry, I have confidence in my body, and I still have the last card. It's you, but don't hesitate. You must use the most powerful moves and be sure to defeat the enemy with one blow. Kaido solemnly said. Okay, then I don't care about anything. The ant agreed seriously. Advertisement. Knowing beforehand that Whitebeard can hear distant voices clearly, Kaido and the ant did not speak completely, but used hormats to convey the message and gesture. However, at least Whitebeard can know what the two people are communicating. Although he does not know the content, he is also very interested in it. Come on, I don't know what kind of surprises you will bring next. Whitebeard stared at them with an expression of expectation. After Kaido and the ant determined their plan, they immediately attacked Whitebeard at the same time. Sway. Every blow of the dance is full of power. The ant is wielding a giant sword. Although her swordsmanship is not strong, it is also compared to the top swordsmanship masters such as Eagle Eyes and Red Hair. Moreover, the giant is still the ant's high-level homits, with a heavy weight. Strength bonus. Whitebeard, your shock is powerful enough to be shocking, but can you take my thunderous 8 trigrams without using the shock? Kaido's powerful blow instantly slammed out and shouted to Whitebeard. HMPH, do you want me to expose my flaws? Just what you want. Whitebeard was full of confidence in himself. Instead of using the power of the shock, he blocked his big sword in front of him and blocked Kaido at the same time. Double attack with ant. Huh. The collision between the weapons made a low sound, and at the same time the power of the two sides shocked at this moment. Whitebeard did not use the power of the shock to match them in strength, but Kaido and the ant were the offensive. Chapter 431. The Real Monster. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Offense is easier than defensively, so it seems that Whitebeard has the same strength as theirs, but in the face of the impact of the two, Whitebeard did not retreat by half a point, which has already shown some problems. Moreover, Whitebeard has not used the shock power yet, only relying on his own strength and haki to block it. This cannot help but surprise Kaido and the ant. They seem to know Whitebeard a little more. Damn it, give me back. The ant was very concentrated, and forced her whole body's strength onto her hands. She wanted to suppress Whitebeard. Although Kaido realized this was not in line with his ideas, he still cooperated with the ant and continued to exert strength on Whitebeard to suppress it. Once the strength of the two parties expands during entanglement, it will be more difficult to get out. This is true for both parties. Anyone who forcibly pulls away will cause the collapse of strength and be seriously injured. So, this is more or less risky. Therefore, after following the ant forcibly conveying power, Kaido regrets it a bit. It is unwise for them to compete with Whitebeard for power. And if they lose at this time, it will also affect the future plans. Damn, I was careless just now, and I was impulsive thinking about suppressing Whitebeard. Kaido thought to himself that he and the ant are the same, and he is always a little unconvinced with Whitebeard, but he is more sensible and very sensible. Soon sober. Come over. However, it was too late for him to wake up now, and the power was impossible to withdraw. At this time, he could only send more power to maintain himself. Otherwise, if they are hit by Whitebeard's counterattack, they will all need to bear this force, so they have no way back. Advertisement. The combined strength of these two people is really great. Whitebeard also felt strong pressure on the palm of his big knife, and the two of them almost seemed to have broken the boat. In this case, Whitebeard also had to use the power of shock. A power light group appeared on Whitebeard's broad knife. And ant can't. She resisted and was shot out instantly. Kaido and Anti flew a distance of tens of meters in an instant, and finally embedded deeply under the ground. Damn it! Kaido slapped angrily, shattering all the ground around him. He stood up again and shook the dust off his body. Facing the Whitebeard who hadn't moved a step, his face was full of dignity. Kaido, has been called a monster for many years, but in front of such a guy, I can't get any advantage at all. Why is this happening? You are the real monster. Whitebeard. Kaido's emotions became agitated, and he rushed towards Whitebeard again, and launched a heavy attack. Whitebeard used the power of the shock to avoid Kaido's attack perfectly, but when Whitebeard attacked Kaido, he found that Kaido was also avoided or blocked. Kaido still cares about himself. He didn't lose his mind. Whitebeard saw through this in an instant. The attacks of people who are really caught in madness cannot be predicted, but Kaido's attacks are not chaotic at all, but full of predictions. This is not even consistent with his emotional state of mind. Advertisement. Linlin, it's up to you next. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Kaido said in his heart. At this time, the ant quietly stood up again, watching Kaido and Whitebeard fighting each other. She immediately called her three homits together. Napoleon, Zeus, Prometheus, you have been with me for many years. Now, in order to defeat Whitebeard, I can only integrate you. This is also your highest glory. The ant said seriously. Afterwards, the ant used her fruit power. She merged the souls of the three Hormats together and created a blue fireball. This fireball has the power of flames and thunder and lightning, and its power is many times stronger than before. Not only that, the ant swallowed the fireball in one bite, and her body suddenly glowed slightly. The ant's body began to swell a little, and at the same time the skin began to become hot. There seemed to be an invisible minefield around the ant, which was constantly releasing thunder and lightning. The fullness of this kind of power made the ant very satisfied. The ultimate meaning of the fruit of the soul and soul, by eating the hormes created by the use of one's own soul to temporarily enhance one's power, the power will be doubled in a short period of time. 0. Look for flowers. This is the most powerful force of the ant at present. These three Hormats are all created in her soul, have self-consciousness, and have been cultivated for many years. This integration has made the ant's power soaring a lot. What an amazing power! Is this the real power of the four emperors? No wonder you can have an equal dialogue with the boss of Kaido. It seems that strength is really not covered. In the sky, a figure was quietly watching the scene below. This person is Jin. Before he escaped from the battlefield, he hid him. With his flying ability and speed, it was difficult for people to catch up. Therefore, Aokiji and others did not care about him. At that time, Aokiji also thought that Jin might be came here to support Kaido, only. Advertisement. But he never noticed. 0.0. Because Jin was hiding very well, and now, because of the more and more terrifying power around, Aokiji and Enel had to retreat. They completely withdrew from this area, and no longer watched the battle, but they did not leave the Ghost Island. Aokiji and Enel were a little far away before Jin appeared. He was looking for an opportunity to help Kaido. After seeing the ant's sudden burst of power, Jin felt extremely excited. He felt that it was time for him to give this blow. All my power. Measured. With such a powerful force, Jin felt that there was a chance to kill Whitebeard. At this time, the ant stayed in place to accumulate strength. After the blue fireball was swallowed by the ant, it was like an iron magnet, attracting all the power. The ant raised her hands above her head, and instantly summoned a pillar of fire, but unlike before, this time it was a blue pillar of fire. The power of fire and thunder had been completely integrated. Just this pillar of fire and thunder made Jin's heart frightened. And this is not what the ant used to deal with Whitebeard. She compressed these essence powers from within the beam of light, and gradually compressed them into a fireball. But the whole fire. The regiment is exceptionally stable. It's terrible, it's like a little sun. Jin sighed suddenly. Chapter 432. Whitebeard vs Kaido. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This terrible force also produced a great movement. Whitebeard, who was fighting Kaido, quickly realized. He glanced in the direction of the ant and was surprised to find that she had gathered a fireball. The blue fireball, what new trick is it? Whitebeard had already read the ant's tricks very clearly, but this was the first time he saw this ability. After all, you need to be more cautious about the unknown, so Whitebeard immediately pushed Kaido back and focused. Well done, well, but it took such a long time, and then it's up to you to see if you can make a head-on hit. Kaido glanced at the ant's fireball, and felt a little shocked in his heart. Having said that, Kaido rushed up again, intending to entangle Whitebeard, but Whitebeard was already vigilant, and he immediately opened the 040 palm and pushed forward, and a shock force blocked Kaido like a wall. And push him back. Move. Kaido kept getting close to Whitebeard, and finally took out the mace in his hand, hitting Whitebeard directly, and at the same time attacking Whitebeard from another direction. What's going on? This time the power is bigger. Is it the power of the old man? Enel asked in surprise. Although he was not on the ground and could not feel the vibration of the ground, there were waves of heat in the air. And shock made him particularly shocked. At this distance, such a powerful impact can be transmitted, which shows that the location of the center should be a more terrifying force. Thunder 8 trigrams. Advertisement. Go. Fire and thunder. The ant instantly sent her compressed fireball to Whitebeard. In an emergency, Whitebeard continued to form a barrier to defend her. What are you talking about now? And this kind of power fluctuation, even if Whitebeard doesn't see it, will attract his attention, said the ant. Therefore, this scar can be regarded as a weakness of Kaido. The transmission of the shocking force through the scar makes people feel unprecedented pain, but Kaido is still desperately resisting. The fireball collapsed instantly after impacting the defensive barrier of the shocking force, and the compressed power inside burst out instantly. The power of the flame and thunder and lightning instantly expanded from the range of a fireball to a distance of hundreds of meters in a radius. I am afraid that the power was in an instant open. Moreover, there were many cracks in the ground here before, and the power at this time accelerated the fragmentation of the ghost island. Hot magma began to gush out of the ground, and the cracks in the ground became larger and larger. Can you do it? If you can't contain him, then our plan will fail. The ant said to Kaido. The purpose of containment is also the same, allowing Whitebeard to face the attack in the most unprepared state, but now that Whitebeard is vigilant, it is much more difficult for them. Hey, I will continue to look for flaws, you must see the timing. Kaido got up and said. Kaido rushed over again in high spirits and waved the Langya list vigorously, using the strong power of thundering 8 trigrams to counter the shocking power of Whitebeard, which really gave Kaido a chance. It's now. Kaido yelled, who was bounced away, while he climbed up from the ground and reached out to grab Whitebeard's leg. Advertisement. It shouldn't be. Look there. Aokiji said solemnly. Enel looked in his direction and saw a more obvious flame erupting in the distant sky, and there was a cloud of smoke. Whitebeard blocked the Langya list, but Kaido was also close to him. Kaido wanted to control Whitebeard after being hit by the Whitebeard's big sword, but was immediately bounced off by Whitebeard's shocking force in a whirlwind. Open. Damn it. This guy is alert, but this little power can't stop me. For the subsequent victory, Kaido also desperately resisted Whitebeard's shock. However, the surrounding area was soon covered by a violent force, and Jin could not escape from this force in the air. He was involved in this shock, completely unable to control the impact of his body. You should stay away, you shouldn't let Whitebeard find out so quickly. Kaido said to the ant. Thank you for reading this story at mtlnation.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although her move has now been completed, at this distance, and with Whitebeard able to fully defend, it is bound to be impossible to cause a fatal blow to Whitebeard. It's the flame. This is not the old man's move, it is the enemy's. Has the other party already used real power? How can it be so strong? Dad will have nothing to do. Enel said with a little nervousness and fear. At the positions of Whitebeard and Kaido, a strong flame erupted upward, and a huge cloud of smoke formed in the sky, and this huge roar was immediately heard by Aokiji and Enel. Advertisement. The flames burned Jin's body, and the lightning hit him, still a huge impact suppressing his actions, and this fearful power formed zero in only an instant. But, what about that? Can you continue to bear it next? Whitebeard stretched out another palm, and a more powerful shock burst out instantly, this time directly suppressing Kaido and squeezing him pushed a distance of tens of meters. Kaido is totally desperate. Even though the shock force has severely affected his scars, he still insists on not retreating. Kaido's body is extremely hard. It is one of the few scars on his body that was caused by Odin. Both Aokiji and Enel started to worry about Whitebeard, but because the force of the impact was still going on, they couldn't get past to understand the situation now. I don't know, but Aokiji wants to say that this kind of power has exceeded his imagination, and it may cause harm to Whitebeard, but Aokiji can't say anything later, because Whitebeard will defeat this situation. Never thought about it. Oops. This island is about to shatter. Aokiji said solemnly. Ghost Island is located in a volcanic belt, and many volcanoes have erupted under the ground. The power of Whitebeard mainly comes from the power of shaking, and basically has nothing to do with flames. Therefore, it is basically certain that it is not caused by Whitebeard, and this kind of power is completely beyond the expectations of Aokiji and Enel. Because they are far from Whitebeard now. And at the moment of the explosion, Jin in the sky also saw the timing. He used all his power to send out an extremely hot flame, and on top of the fireball, it also added a fire to its ultimate power. Whitebeard frowned slightly. Kaido's super defense amazed him, and he actually resisted his shock force abruptly. Chapter 433. Kaido's Despair. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Aokiji and Enel felt that the situation was a bit dangerous for them, so they immediately evacuated the Ghost Island. They could only watch the Ghost Island gradually break apart from the Ghost Island. This terrible shock lasted for about an hour before it gradually calmed down, but the island was already in a mess, all kinds of magma, flames, covering the ground, and vibration from time to time. Since the island has been torn apart, various plates have been very unstable, and earthquakes will occur from time to time, so Aokiji and Enel did not rush to the Ghost Island next. What to do? Shall we continue to wait here? What if the old man is really in danger? Enel said anxiously. I didn't expect the enemy's power to be so terrifying. At the beginning, did we believe in the old man too much? Although his power is strong, there are people outside the world, and there is heaven outside the sky. No one knows what the enemy has prepared in trump cards. Aokiji and also. Think about it. These words completely made Kaido desperate. He knew that he had no chance of survival. However, even if he knew that he could not beat Whitebeard, Kaido would not sit and wait for death anymore. There is no confidence. Advertisement. Whitebeard's power has surpassed my imagination. He must be able to kill me. In my current state, even if I fight hard, I can only delay time. In the end, I can't match Whitebeard. Kaido, Linlin, thank you for the surprise you brought to me at the end, which made me feel a little joyful. Whitebeard said to Kaido very calmly, but this kind of peace is like a nightmare to Kaido. No, Whitebeard, you can't kill me. Have you forgotten that we were in a boat? Kaido yelled to Whitebeard with trembling. As for the original locations of Whitebeard and Kaido, there was no one at this moment. The ground there had already produced huge cracks, and fiery magma had emerged, and many areas around them had formed a sea of flames due to the flames of embers. Whitebeard is really still alive and almost unharmed. Their carefully prepared fatal blow still failed to defeat Whitebeard. The situation at this time can be said to make Kaido a little desperate. Kaido has many burn marks on his body, and many places have been blackened by smoke, and there are also traces of lightning strikes. Although Kaido is dead at the moment, he still survived. But these words made Kaido's heart beat suddenly, because he felt that he was about to be killed by Whitebeard. Whitebeard really has the ability to do this, even if his body is so strong, but facing Whitebeard, Kaido is a little. In this way, the two continued to wait on the land of Ghost Island. At this time, Ghost Island 01, except for the natural sound, became abnormally quiet, without any human voice. Although this trick is dangerous, I should kill Whitebeard. Kaido looked around, and Whitebeard was no longer visible, and there was no movement at all. Kaido was convinced that his prevention at the time definitely affected by who. Ahem. Damn it, it's really dangerous. I didn't expect Linlin's moves to be so powerful, and he almost died under this move. At this time Kaido's brain was running at a high speed, but due to his tension, he could not calm down at all. Whitebeard was like a Shinigami holding a sickle at this time, making Kaido unable to control his fear. Advertisement said, well, Whitebeard. Since you don't leave a way for people to survive, then I will accompany you to the end and let you see the true power of my Kaido. Shock. I said, Kaido, are you going to escape? Thank you for reading this story at mtlnation.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It's done, just keep sleeping. Kaido said. Guhahaha. I really underestimated Linlin. I didn't expect her to release such a powerful trick. Your cooperation is really surprising. This time it is really embarrassing. Whitebeard suddenly flew down from the sky. The breath showed a hint of freezing. Under the sweep of such a terrorist force, even the ant of the attacker could not avoid herself from being affected. She was also swept to other places by this shock and was covered by rocks. Dragging his scarred body, Kaido was about to leave here, but the sudden sound made him frightened. After a while, a human voice suddenly appeared in the peaceful world, and that voice seemed slightly low and embarrassed. Hey, but the Rocks pirate back then has passed. Besides, if you defeated me, I don't think you will keep me, so let's just be a bit more and don't cling to these so-called friendships. Whitebeard's language. Advertisement. You, how are you going to deal with me? Are you going to kill me? Kaido asked solemnly, with a hint of timidity in his tone. 040, Guhahaha, Kaido, the king of beasts, I didn't expect you to be so scared. As for killing you, this seems to be a good choice. Whitebeard said in a slightly teasing tone. Speaking of why we declared war with Whitebeard at the time, it would be enough to give Wano Kuni to Whitebeard directly. Why do we have to confront it? Is there any chance of life in this situation? Linlin, she won't be buried under her own moves, but if that's the case, then it's the best. It just happens to save me some trouble. Linlin, thank you so much for dealing with Whitebeard this time. But your mission is over. What to do? I am in this state now, and Linlin is also missing. How can I fight Whitebeard? At the moment of the explosion, Whitebeard was restrained by Kaido, so he used the force of the shock as a barrier, but as the explosion continued, Kaido was also affected by this shock. Avoid. Son, that short moment was enough to kill Whitebeard. Whitebeard, he's not dead yet. Kaido's brain seemed to explode with this message. Although Whitebeard also has some marks on his body, it is very clean compared to Kaido. It can almost be said that Whitebeard has not been injured much, and the appearance of Whitebeard also made Kaido's heart suddenly speed up. The voice seemed very relaxed, it didn't seem to have suffered multiple injuries, but the most important thing was that it was Whitebeard's voice. After the sound appeared, with a tremor on the ground, a figure suddenly broke out of the ground. It was Kaido's huge body. Chapter 434. Kaido's dragon form. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After Kaido finished speaking to Whitebeard, his body suddenly swelled, and then a pair of eyes glowed like flames. Kaido's body completely changed. The familiar Kaido disappeared before he could not know how to do it. What appeared in front of Whitebeard was a huge dragon flying in the air with a hot flame breathing in his mouth. Is this your true fruit body? Your strength has skyrocketed after becoming a dragon. Whitebeard looked at Kaido's dragon body in a very relaxed tone. HMPH, Whitebeard, let you see my true power. Even if I can't defeat you, I will make you pay. An angry voice came from Kaido's mouth, accompanied by a dragon roar. After becoming a dragon, Kaido's defense and vitality will be greatly improved. In this state, Kaido is extremely confident. Even Whitebeard cannot defeat him directly. Roar. Kaido opened his mouth angrily, and spit out a hot air current and flame in the direction of Whitebeard. This flame completely wrapped Whitebeard. Whitebeard used the shock power as a barrier to not be burned. Huh, my flames are very powerful, Kaido said triumphantly. Although the ant at this time is unusually unstable, she can distinguish between people and food, and the ant only eats delicious food and has no interest in people at all. Food, food, where is the food? The ant is looking for food everywhere, as if she has lost her mind. It seems that she is not interested in anything that is not related to food, and she has forgotten to deal with Whitebeard. Advertisement. This guy's hockey is really different. He can do it like this. If I can survive, can I also exercise hockey? Kaido said very much, although he already knows that Whitebeard's hockey is substantial. Destructive power. People can't look directly at it. Whitebeard uses the shock power as a barrier to completely ignore the surrounding flames, but the surrounding flame steam is unavoidable. Even if Whitebeard disperses it with Emperor Haki, new steam will soon be surrounded. The heat flow in the air hits quickly, but Whitebeard did not open the barrier, but directly greeted it. Draw 2 strokes. It turned out that under the huge impact just now, the ant didn't die, but fell into a coma, but she was a little different when she woke up. After Kaido becomes a dragon, he has a huge body, and the flame heat flow that it emits is extremely wide, and the environment that was already surrounded by lava flames has also become more fiery red. This fiery red looks like one from a distance like a little sun. Are you flying? But I'm not afraid of you. Kaido glanced in the air, then the huge wings flapped, and he flew up. Before he even approached, he began to breathe into Whitebeard's damage. The ant smashed the surrounding rocks, grabbed the figure in her hand, and then began to rub him. Okay, what a quick knife, and it can cut my body in the form of a dragon. Whitebeard, what terrifying existence are you? Kaido was frightened and immediately defended himself with his wings. Cover. Avoid Whitebeard. Advertisement. Kaido's breath of dragon is not a short-term move. He can even maintain it for a long time, emitting a continuous flow of flames and heat. After a long time of attack, even Whitebeard feels this heat slowly approaching. It's a pity, Kaido, you were originally a talent, but unfortunately you took the wrong path. You are not worthy of being a pirate. Whitebeard's figure suddenly jumped out from the shadow of the flame and flew directly into the sky. It is not a problem, but he will lose his reputation and honor as the 4 emperors. Are you pitying me? Kaido said furiously. He understands what Whitebeard means. If their battlefield ends too early, then the outside world will definitely think that Kaido is not as good as Whitebeard at all. No, it's already not better than. Thank you for reading this story at mtlnation.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But every time I see Whitebeard in use, Kaido is still surprised. A cross mark was left on Kaido's huge body. I don't have to pity you, because your dragon form really makes me feel tricky. It will only take a little longer. Whitebeard said. After slashing twice, Whitebeard retreated a bit, and then Kaido's knife scar became deeper and deeper, and then the blood vessel ruptured and dragon blood flowed out of it. The next offense. Kaido opened his mouth again. This time, he exhaled extremely hot flames and heat. If it were just flames, it was not a powerful move, but in the dragon's breath, it was still full of hot flame steam. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, know how good I am, even you, it is impossible to withstand such a high temperature. Kaido was proud in his heart, he felt that he had suppressed Whitebeard, and then he continued to output to Whitebeard. More. So what? Whitebeard snorted coldly, and the Emperor Haki on his body burst open, directly dispersing the surrounding flames. Food, hey, I want to know where the food is. Well, Kaido, seeing you so desperately, I'm also giving you a chance, play with you more, and be worthy of our Emperor battle. Whitebeard said with a smile. The ant walked through the magma and flames, but she seemed to be an okay person. This long battle caused the ant's schizophrenia, and her mood gradually became irritable, because she could not find food. Began to vent. After that, he didn't even have the strength to resist. Dragon's breath. This huge squeezing force awakened Jin and felt abnormal pain in her body. She was already scarred by the impact just now, but she finally saved her life, but now, under the ant's play, he waking up. You know, the damage caused by this kind of heat flow is even greater, just like when the water just boils, the steam emitted is more dangerous than the boiling water itself. And when Whitebeard was fighting Kaido, a huge figure crawled out of the ruins. With great power, she shot all the rocks and other objects on her body into the air. Just as the ant was venting her emotions, she suddenly found someone under the rock, and the ant couldn't help but smile like a drool. Chapter 435. The Horror of the Ant. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Okay. It hurts, what happened? After waking up with a painful face, Jin immediately observed the surroundings, and soon he saw the ant's frightening eyes. Child, be good, tell me where the food is. The auntie shouted to Jin softly and violently. Food. Jin was still a little awake at this time, and didn't understand what was going on. He was thinking about Whitebeard and Kaido for the first time, so he couldn't understand the state of the ant at all. Food. I want food, if I don't know, I will kill you. The ant said eagerly and angrily. It's schizophrenia. Seeing the ant's appearance at this time, Jin also suddenly remembered. Although he had not seen it before, he had also heard that the ant would occasionally break out of schizophrenia, and then become abnormally violent, even my children dare not approach. Damn it, how could this happen suddenly? Boss Whitebeard and Kaido don't know what's going on. I was caught by the ant who had an eating disorder. Damn, I won't die in her hands. The ant's killing intent became more and more intense. Yan was also thinking quickly in his heart, he didn't want to die in the hands of his allies, and it was still so unclear. The shock and vibration are obvious. But at this time, Aokiji was not sure of what he said, and just wanted to cheat Jin. Advertisement. However, the Aunt Ishin who was going to find food didn't care about Aokiji and Enel at all. She didn't even go to see them, and walked past them directly. It's Aunt Four Emperors, why did she come out? Is the old man defeated? Aokiji asked in surprise. Food, let me think about 040, Jin said with a slight delay. As the Four Emperors group, the Kaido pirates didn't lack food at all, but Jin looked around, and the whole Ghost Island was already there. It's a mess, and the base camp has long been. I won't believe what you said. It's impossible for Dad to be defeated, and even less likely to die. Do you think your tricks can deceive me? Aokiji suddenly said calmly to Jin. Less can still play some value. Yes, it's me. Your father has already been defeated and killed. We won the war in the end, ha ha ha. Yan laughed at Aokiji very proudly. Daddy was defeated and died. This is impossible, Enel yelled, and at the same time he rushed out without knowing it, and headed to the interior of the Ghost Island. Aokiji also couldn't believe it, but he didn't leave immediately. Okay. I believe you once, if you dare to lie to me, I will definitely kill you. The ant said fiercely. Damn it, did this guy lose his mind? How could he become smart again at this time? Jin didn't understand the state of the ant. Whitebeard and Kaido boss must not be dead. They are fighting now, but I can't help. Now the Kaido pirates have been defeated. If Kaido boss is defeated, then everything is really over. It is destroyed, there is no food at all. Advertisement. Jin deliberately aroused the emotions of Aokiji and Enel so that they could attack Aokiji and Enel. Then Jin could use Aokiji and Enel to deal with Aokiji and Enel. Impossible. How could they beat the old man? Enel shouted immediately. In this situation, Enel could not believe it, but, I don't know why, Enel felt anxious at this time. Food. What kind of food? I don't understand what you mean. Aokiji suddenly felt suspicious, but as the ant turned around, he immediately saw the antis grasping Jin. What? Aokiji and Enel were shocked instantly, both of them had incredible expressions. The ant is likely to deal with the Whitebeard pirates next. After leaving the Ghost Island, they can go to the main island of Wano-Kuni, and the Whitebeard pirates have garrisons everywhere on the main island of Wano-Kuni. There is food on the main island of Wano-Kuni. Jin thought for a while and said. After hearing Aokiji's words, the ant reacted and turned to Aokiji and said gloomily, "Food, do you have food?" Therefore, in order to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from being attacked by the ant, Aokiji is naturally here to prevent the ant from leaving, and if Whitebeard is really dead, then he must have revenge. This old woman said she wanted to help us deal with Whitebeard, but it turned out to be like this. What should we do? Can she only follow her to the Flower City? Can she immediately regain her sanity after eating the food? So it was you, Jin. Aokiji shouted to Jin. Facing the ant who was approaching step by step, Aokiji was also very nervous. He was also worried about the safety of Whitebeard at this time. The ant who was supposed to be dealing with Whitebeard suddenly appeared here, making people can't help but think about it. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at mtlnation.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Go. Walked over. What's the matter? The ant seems a little weird. Aokiji was a little surprised. He felt that the ant's state looked a little wrong, and they were obviously enemies, so why did the ant ignore them? Jin was caught by the ant and couldn't move, but his brain kept turning. Soon, the ant walked to the edge of the Ghost Island, where they met Aokiji and Enel. Direction. While nervous and worried, Aokiji and Enel also made preparations for battle. Although he, ABFB, didn't know what was going on Whitebeard's side, the ant was still their enemy. Since they encountered it, they naturally wanted to fight. Hey, how is Dad and Kaido? Aokiji solemnly questioned the ant. Is it the boss of Kaido? He's not dead. Jin felt happy at once, but for the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido, the ant had no interest at all at this time. She didn't even watch it. Go straight to the capital city of Wano-Kuni. Then, the ant headed towards the flower capital of Wano-Kuni. She did not let go of Jin along the way, and when they passed through a certain area, Jin clearly felt that there was a fighting situation there, although he could not see anything. But that kind of punch. Of course there is food, the flower capital of Wano-Kuni, there is a wealth of food there. Jin replied affirmatively. Regardless of whether what Jin said is true or not, Aokiji must consider the worst-case scenario. If Whitebeard is truly defeated and killed, and now only the ant appears alone, then at least Kaido is also dead. Really? You won't lie to me? The ant asked in a questioning tone, her eyes full of murderousness. Chapter 436. Crazy Ant. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. HMPH, are you? Jin ignored Aokiji, but immediately urged the ant. Ant, all the delicious food you need is hidden by this guy. Just beat him and let him hand over the food. Under Jin's instigation, the ant didn't have the ability to think. He immediately asked Aokiji. Food, did you hide the food? Aokiji was about to explain something, but the ant didn't give him a chance at all. A burst of Conqueror's Haki burst out of his body, and at the same time a trembling sound wave was emitted. Ah! The ant did not continue to hold on to Jin, and Jin fell directly to the ground, losing consciousness because of the impact of the ant. What a stupid guy. Do you want to use my ant to deal with me? I was knocked down first. Aokiji put his hands in front of him, and he felt a little funny. But, what should I do with this guy next? Aokiji looked at the ant solemnly. At this time, the ant had completely lost her mind because of the food, and she looked murderous when facing Aokiji. At this time, the ant is in a state of furious rage, and the power of Homitsu has been integrated before. On the contrary, Aokiji's consumption on the battlefield has not yet recovered. Advertisement. Originally the strength was weaker than the 4 emperors, not to mention the current state of oneself is not good. If you want to fight the ant, you can only adopt the only strategy, and that is infinite defense. If you can block it, you can avoid it. If you can avoid it, you can drag it. This is Aokiji's strategy. He feels that he is definitely not an ant's opponent, so there is no need to take action. Forced attacks will only let him take risks. Food. Give it to me. The ant let out a roar, and then gave Aokiji a heavy blow. The heavy force carried the oppressive air pressure and swept in instantly, and Aokiji immediately jumped away, pulling a certain distance from the ant. After that, the ant kept chasing Aokiji and attacked. Its destructive power was terrible, but Aokiji kept retreating and kept a certain distance from the ant, which kept delaying time. On the other side, after Enel went to the center of the Ghost Island, he soon found Whitebeard and Kaido, only to see that the two of them were fighting. But it was a fierce battle. In fact, Kaido was beaten unilaterally, because Enel saw that Kaido had left many knife marks on his body, all of which were cut by Whitebeard. Father, that's great, let me just say, how could something be wrong with my father? That kid dared to lie to me. Enel was relieved immediately. He saw Whitebeard suppressing Kaido in the fight, so there was nothing to worry about. Yes, so he rushed right away. Went back. Aokiji, it's okay, I'm still fighting Kaido. Enel told Aokiji the news, and then he and Aokiji dealt with the ant. Thunder and 10,000 fishing. Enel shouted, and instantly released a strong high-voltage thunder and lightning at the ant. The power of thunder and lightning also made a loud beating sound when it penetrated the air, and then all fell on the ant's body. The sound of lightning rumbled, and the ground where the ant was located instantly turned black, but this thunder and lightning did not cause any harm to the ant. Advertisement. The ant had merged with Homits, and she could also emit lightning and flames. She saw a flame in one hand and lightning in the other. Two forces were sent towards Aokiji and Enel respectively. The powerful force even twisted the surrounding space. The ant sent out the power of thunder and lightning to Aokiji, and the power of fire to Enel. In the face of the swift thunder and lightning, Aokiji quickly condensed absolute 0-degree pure ice in front of him, isolating the thunder and lightning, but the thunder and lightning the impact of power. Force still tells Aokiji to push out. Enel is even more embarrassed in the face of the power of fire. Aokiji's own ice has an insulating effect, but Enel can't block the attack of the flame, and the flame range emitted by the ant is very large, which makes Enel unable to do it. Flash. Avoid. He was directly burned by the flame. Then the ant rushed up quickly and injured Enel with a punch. Enel couldn't get up again. Aokiji, I'll leave it to you next. I'm not working anymore, I'm out of strength. Enel said weakly. You guy, you were caught in a flaw, so careless. Aokiji yelled at Enel. Zero look for flowers. Next, Aokiji can only deal with the ant alone, but it is said to deal with it. In fact, Aokiji is only holding back the ant and delaying time. But facing the ant's continuous pursuit and attack, Aokiji was also exhausted, and he felt that he could not hold on anymore. This can't work, it seems that I can only rendezvous with the old man. Aokiji thought to himself. He felt that he could not hold on for long, so he could only lead the ant to Whitebeard. Advertisement. Next, Aokiji led the ant and slowly took it to the battlefield between Whitebeard and Kaido. Aokiji shouted from a distance. Daddy, the ant is in a crazy state, I can't resist it. 0.0. So Linlin is not dead yet. Whitebeard, who was attacking Kaido, was a little surprised when he heard it, but he immediately said, if this is the case, let me deal with it. On the other hand, Kaido was a little surprised to see that the ant was not dead. He couldn't deal with Whitebeard alone, and if the ant was still there would be a chance of life. Linlin, come here, let's deal with him together. Kaido immediately shouted to the ant. Kaido's body was already full of scars at this time, but with the defensive power and vitality of the dragon form, Kaido still showed a very energetic and powerful appearance. Food. I want food. The ant yelled at everyone. As time went by, the ant's mania became more and more serious because she could not eat delicious food. The ant's state began to attack indiscriminately after entering their battlefield. Whether it was Kaido or Whitebeard, the ant attacked desperately. Damn it, why did Linlin lose his mind and have schizophrenia? Kaido felt a headache and was expecting to join forces with the ant, but the ant attacked himself in turn. Hey, ha ha ha, Linlin is really a glutton. It seems that this problem can't be corrected, but it's really funny when it happens on the battlefield. Whitebeard laughed immediately. Whitebeard stood volley in the air, and he was amused watching the scene of his ant attacking Kaido. She Chapter 437. Terrible Shock Fruit Ability. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Stop Linlin, can you be more awake? Kaido yelled at the ant. However, no matter how Kaido roared, the ant's mania didn't diminish at all, instead she attacked more and more fiercely. At this time, Whitebeard seemed to be watching a good show. He stood in the air without any intention to intervene. In this dilemma, he wanted to see how Kaido would handle it. Damn it, Linlin can't regain his sanity without eating food, but where there is food now, how can I be a headache ally? Kaido felt that the situation before him was a bit tricky, he didn't know how to deal with it. I kept complaining in my heart. First of all, Kaido can block the ant's attack, but he can't control the ant, and how he shoots and injured the ant, then he may lose a 0-4-0 teammates. If no one joins hands with him, there is no play against Whitebeard. But if Kaido doesn't really make a move, the ant's attacks will be endless, which makes Kaido not know how to choose. Damn it, Whitebeard actually flew up the first time, so I attracted Linlin's firepower. Kaido glanced at Whitebeard in the air, and a burst of anger came into his chest. But what about regenerating energy? He can't do anything now. He can only deal with the ant. But seeing Whitebeard has never made a move, Kaido seems to be relieved, and gradually found a way to deal with the ant. Kaido's confrontation with the ant seemed to form a balance. Neither of them would be injured, which made Whitebeard frown, because it was not a good show he wanted to see. Advertisement. In that case, let me add a scene. Whitebeard's hands changed, and the force of the shock was emitted from different directions, and then formed a barrier to build together, forming a quadrilateral in a closed space. And this square trapped both Kaido and Anti in it, and it was extremely narrow for them. This kind of space made it impossible for Kaido to deal with the Anti all the time and make each other peaceful. Damn, it's Whitebeard, do you want to kill us in this way? Kaido said bitterly, and he used his body to directly rush into the barrier, trying to use brute force to break open barrier. However, this barrier was carefully prepared by Whitebeard, and the shock force used was also very majestic. The impact of Kaido could only cause a shock in the space, but it failed to produce more damage. At this time, Kaido had no retreat from the ant's attack. Kaido was continuously attacked by the ant. The fierce ant was also very fierce. Although it is much worse than Whitebeard, it has been able to create Kaido in the dragon form. It hurts. Facing the crazy attack of the ant, Kaido used his body to resist on the one hand, and on the other hand continued to destroy the barrier. However, as time went on, Kaido found that Whitebeard had been continuously outputting shock power. Barrier. Any damage will be immediately repaired by Whitebeard. Damn it. Kaido became even more annoyed when he realized this, but he had nothing to do. He couldn't solve the current situation at all. He could only choose to fight with the ant. Advertisement. Even knowing that Whitebeard's purpose is to let them kill each other, Kaido can only do so. He has no other choice. If he doesn't fight, he will always be attacked by the ant. This feeling of being played by Whitebeard between applause makes Kaido very dissatisfied, and at the same time very angry, but what he hates most at this time is not Whitebeard, but the ant. Damn Linlin, you have a schizophrenia at this critical moment. You are deliberately making trouble with me. I am really angry. Kaido looked at the ant's eyes as if he was about to burst into flames. Next, Kaido didn't keep his hands. He launched a real attack on the ant. A dragon's breath immediately suppressed the ant. The intense heat and flame suppressed the ant, making her unable to move forward and can only defend. Stand up. It's really unwilling to be consumed by my own allies like this. Kaido let out a dragon's breath to suppress the ant, while looking at Whitebeard who looked very leisurely and comfortable, there was an indescribable hatred in his heart. Under Kaido's suppression, the ant can no longer make any attacks. Not only that, but the ant's aura is also constantly decreasing. Finally, Kaido is repulsed by Kaido and gradually regains some sanity. What is this situation? What am I doing? The ant suddenly woke up and said, Linlin, have you regained consciousness? Hurry up and join forces to destroy Whitebeard's barrier. We are trapped. Seeing that the ant's state has recovered somewhat, Kaido immediately stopped attacking and shouted. Whitebeard. Hearing this name, the ant's fighting mood suddenly emerged, so she immediately joined forces with Kaido, and their strength broke the Whitebeard barrier. What? It's a shame that I didn't finish watching a good scene. Whitebeard said with some regret. He still wanted to see Kaido and the ant finally fall down. Advertisement. HMPH, Whitebeard, you should have consumed a lot of strength now that the battle has progressed. I don't believe how long you can fight against the two of us. Kaido shouted angrily to Whitebeard. Yes, keep going, we will definitely defeat Whitebeard. The ant also said firmly. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so confident. I really admire it. However, I am tired of this battle, so I will fight quickly. Next, Whitebeard didn't have any temptations and flamboyant moves. When he shot, he was his strongest shock force. After a distance of tens of meters, Whitebeard punched out, and a shock force of 5.1 was huge. It was directly that the ground where Kaido and Anti were located was instantly torn apart and finally collapsed. Kaido and Anti escaped separately, and a big pit was formed on the ground. It's not over yet. Whitebeard then used the power of the shock continuously, and attacked Kaido and the ant at the same time, constantly oppressing the two. Because of the speed of Whitebeard's shot and the speed of the attack, neither Kaido nor the ant had a chance to be able to close to Baihu. Sub, or launch a long-range attack. In order to suppress them more respectfully, Whitebeard flew into the air again, sending out a shock force from above, using gravity to increase the impact, and the force of the shaking violently impacted Anti and Kaido. This guy actually still has such ample physical strength. Chapter 438. Whitebeard's terrifying power. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kaido really couldn't understand. He felt that Whitebeard was powerful, but it was so old after all. The battle had been going on for such a long time, and the battle was very expensive, but Whitebeard could still send out such a powerful and uninterrupted impact. Incomprehensible, simply incomprehensible, how strong a person is. His physical strength should be limited, but Whitebeard's physical strength is extreme and Kaido can't see it. Kaido had an incredible face facing Whitebeard's suppression, but the ant was silent, because she was desperate, and this time she had a complete experience of Whitebeard's strength. Whitebeard is a strong monster with no sides, but the ant mistakenly thought that she had seen the limit of Whitebeard. She fought Whitebeard, and she thought that was the limit of Whitebeard. But now she knows that even now, Whitebeard's limit is still uncertain. This monster, strong, has no boundaries. Therefore, the ant has completely lost her fighting spirit. All her current resistance is only the instinct of her own body. In fact, she has lost hope and has no idea of continuing to fight with Whitebeard. No problem. Kaido immediately agreed without thinking, because he knew he was not qualified to negotiate terms with Whitebeard, and being alive now is the only requirement for him. It's just that Whitebeard has power. Once a person has a strong power, he will be less harsh on those weak people, because they have no threat to him. In addition, Whitebeard also considers that he will be on the same boat with them after all. Advertisement. However, at this time, Whitebeard's attack had not stopped. After using the uninterrupted shock power to crush them, Whitebeard covered himself to the limit armament haki, and the whole person directly swooped down. Whitebeard condensed his eyes slightly, facing the rapid thunder and lightning. He sent out the shocking force in his palm, and then instantly felt that he could twist the shocking force into a vortex state. Kaido is almost a strong person at the top other than him. Whitebeard couldn't help but immediately read the effect of the card. Swallow fusion can swallow the power of the enemy's fruit with the power of the shock, and can consume the swallowed part and the shock of the shock. Force fusion. What about you, Linlin, will you continue to kill me? Whitebeard asked. There was no hope. There was no hope at all, so, in order to preserve a bit of life, Kaido surrendered to Whitebeard in a low voice. How about a member of the pirate group? Now Kaido takes the initiative to beg for mercy. Whitebeard intends to sell him a favor. He immediately said to Kaido, well, since you surrendered, then your beast's pirates must not continue to exist. You will be a Whitebeard in the future. In a harsh war, not to mention the ant hated her before. Under the coverage of the extreme armament haki, the power of Whitebeard's ordinary punch is even the same as Kaido's full thundering 8 trigrams, and Whitebeard's heavy punch is dozens of times stronger than the thundering 8 trigrams. After Whitebeard played Kaido back to its original state, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Every time he defeated a strong, he would get an ability card, and the higher the strength level of the defeated strong, the more rare and precious the cards he got. Next is fusion. Whitebeard operated step by step. He immediately merged the power of the shock with the lightning. A new move appeared. I saw Whitebeard send out a blue-white lightning through the vortex, hitting the distance directly, and that area being struck by lightning. Advertisement. Because of them, their reputation is not good, and if these two guys are mastered by their own, they might still be able to use them. I'm like him. Linlin whispered. Whitebeard sighed, and said, well, since your children have joined the Whitebeard pirates for their loyalty to me, I will spare you. All belong to the Whitebeard pirates, don't. But the same is also more expensive, so Whitebeard has not been used before. As this swallowing, Whitebeard immediately operated according to his own feelings, changing the force of the shock into the form of a whirlpool, and the lightning from Enel was gradually swallowed into the whirlpool. Thank you for reading this story at mtlnation.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Under such an attack, Kaido and Anti couldn't resist at all. Kaido's two dragon horns were directly shattered by Whitebeard's punch, and the heavy injuries caused Kaido to retreat from the dragon form and return to the human form. It wasn't to dissolve it, it wasn't to bounce off, it was to swallow it directly, and immediately Whitebeard was able to control the thunder and lightning, and the power of the thunder and lightning became unusually gentle in the vortex. Give birth to the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, otherwise you will be at your own risk. Don't talk nonsense, let you attack and execute it as soon as possible. Whitebeard said, so Enel immediately knocked on the taiko drum behind him, sending a rapid thunderbolt on Whitebeard. At the same time, it also produced a great vibration, causing a huge vertical crack on the ground. Create fruit power of unique nature. Advertisement. Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki has all been upgraded to the highest level. Conqueror's Haki has evolved into the Emperor Haki, the armed color has been upgraded to the extreme armed color, and the seeing and hearing color has been upgraded to the extreme seeing and hearing color, and the upgrade brought by the upgraded Haki has also doubled the improvement. It is really a good effect to be able to integrate the power of the fruit. Whitebeard was very satisfied. Enel, use your thunder and lightning to attack me. Whitebeard said to Enel. In this way, Kaido and Anti were defeated and surrendered and joined the Whitebeard pirates. However, although they joined the Whitebeard pirates, this does not mean that Whitebeard immediately trusted them. However, before going back, Whitebeard also wanted to test the effect of this swallowing fusion, and had just acquired a new card ability. Of course, Whitebeard 040 wanted to try it right away. Whitebeard stopped and looked at the dying Kaido and the ant. 1. Whitebeard, stop, I gave up and hope you can let me go. Kaido said in a weak voice, knowing that if Whitebeard continues to fight, he will definitely die. Kaido and Anti knocked down separately. Next, Whitebeard prepared to escort Kaido and Whitebeard back first, and then control them, while Aokiji and Enel also came to Whitebeard's side, and they arrested Jin. Ding, defeat Kaido, and get the card, Swallow Fusion. Huh, Daddy, why do you suddenly want me to attack you? Enel was a little surprised. Chapter 439. Defeat the Twin Kings. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This is, Kaido, Anti, Aokiji, and Enel were all dumbfounded, because Whitebeard's attack has the attributes of thunder and shock at the same time. When Whitebeard used the shock power, it originally produced white light waves, but now there are no light waves, but there is some white light on the lightning. Swift and violent. And Whitebeard can also accurately control the vibration direction of the shock force through the direction of thunder and lightning, which makes Whitebeard very handy. Father, how can you do this? Enel couldn't understand, he asked immediately. Guhahaha, it's not important. You just need to know that I can use your fruit power. In addition, I gave this trick an exclusive name, called Lei Gen, how about it? Whitebeard smiled satisfied. Lei Gen, it's a very prestigious name, but Daddy, can you keep using this kind of move in the future? Do you still need to use me? Enel asked. Okay W. Aokiji nodded and agreed, and then released a cold air to Whitebeard. In the same way, Whitebeard first swallowed the cold air, and then released it after fusion. What kind of effect will it produce? Not only Whitebeard, but the others present are also looking forward to it. Advertisement. Fusion. Really good ability. Whitebeard felt very satisfied, and then they were guys return. Whitebeard quickly swallowed this fruit power, and released an invisible impact after fusion. This power is not substantial, it seems to be an impact on the soul and an impact on the spirit. Linlin and Whitebeard have both spoken, you quickly release your strength. Kaido said to the ant, he also wanted to see more scenes of integration. That's not necessary. It only needs to be swallowed once and it can be stored forever. It can be combined and used at any time in the future. Whitebeard explained. However, Linlin's fruit power should be very interesting after the fusion. Whitebeard's gaze turned to Linlin again. Linlin is a soul and soul fruit capable person who can ingest human souls. If this strange use ability is combined with the power of shock merge. Yes, Whitebeard saved us Wanokuni, and we can live a good life in the future. Look, Whitebeard really defeated Kaido. This kind of soul shock is even more useful than Haki. It can easily cause mental shocks. As long as the strength is controlled, the light one can make people dizzy, and the heavy one can cause mental explosion death. This kind of skill is it also made Kaido feel shocking. He felt that his previous idea of wanting to defeat Whitebeard was too naive. Even for a moment, this kind of idea shouldn't exist. Ha ha ha, this one is really interesting. Whitebeard said happily. Of course I know, I still need you to say it. The ant gave Kaido a white look, and then immediately retreated and used one of her moves, shocking her soul. Advertisement. Whitebeard, it's such a bottomless pit, how many abilities are you still hiding? Kaido exclaimed in his heart. However, this trick has no effect on Whitebeard, and Whitebeard is not afraid, so Linlin never used his soul power against Whitebeard before. Not only Kaido, but also 4 Emperor's Ant. She didn't die. She and Kaido dealt with Whitebeard, but she was also defeated. Every time I see Whitebeard, he can always show stronger strength than the last time. Where is his limit? Does he have a limit? The ant also questioned in her heart, but no one can tell the answer. It's horrible, Whitebeard, if he uses this trick to deal with us, I'm afraid he will be able to tell the winner soon. The ant said in horror. She didn't expect that her fruit power would be even more terrifying in Whitebeard's hands. When Whitebeard returned to the Flower City, all the people were welcome, and even many people from Wanokuni in other areas also came to the Flower City to thank the Whitebeard towel. It's a round pit. When Linlin uses this trick, if the opponent feels fear on the other side of him, he will immediately be taken from his soul and die, which is a terrible trick. Seeing the changes in Whitebeard's moves, Kaido and the ant were very surprised. They were all shocked. They didn't expect Whitebeard to have a whole card. This is an ice burst. Whitebeard was a little surprised. It was different from what he thought. After fusing with the shock power, this freezing power seemed to lose its original ability to freeze, but turned into an ice burst effect. And the bursting power produced is the slightest. It is not weaker than the previous thunder shock, and the resulting cold fog is also very strong, which can instantly block the field of vision, and the visibility within a radius of 100 meters is less than 2 meters. Advertisement. However, the disadvantage is that the soul impact is indistinguishable, unable to control a single direction, nor can it accurately impact the spirit of a certain person, so as soon as Whitebeard was released, everyone present was recruited. It shouldn't be any kind of fruit. Whitebeard looked at Kaido, zone fruit like him. When using it, the power of the fruit is completely transformed inside, not an external force, and it is impossible for Whitebeard to swallow Kaido. However, even after the removal, the heads of Aokiji and Enel are still a little groggy, the impact of the soul impact on them is still quite large, and the mental recovery is far more difficult than the physical scars. A strong freezing force was quickly released, and it burst into the open space in the distance, causing a strong impact around it, and as the cold spread, after the cold fog passed, Whitebeard clearly saw it. That place is already. It's too strong. Daddy, can you fuse any fruit power? I can't wait to see how you fuse other fruit powers. Enel said expectantly. Aokiji, let's try to fuse your abilities, let's release the fruit ability to attack me. Whitebeard said to Aokiji again. Everyone present was affected by this shock, and they all held their heads in pain. Whitebeard understood that this is a soul shock, a move that the opponent can't defend at all, and it can easily make a person's mental breakdown. Did not blend the fruit power of this transformation class. Thank you for reading this story at mtlnation.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Kaido and the ant were a little better, but they also had a great influence, while Aokiji and Enel were suppressed and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Whitebeard quickly relieved the attack. The people on the street were welcoming Whitebeard while talking quietly, because Kaido was behind Whitebeard. Chapter 440. Marine Strikes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kaido and Anti are both chained. It is specially made by Seastone. Those people don't know much about Anti, but Kaido is their Wano-kuni's king of guardian. Some people worship Kaido, and most people fear and hate Kaido. After seeing Kaido fail, many people start to laugh at him boldly. This damn Kaido was finally defeated. Yeah, Whitebeard deserves to be the strongest man, and the so-called strongest creature is nothing more than that. In the future, we will no longer have to be bullied by the Kaido pirates, great. Damn it. Hearing the comments from people around him, Kaido felt very angry. The dignity of being a strong man was trampled on by these ordinary people. Kaido was full of anger and wanted to use his strength to deter these people. However, when he had this idea, Whitebeard turned around and said to Kaido, Kaido, you have oppressed the people for so long, and you can't stand being scolded for so long. Hearing what Whitebeard said, Kaido was a bit wrong. He immediately fell silent. Whitebeard continued, Kaido, although you have joined the pirate group, but this does not mean that I have no punishment for you. You were right for Wano-kuni. All of them were developed by the scientific force against Whitebeard. Hey, there is nothing we can do about it. As Marine, we naturally have to deal with the pirates. Beiru Meibo said. Advertisement. Kebi, what are you thinking about? Are you nervous about conquering Whitebeard? Kebi's friend Beiru Meibo asked concerned. The whole Wano-kuni soon knew that Kaido was defeated and captured by Whitebeard. These people began to cheer and celebrate. Of course, Drake, who had been hiding, also knew about it. Ha ha ha, haven't you all retired? What's wrong? Do you still have to worry about this? Garp laughed. I don't know how many people are going to die. Kirby clenched his fist. He didn't know how he would face that kind of scene then. Yes, since I retired, I feel that everything has become a lot easier. This feeling is really pleasant. I will never agree to let me sit in that position. I don't worry about these things. I'm just curious, this power. I'm just worried that there will be Marine brothers who don't know how many will die on the battlefield. Kirby said. Behind Akainu, there are 3 Marine Admiral, Kizaru, Green Bull, and Fujitora. Other Vice Admiral and below officers are distributed on other warships to command. Akainu led the elite of Marine and set off with great strength. NS. What he did has to pay some price. However, he couldn't stop it. Marine's innate mission was to deal with the pirates. Last time, Whitebeard took the initiative to attack naval headquarters, but this time, it was the Marine government that gathered forces to attack Whitebeard. However, during this time, Akainu has assembled all the forces they planned. Marshal Marine personally conquered, 3 Marine Admiral accompanied, and 10 Marine Government Headquarters Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral and the School Lieutenant. The total number is about 50. Marine. There are densely packed warships sailing on the sea. On one of them, the officer Kirby is worried about this. Marine uses such a large scale of force, and even Marine Marshal Akainu has personally participated in the battle. It is conceivable that the Marine government wants to eliminate the white. Advertisement. Kirby has matured, and now he will not escape the war, but he is still thinking about a better solution, whether there is only war between Marine and the pirates. Does it have any effect on Whitebeard? Zhang Guo said. And Kirby is worried about this. He has already experienced the top war. That war was too tragic. There were countless deaths and injuries. Blood and wailing were everywhere. After seeing this scene once, he never wanted to go through the second time again. But I heard that Whitebeard helped Wano-kuni. Even if he is a pirate, he did not harm the people. Kirby argued. Looking at this grand scene, Garp and Sengoku, who stayed at the naval headquarters, suddenly became emotional. Garp said, this is probably the first time that Marine has used such a huge force to destroy a pirate. The 040 news of Whitebeard guy's spin was also quickly spread. When Whitebeard was greeted by Momonosuke and returned to the general's house, Morgans immediately released the news to his newspaper and asked them to write about Whitebeard's conquest of Kaido. As a result, at least, for the most dazzling One Piece of this era, Garp exclaimed. Perhaps, but at least you can have relative freedom to become Marine Admiral, you can decide some things, at least things like Buster Call, I will never allow it. Kirby sighed. I don't know, but it's useless to think about it now. I'm just an ordinary school officer, and even if it's Marine Admiral, I can't decide the policy and strategy of the Marine government. Balloom said. These warships ABFB are all equipped with new types of laser guns, and they also have defensive devices that will not be easily overturned. At the same time, there are 20 new pacifists led by Zon Taomaru, and all kinds of new weapons. The guy Whitebeard has become more and more unfathomable. This time he defeated the 4 emperors Kaido. If Akainu's actions fail to effectively defeat Whitebeard, then the majesty of Marine will completely disappear in front of Whitebeard, and Whitebeard will completely succeed. Advertisement. A total of 50 large warships were dispatched by the government. No. Seeing Kaido didn't answer, Whitebeard glared and Kaido nodded quickly. Yes, even if we chased Roger back then, we didn't have such a strong lineup. Hey, the wave of the times, Whitebeard is already at the top, I don't know what the result will be. Sengoku also said. Thank you for reading this story at mtlnation.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This time, the Marine government can be said to have come out, using almost all of their high-end combat power. I saw Akainu standing on one of the largest warships at the forefront. Against own troops. After learning the news, Drake immediately sent the news back to the Marine government. Akainu was surprised when he learned about it, because he felt that the Whitebeard and Kaido war seemed to be over soon. Drake has been hiding in the Flower City to heal his wounds. Fortunately, the Flower City is also very lively during this time, so he will not attract people's attention at all. The determination of the Beard. During the war, Kirby wanted to escape. At that time, he was still cowardly, but now, he has changed. He has awakened observation haki. Captain. Give orders. Go ahead. Conquer Whitebeard. Those photos can only be released after he goes back. Chapter 441. Whitebeard Pirates Gathering. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The people of the main island of Wano-Kuni and the capital of Flowers are celebrating warmly. Momonosuke and Akasaku are planning the founding of Wano-Kuni, while Whitebeard is dealing with Kaido and others. Since Kaido has joined the Whitebeard Pirates, his subordinates will naturally not continue to insist, so he immediately turned to the Whitebeard Pirates, Kaido's subordinates, the Three Plagues and Fei Liubao and other cadres except Drake with Kaido 1. Joined the Whitebeard pirate group. However, Kaido still has many pirate groups under Kaido who did not choose to join Whitebeard. Whitebeard did not insist on this, and the Whitebeard pirate group has expanded a lot of power. However, Kaido and others Whitebeard has not yet fully trusted, so Kaido and his cadres are still controlled by Whitebeard to prevent them from causing trouble to the Whitebeard pirates at critical moments. The so-called critical moment is the Marine attack that Whitebeard expected. Although I don't know when it is, Whitebeard feels that Marine will not be inactive. And if they were dealing with Marine, Kaido and others inserted a knife in the back, that would be a big threat, so Whitebeard would naturally not let this happen. After a big battle, Whitebeard was also a little tired, so all related matters were left to Wentai and Marco to deal with. After all, their battle ended early and they had been resting for a while. Wentai and Marco first distributed all Kaido's possessions and controlled them, and then they contacted Whitebeard's various territories to confirm the security of the territories and confirm that the territories were not attacked by pirates or marines. Advertisement. In addition, Wentai arranged a pirate regiment to watch out Wano-Kuni in all directions to ensure that they received the news of Marines' attack as soon as possible, and within only half a day, they observed the Marines' attack. Under the view of the telescope, they saw dozens of huge Marine warships approaching Wano-Kuni and about to cross the waterfall into the inland. They immediately reported the news. Whitebeard is still resting. After getting the news, Wentai and Marco were hesitant to wake Whitebeard. Wentai confirmed to the observer. Marine has a total of dozens of warships, haven't you seen Marine Admiral? How many people have it? This is not observed, maybe they have hidden it. The report replied. Immediately notify. Let all the pirate groups assemble on the eastern front, and be ready for battle. Wentai ordered. Are all the pirate groups assembled? Wentai, what if Marine is only accompanying the attack, they may land from another place? Marco asked cautiously. First, don't think Marine has this need to do this, and Marine is not familiar with Wano-Kuni's environment at all. They will not risk doing this. Dozens of huge battleships. I think they must have come to Marine Admiral. Maybe it is still 3. Intuition. Marine wants to fight to the death with us. Wentai analyzed. If that's the case, I'll report it to Dad right away. Marco left immediately. In a closed space, Kaido, Ant and cadres are all being held here, and they have just heard the news of Marine's attack. Marine, they are not Whitebeard's opponents, they are not many of them. Kaido shook his head and spoke out his own judgment directly. Yeah, The horror of Whitebeard is not what they could have expected. The ant nodded too. Advertisement. The 3 plagues and flying 6 powers who were present were very surprised, because they didn't know what Kaido and Ant had gone through. Look like it. However, they know one thing, that is, Whitebeard must be very scary, otherwise Kaido and the ant will not become so believe in him. Whitebeard was awakened by Marco when he was still asleep and told him of Marine's arrival. Whitebeard stretched lazily and asked, "What about the others?" "Wentai is going to prevent everyone from preparing for confrontation, and the Chisao 9 Knights are also willing to help us," Marco said. "Well, immediately inform the Chisao 9 Knights and tell them not to intervene in this matter. This time Marine is directed at us. If we are not able to resist, what right do we have to enjoy freedom in this sea?" Whitebeard is very haughty said. "Understood. Daddy, I'll contact you right away," Marco said. Zero look for flowers. "Well, let's go. Now that Marine is here, we have to give a good welcome and see how much battle they use this time," Whitebeard said expectantly. On the inland edge of Wano Kuni, 10 Whitebeard headquarters pirate regiments have been assembled here, which is basically the main force brought by Whitebeard, and other forces are stuck in No's base camp. Hurry up. Marine will break into peace and rule the country immediately, and the captains will immediately prepare for battle. Behind us is the land of the Wano Kuni people. Don't be beaten back, otherwise it will cause casualties to people. Wentai stood on the high ground. Life to the captains. Lingdao. All the captains are counting their pirate regiments, and at the same time, they are also loading the cannonballs on the ship. They have been stationed here for so long. They have not been able to participate in the crusade against Kaido. Now facing these Marines, all the pirate regiments are show high fighting. Advertisement. Kai. 0.0. Don't lose the face of the 10th team. If anyone retreats facing Marine, get out of the 10th team immediately. Remember it for me. The Whitebeard pirates don't need waste. Even if they die, they can't be ashamed. Have you heard? The members of the 13th team have listened well. Don't ignore the orders, follow the instructions in all actions, let you go, you will beat me fiercely. The captains are loudly raising the morale of their teams. All the pirate ships are lined up in the Wano Kuni inner sea, waiting for the arrival of Marine. As long as Marine enters Wano Kuni from this position, they will be able to see it immediately, and exist within the attack range. The team of captains like Marco is also among them, but they did not command their own team, but were commanded by the deputy captain, such as Bej, Kid, and Kira. As an elite captain, they have more important tasks. At once. It is against Marine high-end combat power, that is, Marine Vice Admiral, and even Marine Admiral. Wentai stands far behind. He needs a vision that can observe the overall situation, and in front of him, there are people like Jose, Beasta, Arogo, Tesla, Jinbei, and Wable, Aokiji, Enel, etc., as a huge battleship. San Juan had lurked beneath the surface of the inland sea in advance to be able to attack Marine. Chapter 442, Whitebeard Pirates vs Marine. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although Wentai was standing behind him, he was always observing Marine with a telescope. Although he didn't see any Marine Admiral, he almost confirmed that there were a large number of captain-level Marines on dozens of warships. There are a large number of such levels, it means that there must be Marine Admiral leading the team, and this scale, it is very likely that there will be more than one. Faced with this situation, Wentai immediately reminded everyone to be careful. Everyone, you must be more cautious. Don't approach Marine rashly at that time. They should have Admiral in charge. Wentai said to everyone. Ha 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 ha, I just fought a battle with Kaido pirates. I didn't expect to fight Marine so soon. What Marine Admiral just let go? Aroge said excitedly. Marco said to be careful. This time Marine is very aggressive with 040. They must be well prepared. Don't be impulsive and drag your legs back then. Vista persuaded. HMPH, of course I know, but don't worry, I will definitely not back down. You see how hard I can deal with the Kaido pirates. Brother Yaluo promised immediately. At that time, if Marine's firepower is relatively strong, I will cooperate with San Juan to give Marine a wave roll. Jinbei said. But we are definitely not as good as Marine in terms of firepower, and it is impossible to fight them at sea at all. Jose analyzed. I know this, but at least you have to stop at sea, and you can't let them log in too smoothly. Wentai said. On the eve of the war, everyone became nervous, but the tension was also mixed with excitement and anticipation. They defeated the Kaido pirates, which brought great confidence and momentum to the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement. On the other hand, marine battleships entered Wano Kuni's range one after another, and the watchmen on the warship soon observed that the Whitebeard pirates were waiting in line. Report to the marshal, the Whitebeard pirates are waiting in the Wano Kuni inland sea and inland formations. The native soldiers reported to Akainu. Oh, how many of them are there? Did Whitebeard show up? Akainu asked immediately. I haven't seen Whitebeard yet. Their strength is about 1,000. The soldier replied. This Whitebeard, like us, didn't show up at the beginning, but it's weird. Did Whitebeard only bring so many people to deal with us? Akainu began to think. Drake of the confidential unit once reported that Whitebeard also dealt with Kaido more than 1,000 people, then it seems that this should be this batch, but they have just experienced a big battle, and they should not have a rest yet, they want to stop us. Yes. Can. Green Bull said beside Akainu. I think Whitebeard should have been prepared for us, but should be more cautious. Fujitora said. What Green Bull didn't know was that although Drake did report this way before, he did not explain clearly that the more than 1,000 people did not belong to the Whitebeard pirate group. Those people were the samurai who Wano Kuni worshipped Odin. Spontaneous. Follow Whitebeard to defeat Kaido. Advertisement. Therefore, Green Bull came up with a wrong message. The more than 1,000 people who are going to stop them now are not the more than 1,000 people who are fighting against Kaido, but the 10 teams of the Whitebeard pirates who are waiting to work. At that time, we must take precautions against Whitebeard, Green Bull. At that time, you will be in charge of dealing with the battlefield here. Once Whitebeard appears, I, Kizaru, Fujitora will restrain Whitebeard and try to kill him, if possible. Quote. What? Let me command here. I also want to fight against a strong man like Whitebeard. I can't help it. It's a pity. Green New sighed immediately. He couldn't fight Whitebeard. He felt very sorry. Hey, if you want, I would like to exchange it with you. Kizaru smiled and said to the Green Bull. He didn't want to fight Whitebeard very much, because that feeling would only make himself feel insignificant. As Marine Admiral, he can't get the dignity of a strong man in front of Whitebeard. Kizaru has a deep understanding of this feeling. Therefore, he does not want to be in contact with Whitebeard, and he does not think that a few of them can attack. Kill Whitebeard. Because, a simple comparison will make it clear that at least the 3 of them together may not be able to defeat the combination of Kaido and the Ant. The resistance will definitely be able to compete with them, and may even be slightly suppressed, but if you want to defeat them, this. I'm not sure. Zero. Okay. Green Bull, don't complain, the situation here is not so easy to handle. The elites of Whitebeard all need you to command and deal with, don't feel relaxed. Akainu said immediately. Got it. Green Bull agreed. Next, all 50 marine battleships entered Wano Kuni's range and confronted the Whitebeard pirate group. Akainu and other high-level officials did not show up, only a marine vice admiral came out to speak. Advertisement. The Whitebeard pirates, today came to capture you under the order of the marine government. I hope you can catch you with your hands, otherwise we will be welcome. Vice Admiral shouted to the direction of the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, a streamer figure flew over from the sky and landed steadily on one of the ships. It was Marco who came and flew to the pirate group where his team was. Ha ha ha, will Marine only take advantage of others? I really admire it, but it's impossible to expect us to catch it. Our Whitebeard pirates have no show and waste. If we want to go to war, we will stay with us to the end. Marco Hawkes responded. Marine did not expect to persuade them, and the call was just a cutscene. After receiving the reply, Akainu immediately ordered an attack. On the marine battleship, the artillery shells were fired at a time, and dozens of artillery shells suddenly bombed. Marco suddenly jumped over the sky and turned into a huge phoenix. Its flame wings 5.1 quickly flapped, and many shells were intercepted in an instant. HMPH, if you go to war, you can live, but there are still us. A hearty voice appeared, and then Katakuri brought many brothers and sisters to support him, and one silhouette jumped into the air, intercepting all the shells. Down. These figures then landed on different boats, and Katakuri happened to come to Marco's side. Katakuri smiled and said, Sorry, the gathering made us late. It's okay, just let Marine know how good we are. Marco said. Brothers, Marine's attack has been blocked. Let's not hesitate. Our captain will help us deal with it, and then we will start to fight back. Chapter 443. Whitebeard's Counterattack. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Whitebeard pirate regiment started a full counterattack. All the pirate ships fired artillery shells to counterattack. For a time, there were dense shells in the air. Prepare the light shield. A vice admiral on the marine battleship gave the order, and an invisible shield appeared over all the battleships, blocking all the shells. The rumbling sound continued from midair, and Wentai was a little surprised. They didn't expect that the marine warship had such advanced equipment. Unexpectedly, this large barrier can be deployed to protect it. The last time Marine did not have such powerful equipment. Wentai said in surprise. However, it has been a long time since our last frontal battle with Marine. It seems that Marine is ready to deal with us a long time ago and has been developing weapons. Jose said. It seems that Marine is coming aggressively this time, and it is bound to win, but we can't admit defeat to these weapons. Wentai chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha, what's terrible? Just keep bombarding and break their barriers. Yarrow roared. Because Marine and the Whitebeard pirates are still some distance away, so at this time 01, both sides only used artillery to shoot at each other. However, the result of the shooting was that the Whitebeard pirates had some damage, because the Marine battleship was not only launched. Artillery. No. Sometimes laser light will suddenly be emitted. Because it was sudden, no one on the Whitebeard pirates group reacted to block it. In addition, the laser light cannot be blocked casually, and the artillery fired on Marine is powerful. Even if it is intercepted in the air, there will be fluctuations. It even exploded on the surrounding sea, causing some damage to the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement. Marshal, the members of the Whitebeard pirates are all waiting for work. We have caused limited damage to them. What should we do now? Vice Admiral asked Akainu. If that's the case, then it's better to get closer, break their formation, and then send them round after round. I don't believe they can block it. Akainu said firmly. Yes. On the sea, some marine warships suddenly stopped shooting and began to drive slowly in the direction of the Whitebeard pirates. This situation was immediately noticed by Wentai. No, Marine has several warships approaching, and we need to stop them immediately. Wentai said solemnly. I don't know why these warships came here. Maybe it was the kind of gunpowder filled with a ship coming to detonate, although it's impossible. Leave it to the old man. Jinbei said resolutely. I saw Jinbei jumped into the sea immediately after speaking, just exposed his head outside, so that it was not easy to be found by Marine. Then, a surging force burst out from Jinbei. Murloc karate. After Jinbei shouted, he grabbed a wave with the powerful Murloc power and fell in the direction of the Marine battleship. This sea wave carried the might of rolling, and it rushed over quickly. Although the height was only 3 or 4 meters, the power contained in it was Jinbei's use of Murloc karate to the maximum. Several of Marine's battleships did not take long before they saw a wave hitting. The captain of the battleship in the forefront quickly ordered an artillery attack. The artillery of several battleships fired instantly, hitting the surrounding waves. Marine want to use artillery power to offset the impact of the waves. Advertisement. There are only a few cannons. It's not so easy to stop the old man's tricks. Jinbei calmly looked forward. Sure enough, after a round of shells were fired, the captain saw that the power and speed of the waves were not affected, but instead contributed to some range. Open the barrier and rush over. The captain ordered again. Several warships immediately opened the barriers, and the transparent semicircular shields protected the individual warships as a whole, and then each warship increased its speed and took the initiative to face the waves. Soon, the foremost battleship was submerged in the waves, but when Jinbei was looking forward to it, the situation he imagined did not happen. The battleship quickly rushed out of the range of the waves, and doesn't seem to be affected. What impact? It didn't work. Jinbei couldn't help showing a drop of sweat on his forehead. He took the initiative to take on this task, but it seemed that he hadn't completed it and failed to stop these warships. As the first battleship broke through, the rest of the battleships also rushed out of the waves. Great, Captain, the warship is safe and not damaged by the impact. We are getting closer and closer to the Whitebeard pirates. Ha ha ha, this newly built battleship is really good for good use. With such a huge monster, coupled with the power of the barrier, I am afraid that Whitebeard will be able to resist 1 or 2 when it comes. The captain said with some pride, this is them. For the first time in this new style of warfare, the ship came for the pirate crusade. As the battleship is getting closer and closer to the Whitebeard pirates, the captain is also preparing to launch a close attack on them. But at this moment, a thunder is in the sky, and the power of thunder bursts, letting everyone on the battleship all surprised. Advertisement. Then the lightning fell. Enel's figure suddenly appeared above Jinbei, and Enel said slightly, "It seems you didn't stop them." "Sorry. First underestimated Marine. Their battleship is very powerful 040. Jinbei said embarrassedly. "It's okay. You step back first, then I will end them. My thunder and lightning." Enel was just about to be awe-inspiring, but before he finished speaking, he saw the lightning he summoned by the protective shield around the battleship. Absorbed. What? How could this happen? Enel was amazed. He didn't expect this to happen at all. It turned out that the protective shields displayed by these warships were connected to the internal power system. The lightning generated by Enel was absorbed and provided a certain amount of power instead, which accelerated the warship struck by lightning. Seeing this situation, Wentai also immediately analyzed the problem. He immediately shouted to Enel, "Enel, don't attack rashly. It seems that their defense system can take advantage of your attack." "Ah, how should we deal with it?" Enel asked immediately. Wentai couldn't help but fell into contemplation. He looked at the battlefield in front of him. The battlefield is still in a confrontation situation for the time being, and there is not much high-end combat power appearing. Therefore, Wentai didn't want to make San Juan appear in advance to attack, but it was not good for them to get these warships close, so Wentai immediately contacted San Juan underwater and asked him to attack the warships that came quickly. Chapter 444. The Power of the Whitebeard Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Both the Marine battleship and the Whitebeard pirates are still constantly firing shells. Among them, the Marine battleship is particularly fierce. Each battleship is equipped with several laser light muzzles. Caused not a small injury. These laser light cannons are very powerful. Not only are they extremely fast, but they can penetrate a pirate ship with a single blow. Although the captains of each pirate ship are desperately resisting, this laser light is not easy to block. These Marine attacks are really fierce. Everyone must resist. Don't be repelled by Marine instead. Marcoma took the lead. He encouraged everyone while resisting. Marco transformed into a huge phoenix, and the flames on his body extended to the maximum. He rushed to the forefront to resist all attacks from Marine with his body. These attacks did not cause much harm to Marco, they could only cause a short-term impact on him. At the same time, other main captains also stepped forward to resist. As the top level of physical defense, Joe's was transformed into a diamond form and he used his body to resist like Marco. No matter whether it was a laser beam or a cannonball, he could not cause damage to Joe's. The fierce battle between the two sides also brought strong fluctuations, and its power often spread to the surface of the water, causing waves and tidal waves, and under the surface of the water, no one knew that a huge figure was about to emerge. Advertisement. San Juan had already been hidden under the seabed, and his huge body dived into a very deep position before Marine found out. After receiving Wentai's news, San Juan gradually floated up. "Captain, we are about to hit the area of the Whitebeard pirates. Just maintain this speed impact, open all the protective shields at the same time, release all powerful weapons after approaching them, and strive for the greatest damage to the Whitebeard pirates, while the respective crew members pay attention to protecting themselves," the captain ordered. Yes. I saw that the small team of the 5th and 6th search ships was getting closer and closer to the Whitebeard pirates. Enel looked at these assault teams and was also a little angry, because his lightning could not cause them to harm, not only that, instead, used as energy by others. This is a shame to Enel, but Enel is prepared. If these warships are really close, then he will defeat them inside the protective shield. However, just as these warships were pleasantly surprised, a huge shadow suddenly appeared under the sponge, and it happened to be just below the first warship of the Marine assault team. It was a huge palm, and San Juan stretched out his palm directly and overturned the battleship from below the surface of the water. Many of the crew on the battleship fell into the sea on the spot. "What is this, Captain? Help. It is huge, there is a huge under the sea." Advertisement. After falling into the sea, these crew members desperately called for help and screamed, but in an instant, they were completely crushed by the huge palm of San Juan and died. The protective shield of this warship is not omnipotent, and it is impossible to defend against this huge palm power, and underwater is also the weakest place of the protective shield, and it can even be said to be negligible. No, be careful underwater and launch underwater torpedoes. The captain realized that the underwater giant would immediately launch a follow-up attack, so he ordered the attack very decisively. Several torpedoes were launched toward the water, instantly stirring up waves. Due to San Juan's huge body, even if these warships were not precisely aimed, all the torpedoes hit San Juan. There were continuous explosions underwater, which also made San Juan feel a little pain. He held his breath underwater and said, "Marines of damn it, I want you to look good." San Juan began to overturn other battleships violently, but because the battleships behind were prepared, when San Juan patted it with his palm again, steel wire-like chains were issued under the battleships. The tip of the chain shot into the skin of San Juan like a barb, not only hitting San Juan, but also stabilizing the battleship. Did the surprise attack fail? Wen Tai stared closely at San Juan. He originally thought that San Juan's attack could solve at least 2 or 3 battleships, but only overturned one. These battleships were more difficult to deal with than Wen Tai imagined. He felt that it would be difficult for these battleships to have a chance again after they were prepared, so he issued an order to retreat after seeing that San Juan hadn't succeeded. It seems that this can only be done. Jinbei also felt a little regretful. He felt that Marine was indeed fully prepared this time, and the chain looked like it was made to resist the shock of Whitebeard. San Juan, come back soon. Don't continue to struggle with Marine, there is no chance. Wen Tai ordered. Advertisement. No, it's not over yet, my task hasn't been completed yet. San Juan was very dissatisfied, he felt that he could do better, and he could continue to overthrow them with his strength. And San Juan didn't think that these Marines could deal with him. Their weapons at most caused some pain to themselves and didn't affect anything at all. So San Juan didn't have the fear of the mission at all. Instead, Ishan wanted to make credit. Let you taste my power. Half of San Juan's body was directly exposed to the surface of the water, and his hands were also freed from the surface of the water to avoid being affected by the resistance of the sea. Yes, he can now use more power. NS. I saw San Juan patted the 2 warships with both hands separately, and in the face of San Juan's blatant attack, the captain of this group of assault squadrons immediately ordered, "Open the defense and attack the past with all your strength. It's give me a fierce launch. Attack." Seeing that San Juan did not obey the order to retreat, but exposed his body to the surface of the water, and continued to attack the Marine battleship, this also made Wen Tai feel anxious. No, it's really troublesome for San Juan to disobey the order. Jinbei, go and meet him right away. Wen Tai said immediately. Okay, leave it to the old man. Jinbei also rushed over immediately, and saw him dive under the water. With the physique of the Murloc, Jinbei quickly swam to San Juan's side. San Juan, retreat quickly, this is an order. Jinbei first warned him, and then used the Murloc tribe to lift up a huge wave and fell towards the Marine battleship. A majestic force came out instantly, and a huge wave of 5 or 6 meters high was formed on the sea. At the same time, Marine's strong attack also kept San Juan back. Chapter 445. Dark Fruit reappears. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It hurts, damn it. San Juan screamed repeatedly in the water for a while. Before his attack reached the Marine battleship, he was set on fire by the Marine battleship. The powerful weapon hit San Juan's body and made him feel his severe pain. He realized that although he was huge, he was also powerless in front of Marine's steel monster. So San Juan quickly retreated under the cover of Jinbei. The huge waves sent by Jinbei also effectively blocked Marine's pursuit of them, and all the attacks were blocked by the waves. There's nothing to be afraid of. This huge wave can't destroy us yet. All unite to attack the past. On the Marine battleship, the captain roared with encouragement. It's really a hard fight, even the attack couldn't stop them. Wen Tai's expression was a little dignified. From the beginning to the present, the confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine can basically be said to have been at a disadvantage. Although there has not been a full-scale war, the firepower of the two sides has shown obvious differences. Brother Arrow, Tesla, you two are with me, you must block them, and you must not let them rush over. Wen Tai said seriously, they must get 040 back this time. Okay. Yalu Auger and Tesla agreed in unison, and the two of them immediately followed Wen Tai to resist. Advertisement. I'll entangle them first, you guys find a chance to attack. Aroge said first, and then jumped directly into the air. His body spun rapidly, and began to lighten, showing a strong centrifugal force, and gradually forming a strong tornado. The violent wind gradually howled, causing waves on the sea. After the formation of a tornado, Aroge moved towards the marine battleship, and as he rotated over the sea, it soon rolled up waves of sea water. And roll the sea. Into the interior of the tornado, an even more powerful waterspout was formed. I have never seen a lore brother use a waterspout. I hope it will be effective for marine. Wentai said while looking at a lore brother's trick, and at the same time a dark air current surged out of his palm, and gradually gathering in front of you, from a black spot one by one. Gradually become a black mass, and then form Uzumaki. Similarly, Tesla is also preparing his own tricks. His ordinary bubbles can't have an effect on such a huge battleship, so he has never made a shot before, and now, he needs to spend more time to create a huge battleship. The bubble. Bubble. You have to hold on for a while, brother Allure. Tesla said slightly. It will take at least some time for him to prepare these bubbles, and now, they are the only ones to resist the attack of the marine battleship, because of other things. The captain needs face more attacks on the main battlefield. Their manpower is less than marine, and it is basically the stage of weapon competition. Marine's sophisticated equipment is naturally better than their pirates' artillery. Therefore, they cannot allocate more manpower to resist the attacks of these warships. Faced with this situation, Tesla can only hope that Allure brothers can hold on. If they are defeated by marine before their trick is completed, it will be difficult for them to resist the impact of marine battleships. Once marine cuts into them. So. Advertisement. The Whitebeard pirates will be attacked back and forth, and the marines on the front will also rush to kill at that time. Therefore, the grim situation puts a heavy burden on the three of them. Brother Arrow is also aware of this, so he used his own powerful moves from the beginning. Force. The surrounding sea is turbulent, and seawater is constantly being absorbed into the air. Arogo is still expanding his range, and the waterspout is gradually growing, forming a height as if the water and the sky meet. Captain, this waterspout looks very powerful. What should we do? ABFB, do we need to stop advancing? This powerful waterspout also made the crew on the battleship feel a little frightened. Stop. What are you talking about? This is Marshal Sakazuki's order. If you want to break through the Whitebeard pirates at all costs, how can you be blocked by them? The captain immediately became angry and said that he would go directly from the waterspout. Range rush. Go out. Open the protective shield to the maximum level, and the warships are connected by iron cables, and they rush past at the fastest speed. The captain ordered. Yes, Captain. These warships fired chains between each other and connected to the surrounding warships. The warships and warships were connected to each other and became a whole. After opening the protective cover, they immediately sprinted past with all their strength. Okay. It doesn't give me face so much. Do you want to speed up and rush out? I won't give you this opportunity. My waterspout can be moved. Seeing the aggressiveness of these warships and not afraid of their own waterspout, this made Aroj feel a little humiliated. He rotated even more desperately. At a distance of tens of meters near the warship, the powerful attraction began to draw them. Advertisement. As time went by, Aroge quickly involved these warships into his own range, and the strong suction seemed to roll these steel monsters into the sky. However, these steel monsters were linked by iron cables and protected by a protective cover. And did not have been drawn into the sky. Damn it, these warships are really heavy. Yarrow underestimated the weight of the warships, plus the chain link between the warships, so he couldn't roll them up. However, even so, Yaluoj controlled the waterspout to advance with these warships, always shrouding them within the range of the waterspout, using the water from the waterspout to constantly impact them. It's great, the waterspout of Allure has delayed their speed, and it should be able to support them for a while. Wentai was a little pleased. The powerful attraction was not useless, and the speed of the warship's full advance was seriously slowed down. When talking, the black vortex in front of Wentai was getting bigger and bigger, and he seemed to be able to finish it soon. Damn it, this waterspout has been covering us and it has seriously affected our speed, damn it. The captain gritted his teeth angrily. Within the range of the waterspout, their speed is as fast as a tortoise. Captain, it's okay. Look at that direction. There was a nervous report from his subordinates. The captain observed the past, and soon he could see what Wentai was doing with his naked eyes. He was preparing an extremely terrifying force. Dark fruit. The captain recognized it at a glance, and he was in a blunder in Blackbeard's hands. Chapter 446. Seastone Shells. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Absolutely can't let him complete that trick, otherwise we can't resist. The captain's face was solemn, although they still had Marine Admiral who didn't make a move, but they couldn't take the initiative to show up when they were not a last resort. Because Whitebeard of the Whitebeard pirate group also did not appear, the captain immediately told Marshal Akainu of his situation, and Akainu immediately replied decisively, "I allow you to use Seastone to attack." As the Seastone attack, okay, Marshal Sakazuki. The captain agreed immediately. After receiving the order, the captain began to direct his men to prepare to use Seastone weapons to attack Arog. A special pipe on the battleship was extended and aimed at the waterspout in the sky. This was originally intended for the high-end combat power of the Whitebeard pirate group or even Whitebeard, but I did not expect it to be used on a captain who is not very strong. It is really reluctant. The captain said with some regret, he felt that Yarrow brother at Whitebeard C. The strength of the thieves group is not considered how strong. The Seastone weapon, which is specially manufactured by the Marine Scientific Corps. The Seastone is made into a shell and bombarded, which can cause a large range of strikes on Logia. Although the shell is not solid, one shell consumes a lot. The Seastone. Therefore, this kind of shells is exceptionally scarce. Even though Marine has the most abundant Seastone resources, under this consumption, it is not able to calm down. As the Seastone shells were filled, everything was ready, and the captain shouted, "Fire!" With a bang, the Seastone shell was launched from the pipe, and the powerful speed directly passed through the range of the waterspout. At this moment, the power of the fruit of Aragorn disappeared, and the waterspout gradually returned to its original shape. Arrow-ge's whole human cause. Advertisement. Falling into the water for weakness, like a vertical falling stone. This huge bubble gradually moved under the sea surface, as if drifting with the sea water, but a closer look revealed that the bubble did not move with the sea water, but was controlled by Tesla. Exactly the same as the sea water. Brother Arrow, don't have anything wrong, this method is yours for immune to death. Tesla nervously looked for Arrow brother underwater. Although he comforted Tesla, he couldn't determine if Arogo's life is in danger. What is this? It's okay, it's done. Wentai replied immediately. The black hole formed by his dark power has been completed, and a huge plane has been formed, moving in the direction of the bubble. The Marine on the battleship became frightened, because it was not that they had not suffered from the loss of this bubble ability before. Brother Arrow, you are okay? Wentai asked quickly, seeing that Arrow's consciousness was already a little weak. In midair, these warships are simply uncontrollable, and no matter what kind of attack Marine uses, they cannot destroy the huge bubble created by Tesla, because this bubble has many characteristics. What do they want to do? Is it to take us to a high altitude and throw us down? The captain guessed. Our warships are all wrapped in them, and they can't be broken by artillery shells. Come here, take Arrow-J off the battlefield immediately. Wentai ordered immediately. It is the ability of the bubble fruit to make such a huge bubble. Advertisement. Set it up, covering several battleships. Thank you for reading this story at mtlnation.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Brother Arrow. Wentai shouted. He didn't expect that Brother Arrow, who was in a tornado state, would be directly defeated by Marine. This kind of Seastone attack was something they didn't expect. Then the result can only be 1,000 miles away. However, the black hole that followed below made the captain full of incredible expressions. By now, he understood that Tesla did not want to throw them to the bottom of the sea, but wanted to throw them into the black hole. As these battleships are controlled by Tesla getting higher and higher, he also gradually feels strenuous, because he has undertaken a lot of power. Wentai, are you ready? I can't hold on anymore. Tesla said to Wentai. Zero, look for flowers. You Marines severely injured Arrow brothers, and then I will make you pay. Tesla said angrily. He suddenly raised his hand, and a force poured out from his body, and the huge bubbles under the water quickly rise, all the way from under the battleship. Direction. Come up for me. Tesla yelled vigorously, and then threw the bubble directly from under the water with Arrow, and threw it directly in front of the deck. All warships will be wiped out. Advertisement. There must be no such result. The captain realized the terrible situation, and he immediately reported the situation to Akainu. Ta. 0.0. The attack of seastone shells is not trivial. Seastone was originally a powerful weapon to deal with those with fruit ability, not to mention that it was made into shells. This kind of attack is in the middle of a rog, and if it is serious, it will even die directly. Damn, there is no way even the laser beam can only penetrate the bubbles, but it cannot be destroyed. The captain suddenly thought, he was the only person on the battleship who remained calm at the moment, because he knew that if he was not the commander be able to calm down. However, when the captain was thinking, Tesla had controlled the huge bubbles to gradually float up, floating from the sea to midair, and getting higher and higher. No, it's okay, I'm not that easy to die yet. Brother Arrow said in a weak voice. Tesla was eager in his heart. Fortunately, he soon discovered and found Arog. Then, Tesla separated a small bubble from the huge bubble and completely wrapped Arog. It doesn't matter, this time the warship has an anti-sinking system, so it won't be sunk so easily. Realizing that Tesla's purpose might really be just to throw them down from a high altitude, the captain was also relieved. Because it was just that, they could still deal with it. He was confident that the warship would not be destroyed, would not sink into the water, and would soon be able to return to the surface of the water. Don't worry, I will rescue him with bubbles. Tesla said immediately. His power was completely accumulated, and he saw Tesla jump above the water with his palms against the sea, moving quickly underwater. A huge bubble is formed. What? It turned out to be like this, it's too bad. The captain realized that it was not good. He knew the horror of the dark power. If it was swallowed by a black hole, then there should be no chance. But it's not that difficult to talk about destruction. At least these Marines' strengths are enough to do it, but they don't know the method, such as focusing on attacking. Chapter 447. Admiral Strength. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In a battleship in the middle of marine, unlike the hot battle outside, the cabin inside was quiet, but the faces of the people present were a little gloomy. Those who stay here are Marine Seniors, Marine Marshal Akainu and Marine 3 Admiral, as well as the digital staff of this operation, and so on. Akainu is sitting in his command position. He has just received the news from the raid fleet that the raid fleet has encountered threats from bubble fruit and dark fruit. Marshal, you can't continue to delay, let me support them. Green Bull took the initiative to ask for orders. Akainu agreed without even thinking about it, because he knew that the situation was urgent now and they could no longer hide the existence of Admiral. However, once Marine Admiral is exposed, it will attract the attention of the Whitebeard pirates and raise their 040 vigilance. After the Green Bull left, he quickly rushed to the target location. He knew that his own strength would definitely suffer if he wanted to counter the power of darkness. Therefore, the Green Bull directly drew out his own knife, slashed out with a single sword, and the sword was very bright, instantly cut that huge bubble. Cut apart, the battleships fell one after another. This made them very annoyed, but they couldn't attack because they couldn't fight Marine Admiral. In between came in front of the two of them. Advertisement. It really fell short. Marine Admiral actually showed up at this time. It seems that they care about this raid force. Tesla said in a slightly regrettable tone. That kind of small machine like an octopus, there are dozens of them that Joe sees, each of which is about half a person's size, which makes Joe's attach great importance to it. He thinks this octopus may be destroyed from under the sea. Their pirate ship. Moreover, the age of Green Bull is much older than them. Therefore, seeing these two young juniors, although they have mastered devil fruit, Green Bull did not take them seriously. Wentai, Tesla, damn it, Marine Admiral will suddenly make a move, and the old man will make you pay the price in a while. Marco yelled while fighting. Wall. Just as they were talking, the Green Bull went directly at them. The raid troops were already not far from the Whitebeard pirates. What's more, the ships of Wentai and Tesla moved forward just now in order to use the trick. When the Green Bull flashes. Sure enough, Marine Admiral appeared. I guess there are two more. Are they waiting for the opportunity? It must be to deal with the old man, so they have been hiding. Wentai said. Wentai's physical skills are like recruits when facing Admiral. He has no time and opportunity to react. He is almost about to be hit by the Green Bull head-on, and without any defensive measures, at the critical moment, the Green Bull's fist appeared in front of him. A slice of ice. Faith. Of course I have, but Marine's faith in justice has deviated, and I can only fix it. Aokiji said. The calm old man. Great. It's Green Bull Admiral who made the shot. The captain was a little surprised. Advertisement. Hee. You can't cover up your sins even if you say what you are so high sounding. Green Bull glared at him, and said in an ironic tone. It's you. Green Bull looked in the other direction. It was Aokiji who came. If it wasn't for Aokiji's ice wall, Green Bull was confident that he could kill Wentai with a single blow. Thank you for reading this story at mtlnation.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Damn, our machines are all malfunctioning, the other side's thunder and lightning are really tricky. A member of the scientific team in Marine said angrily. At this time, Akainu immediately ordered. All Marine warships open their protective covers and launch a full impact. HMPH, they want to use 5.1 in this way and they are underestimating us, Enel. Marco also noticed the octopus machines, but he felt a little disdain, and then he shouted Enel. He, Rising Star, let me see your strength. Green Bull said to them in a relaxed tone. Although Green Bull has not been promoted to Marine Admiral for long, his strength is like a monster. Inside is all ready. Marco, look at those octopus machines, how should we respond? Jose asked. Marine Admiral's support is absolutely extraordinary. Marine is so happy, but Wentai and Tesla both looked gloomy. This Marine Admiral destroyed their carefully prepared strategy as soon as they took action. The ice wall was smashed in an instant, but some of its strength was weakened. Wentai was also knocked out, and both he and Tesla were seriously injured. Marco, don't worry about them, it should be fine with Aokiji, let's take care of our own affairs first. Jose reminded, because he saw that many underwater machines were released on the Marine battleship. Advertisement. Have you inherited Akainu's ferocity? Aokiji asked lightly. Let me go. Green Bull slammed a punch. Li Lian with his fist shrunk, gradually spreading into the strength of the face, and a strong shock was generated in the air, which shook all the battleships abruptly. It's a distance of tens of meters. The sin is sin, but my target is not you, but Akainu. Aokiji shook his head and stopped debating this topic with him. However, the situation here was also seen by the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates. A Marine Admiral injured the two core captains as soon as they shot, which also dampened some of their vigor. A mere pirate, do you still want to play with Martial Marine? You will pass my level first. Green Bull immediately shot. Aokiji also rushed up, and the two masters quickly fought together. Don't worry, I saw it. Enel knew it well, because he had been observing the situation. He raised his hand to release a thunder and lightning. The powerful current hit the sea water directly. This current is extremely strong because the sea has conductivity, The octopus machine also got the effect of electric current in the water, and it was destroyed in an instant, and all of them lost their functions. The heavy attack brought a gust of wind, which shows that the strength is strong, and the Green Bull is attacking the two at the same time with both fists. Tesla and Wentai each felt a strong sense of oppression. Former Marine Admiral, Aokiji, after hearing about your deeds, I always wanted to fight you. Betrayed Marine and joined the pirates. Don't you have the belief in Marine? Green Bull looked at him and said. Although this distance is not far, it is enough to prevent these warships from falling into the black hole below and avoid being swallowed by the black hole. Not good. In an emergency, Tesla quickly produced a thin bubble from the body surface to cover himself, but in an instant it was shattered by the Green Bull's fist, and this force also made him sigh and repel a lot. Chapter 448. Akainu's Command. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Akainu wanted to use Marine's huge battleship group as an impact to directly defeat the formation of the Whitebeard pirates, and also rely on the battleship for land and sea operations after landing. Shock. Under Akainu's orders and slogans, the fighting spirit of the Marine soldiers rose rapidly, and all the warships united and attacked. Marco, what should I do now? Marine has all rushed over, and their protective shields are not easy to deal with. Jose asked solemnly. We retreat directly. Even if we block Marine, our own pirate ship will be seriously damaged. Marco said regretfully. Although Marco is not afraid of Marine, the pirates value their pirate ships very much. Marine's battleships are all steel monsters. In the Whitebeard pirate group, except for the Moby Dick, no pirate ship can. Enough for such a steel monster head to head. Therefore, In order to avoid this situation where he will definitely suffer, Marco can only order a slow retreat. The Whitebeard pirates originally relied on the shore to fight, so they quickly retreated to the shore, and then landed. Ashore and hold. Continue to retreat. All the captains are listening. Retreat 01 quickly and don't entangle with Marine. Marco kept reminding him to avoid being disobedient. Marco knew that he couldn't fight with Marine on the shore, otherwise he would be attacked by both the land and the sea. That would definitely be a loss, so the battlefield must be pulled far away from the sea. Advertisement. On the other side, the two injured guys Wentai and Tesla were also taken to retreat. Aokiji blocked the Green Bull for a while and then retreated. Stop chasing. When the Marines were about to chase the Whitebeard pirates, Akainu decisively issued an order. Why? The Whitebeard pirate group was defeated in the first battle. This is the time to pursue them. Kizaru was puzzled. This is probably the trajectory of Whitebeard. If that guy sets a trap on the way back, we will be fooled. Akainu explained. It is said that this Whitebeard is known for his power. Is it possible that he is also good at arranging tactics? Fujitora asked curiously. This Whitebeard, although I don't know much about him now, but judging from his several actions, this guy is by no means a brave guy. We must act carefully. After Akainu explained his understanding, he ordered Marine to rest. You must know that these are all of Marine's elite. If you pay too much, it will weaken the Marine government. That's why Akainu is so cautious. But no. Fahao bet. The Marines rested on the shore. This action had already begun. Akainu felt that the Whitebeard pirates was impossible to escape, and he had to make Whitebeard pay some price in this action. Whitebeard, I hope you will show up in the next battle. You defeated Kaido and Anti. How about facing our two admiral and a marshal? Akainu shook his iron fists. All the Marines rested on the inner coast of Wanokuni, while on the other side, the Whitebeard pirates retreated to a plain and settled down. Advertisement. Marine is not chasing. Let's rest here. If Marine is chasing afterwards, let's fight here. Marco flew over from the sky. He was observing from the sky all the way. No trace of Marine was seen. The plain here is sparsely populated, because it is near a factory and the discharge of sewage has changed the environment here, so there are no residents living, but there will be villages in the future. So they can't let the war spread to the people, they can only fight a decisive battle here, but with this bad retreat. Because through the confrontation with Marine, they all knew the strength of Marine's equipment, which definitely can't be compensated by ordinary combat power, and there are more Marines than them. But more importantly, in this battle, several of their captains were injured. Alorge, Tesla, San Juan, Wentai, etc. In addition to these core captains, there are also many ordinary captains. Injured because of defense against laser rays. In short, the battle this time was very bad, and they were not so embarrassed even when facing the powerful Kaido pirates. It seems that Marine is here for real this time. It is not a small mess in the past. A few core personnel sat around and discussed, and Joe said with a sigh. Maybe we defeated the Kaido pirates and made the Marine government extremely jealous. This is also a great opportunity for them. After all, it is the Marine government. Its centuries-old heritage is not that simple. Marco also said. Hey, even Wentai was injured. Aokiji, why didn't you protect him? Beasta said sadly. Wentai, as the chief of staff of the Whitebeard pirate group, is almost the decision-maker when Whitebeard is not there. But Wentai was severely injured, and now he was lying with the other injured. Although he had been treated, it was impossible to participate in the battle in a short period of time. The morale of the Whitebeard pirates was somewhat low. Advertisement. Aokiji is also a bit regretful. He shook his head and said, it's not that simple. It seems to be Marine's new admiral. It looks powerful, and I don't know what the specific ability is, and whether it has the power of fruit is unknown. Marine Admiral's information is basically confidential, and 040 and newspapers will not publicize these things, so Aokiji can't defeat the enemy without knowing the opponent's cards. And at that time, the Green Bull made a quick move, and Aokiji could not have time, and even only blocked Wentai for a while, but fortunately, Tesla had his own defense, otherwise he might die. Hey, did the father deliberately test us? He didn't show up this time. We encountered an unprecedented crisis. Father must be very disappointed. Jinbei sighed. A Marine admiral has appeared in Marine, and the one hiding in the dark should be the jealous old man, so they shouldn't shoot us right away. Give the Green Bull to Aokiji to deal with. Enel, You deal with those Marine vice admirals. Cover by the way. Other people. As for the other captains, they are fighting against Marines rear admiral and below officers. On the ground, the weapons on their battleships can't be used. We should still have the opportunity to move back. Hey, no matter how difficult it is, we will always be in front of the old man. Prove it once. Otherwise, such a long period of cultivation will be wasted. Marco said to them. When the Whitebeard pirate group was resting and discussing, Whitebeard was still in the city lord's mansion at this time. He deliberately wanted to temper his pirate group, even if it was temporarily frustrated, it was a good thing. Chapter 449. Kaido and Ant want to negotiate. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, Whitebeard has always been concerned about the situation on the battlefield. A fixed crew member reported to him. When he learned that several captains were injured, Whitebeard was in a bit complicated mood. He didn't know if his decision was right. Father, Marine is so arrogant, I will immediately organize forces to help you. Momonosuke said to Whitebeard. He is now the actual ruler of Wano Kuni. Although the founding ceremony has not been carried out yet, this is already a thing in people's hearts. Really. Momonosuke wants to help Whitebeard share his worries. At the same time, he doesn't like those Marines who always claim to be righteous. If it is really righteous, why didn't there be any righteous actions when Kaido messed up Wano Kuni? Why did they come to Whitebeard's trouble after Whitebeard cleaned up Wano Kuni? This makes Momonosuke feel that Marine is very hypocritical. On the other hand, Momonosuke also does his part to avenge the injured captains. Hey ha ha ha, you little guy, this little thing is not your turn to worry about me, are you still worried that I can't solve it? I am worried that the crew will become arrogant in this operation, so I need to use Marine polish it. Whitebeard laughed. Come, are you all thinking this way? Whitebeard looked at the other people again, and the three plagues and the ant nodded with certainty. Of course, in addition to this, Whitebeard has some other intentions. Momonosuke will be the ruler of Wano Kuni in the future, and the next step is to join the world government, become one of its member states, and gradually participate in the political arena. Advertisement. No. Whitebeard decisively rejected Kaido's request. In fact, Whitebeard doesn't even need such a strong combat power. He kept Kaido and Ant in addition to the factors previously considered, but also in case of emergency. Why? Don't you believe me? No matter what, we won't join forces with Marine. Kaido continued to fight. Whitebeard has thought about it. If you want to completely change the world, you need not only to understand the historical text, the truth of the master world, but also to grasp the political arena of the world. It should not just rely on violence to overthrow the rule. Whitebeard is here. Kaido whispered. If it is only violence, it may only be possible to subvert the regime, but if you want to create a stable regime in the future, wars and turmoil will occur again. Thank you for reading this story at mtlnation.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Master Whitebeard, Kaido and Andy have been shouting to see you. Do you want to go? At this time, a subordinate came to report. I want to unite with Marine. Kaido looked around, then whispered. Of course not. Together, we cannot fight Whitebeard. But do you want to be imprisoned by Whitebeard? He may never release us, and even if he is released, he may not have any freedom. Because Whitebeard still doesn't know what kind of abilities and trump cards the top character, Lord Yim, has on 5 elders in that world. You guys, if you have anything you want to say, just say it quickly. Not every time I am in the mood to see you, now is the time to fight Marine. Whitebeard said impatiently. Advertisement. Of course, under all thoughts there is a necessary foundation, that is, absolute strength. Whitebeard will use his absolute strength to silence everyone and listen to his own voice. Boss Kaido, do you really have a way? If there is a way, hurry up and let us listen. Jack said. Brother Whitebeard, we are now members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Since it is a battle, we also want to contribute. Kaido said expectantly. What? The ant yelled out in surprise, but she was very emotional. Oh, it turned out to be like this, so you didn't go out to fight, but without your power, who would deal with those powerful people in Marine? Momonosuke asked. Kaido had nothing to say as soon as he said this. He knew that Whitebeard would definitely not agree. After Whitebeard left, he started to complain. Kaido said, of course I know this, but in the current situation, what can you do? We can't do anything now, There is nothing we can do, said the ant. I just don't believe it. Who knows what kind of behavior you will do? Didn't Roger overthrow Rock's pirate in cooperation with Marine? Whitebeard said. What do you mean? Do you still want to betray Whitebeard? No one can resist his power. The ant said fearfully. She had completely lost the confidence to fight Whitebeard. If you just want to defeat Marine, then Whitebeard can completely fight against the entire Marine alone. It can be said to be sweeping Liuhe. No one can stop, but in this way, his crew has not been trained, and he himself is tired. Advertisement. In this way, changes and influences can be made silently without much effort. Yeah, Marine is not worth believing at all, as Roger was at the beginning. Jin also said. Hey, Whitebeard actually doesn't believe us so much. It seems that we won't have a good life even if we join his pirate group in the future. Kaido said. Keep your voice down. If this matter is going to proceed, you need to plan slowly, and you need to be cautious. Kaido gestured quickly. Before I showed up, those people probably wouldn't be able to take action, and if my pirate group can't even deal with the remaining marine power, then I will take them to the Grand Line in the New World. Whitebeard was helpless. Said. These are still unknown, so considering these, Whitebeard naturally wants to keep Kaido and Auntie. This is more pros than cons. Whitebeard thought for a moment. With Kaido and the ant's combat power, if this is released, it will basically crush Marine, but it will not have the effect of training his pirate group. And Whitebeard's current thinking is that he wants to use his prestige to influence the countries he belongs to, and let those countries that join the world government have their own voices at the World Summit. You can't stand loneliness so soon. Hey, it's really troublesome, but let's go and see it. Whitebeard got up immediately. But, can we deal with Whitebeard if we cooperate with Marine? Maybe we will be used by Marine instead, or Marine will use us to deal with Whitebeard and then deal with us. The result is still the same. Ant said. In the sturdy cell, Kaido and others were unusually quiet. Whitebeard floated up from the ground, and they could clearly hear a slight air vibration. Chapter 450. Chance to defeat Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although everyone is against it, Kaido thinks this is an opportunity for them. Only by seizing this opportunity can it be possible to stand up again. Why? Because Kaido feels that his kind of power is controlled by Whitebeard. He is not happy at all. Besides, he has no freedom now, and he can't do anything when he is imprisoned here. Therefore, Kaido believes that only by uniting with Marine can the current situation be changed, and to unite with Marine, these people need to be fully convinced. The three disasters and the flying six powers are his Kaido's subordinates. This Kaido doesn't care. They will definitely listen to their own words. The key is to persuade the ant. Linlin, do you think Whitebeard will still treat us well? Even if we fail in the end, it will be the worst case scenario. Finally, we really die. It is better than being locked up here. But Marine's power is strong, and this time Marine has mobilized most of the main forces in the Marine government to deal with Whitebeard. If we can unite with Marine, then there is a great opportunity to completely give the Whitebeard pirates eradicate. Even if Marine wants to do to us afterwards, it's better than it was when dealing with Whitebeard. We've all played together with such a powerful character as Whitebeard, so what Marine is afraid of? I think it's worth the risk. 040 Kaido's remarks made the ant feel a little bit moved, because although she was afraid of Whitebeard, the connection in her heart was still not let go. Once there was a chance to step on Whitebeard, she was still shaken. But, we are trapped here now, is there any good way for you to contact Marine? The ant asked tentatively. She wanted to see if Kaido's idea was a whim or a plan. But Kaido immediately said, of course I can contact, otherwise, how would I know about the situation of Marine? In fact, Marine personnel contacted me before the war started. I was referring to the war between us and Whitebeard. Advertisement. What did Marine say at the time? The ant asked immediately. At that time, they let us unite with Marine, but I did not agree to them at the time, because first think Marine is not trustworthy, so there is no more to say, but now, I think maybe I can try this plan. Kaido said. People will always unconsciously want to try adventures, even if they will pay a great price. This ABFB is the mentality of the strong, because they have adapted to life above the peak. If they fall suddenly come down, then you will be desperate. Climbed up again. Now Kaido's mentality is like this. He can't accept that he really failed. Although it has not been long since the fear that Whitebeard caused him before, Kaido's mind has been reactivated. If you can contact, then you should contact first. We need to know the current situation of Marine and Whitebeard before we make a decision, said the ant. In that case, okay, I'll contact. Kaido dug out a phone worm from a wound on his body, which Kaido had hidden in his body before. Barabala. Soon, a flat voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, is it Mr. Kaido? I remember your name is Lu Chi. Did the plan you mentioned last time count? Kaido asked. Hearing the name Lu Chi, the ant was also a little bit stunned. She immediately remembered that she had heard the name Lu Chi, the former leader of the CP9 spy organization within the world government. Advertisement. Isn't this guy from the world government spy organization? Is it just the same name? The ant had some questions in her heart, but it was not convenient for her to interrupt Kaido's call. Mr. Kaido, have you figured it out now? Cooperate with Marine to defeat the Whitebeard pirate group. After the event is completed, you can regain your freedom and become the 4 emperors again. The other side replied. If I agree, will you come to release me? I was imprisoned by Whitebeard. Kaido said. Of course, Whitebeard can't guard you forever. After you become our allies, we naturally want to release you, and then join forces to deal with Whitebeard. At this time, the ant said in Kaido's ear, you ask what his identity is, can he decide that his guarantee to us is valid? So Kaido immediately asked, then can I know your identity? Are the guarantees you mentioned are valid? How to prove it? Mr. Kaido, I cooperate with you sincerely. Don't you trust me so much? I am an organization directly under the world government Celestial Dragons. My name is Lu Chi. Lu Chi introduced. You belong to the world government, so can you represent Marine? You are not deceiving me. Kaido asked. How come, Mr. Kaido? Although I still can't represent Marine, but you should be able to understand the meaning of the so-called Celestial Dragons, and Marine certainly will not reject cooperation with you. As long as you agree, everything will be handed over to us. Lu Chi said. I still want to know how the battle is going. Kaido asked. Advertisement. Mr. Kaido, don't worry, now Marine has the upper hand. He defeated them once soon after fighting with the Whitebeard pirates. Lu Chi replied. Hearing that, Kaido also looked at the ant and others, and they all heard the voice on the phone. After a short period of hesitation, everyone agreed to this action and jointly defeated Whitebeard with Marine, for freedom. Okay. I promise you that I, Lin, and my subordinates will all participate in this operation. I hope you will release us soon. Kaido finally made up his mind. Okay. Mr. Kaido, you probably have not forgotten the request you made before. We only have this one request, Lu Chi said. Having said that, Kaido's expression was a little strange, but he calmed down soon, and replied, of course, I naturally agree with this. Well, I wish us a happy cooperation. The call ended happily. After the call, Kaido and others were a little bit ambitious. Even Kaido tried desperately to persuade his aunt to join Marine against Whitebeard at the beginning, but now he can't tell the complexity, because no one knows the matter. What will it develop into in the end? However, one thing Kaido is certain is that once this decision is made, they will go desperately with Whitebeard, falling into that kind of terrible battle, and facing that kind of hellish enemy, and even in the end as the most perfect. As a result, he will also lose something.